Part 1. 1 Family Life. 2 Living in Compton. 3 Fairbanks Revisited. 4 Bad Boy. 5 Back to Crime. 6 Second Time's a Charm. Part 2. 7 Making the Revolution. 8 The George Jackson Brigade. 9 Trialing Times. Part 3. 10 Imprisoned and Segregated. 11 Men Against Sexism and Escape. 12 Big Red Redux and Marion. 13 Tennessee and Arizona Prisons. 14 The Monroe Experience. 15 Minimum Custody. Lumpen. The Autobiography of Ed Mead. Since 1998, Kurspli has been an important source of radical literature and agitprop materials. The project has a non-exclusive focus on anti-patriarchal and anti-imperialist politics, framed within an anti-capitalist perspective. A special priority is given to writings regarding armed struggle in the metropole, and the continuing struggles of political prisoners and prisoners of war. All books and pamphlets published by Kurspli are available from AK Press, Amazon, and Baker & Taylor. Lumpen, Mao Zedong, formerly Mao Zedong, said of the lumpen proletariat, brave fighters but apt to be destructive, they can become a revolutionary force if given proper guidance. I was lumpen, now I am working class. What changed? My level of class consciousness. This book is named Lumpen because that's the subclass I am writing it for. Through this book I hope to extend an invitation to sections of the lumpen proletariat to join the international working class. Ed Mead. August 2015. If we were to judge the U.S. by its penal policies, we would perceive a strange beast, a Christian society that believes in neither forgiveness nor redemption. George Monbiot. When a man is denied the right to live the life he believes in, he has no choice but to become an outlaw. Nelson Mandela. You stand with the belligerent, the surly, and the badly behaved until bad behavior is recognized for the language it is, the vocabulary of the deeply wounded and of those whose burdens are more than they can bear. Gregory Boyle, Tattoos on the Heart. Part 1. 1 Family Life. A new fascism promises security from the terror of crime. All that is required is that we take away the criminals' rights which, of course, are our own. Out of our desperation and fear we begin to feel a sense of security from the new totalitarian state. Gary Spence. A good writer would be able to accurately describe the sound a bullet makes being fired into a building as it slams into or ricochets off a wall or whatnot. As near as I could ever come to making that sound comes from having watched old black and white cowboy movies on television as a kid. The ricocheting bullets on TV back then made a sound like pozzing. But that's not how the police bullets sounded to me as they rattled around inside the bank my friends and I were trying to rob. In those days, as revolutionaries, we called it a bank expropriation. One of my comrades, Bruce, was lying on the floor about 6 feet away from me. He was in the process of dying from 2 fatal gunshot wounds. Without any warning or the opportunity to surrender, he had been shot in the back. He had spun around, and the second shot, fired by a different police officer, hit him in the chest. My other comrade was sitting next to the bank's main door, his unfired shotgun still in his lap, bleeding from a gunshot wound to the face. I had the bank manager lying down in front of me, parallel to the front door, and was using his body as a shield from which to shoot back at the ever-growing number of police cars arriving at the scene. It would be nice to say that at that moment I paused to reflect upon the circumstances that led me to this juncture in time and place. However, the fact is that I used the slow-motion passage of events at that moment to focus on the sound of the flying bullets and possibly to lament the fact that my Browning 9mm automatic contained 3 clips of ammunition that would not fire properly. John, the man who had been shot in the face, had used up all of my ammo the day before during target practice, forcing me to go out and get military 9mm bullets. I did not know it at the time, but military weapons have a stronger spring behind the firing pin, and thus their ammo takes a heavier blow on the pin to fire. At least every other shot I fired back at police was a dud. While I may not have reflected on the many quantitative steps that led me to that qualitative moment in time, I have since done so, and this is my story. Shortly after midnight, on November 6, 1941, Ramona, Ona, Irene Mead gave birth to me, soon to be named Edward Allen Mead, in a Santa Monica, California hospital. I was the second of the 6 children my mother would eventually birth. The first was Mary Ann. Ann, as she prefers to be called, is a little more than a year older than me. The third of the Mead children was Virginia, just a little more than a year younger than me. Somehow Virginia earned the handle of Duke, a nickname she retained until her marriage at the age of 15. Mother would have 3 more kids with 2 different fathers, Pamela and Victor Parapeto, and Joni McGraw. My dad, Edward Leo Mead, came from a poor farming family in Iowa. He was smart enough to find a non-farming job when the time came. He worked in a gas station until he earned enough to buy a used dump truck, which he used to make his living hauling gravel. The trucks were old and required a lot of maintenance. Dad learned to weld while trying to keep his trucks roadworthy. He did well enough to buy a second truck, and, if I remember correctly, had 3 of them before he went bust. He would ultimately move to the Los Angeles area and spend most of the rest of his life working as a welder. Most of Mom's people lived in the countryside around Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Her grandfather, who was deaf as a result of firing the cannons during the Spanish-American War, had been some kind of a sharecropper, and her father was a small rancher and farmer named Harry Burdick. Harry raised 40 acres of corn and tended animals on the ranch. Mom's mother was a fastidious housekeeper and proper little lady named Gladys. Grams, as Gladys was called, was a retiring person whose world revolved around the home and her deep moral and religious conditioning. Gladys and Harry had 2 children, Ona and Warren. As the oldest, Mom had taken responsibility for many of the outdoor chores on the ranch. Warren was more of the hang-around-the-house type. He had helped Grams, while Mom had taken after her father, spending most of her time with him and the occasional ranch hands, caring for the cattle and the general upkeep of the place. I can't really describe life on the ranch, as both Mom and Grams always responded vaguely whenever I asked them questions about it. It's as if they lack sufficient insight about either themselves or that period in their lives to discuss it in any detail. They would talk a little bit about specific events, but skirted any questions about interpersonal relationships. What I gather is that the depression in the 30s ruined the cattle market. This, along with a drought that devastated the corn crop, forced my grandfather to leave his family and seek work in the city. Personal problems quickly rode in on the heels of the material ones, and before long the family was split apart. My mother was 13 years old at the time, and she stayed with Grams, who worked as a cook and housekeeper, which allowed Mom to finish high school. I believe she was the first one in the family to do so. I have been out of touch with my father for most of my adult life, and never got the chance to learn very much about his upbringing or his family history before he died in 1971. I was in prison when he died and did not find out he was dead until over a decade later. The last time I saw my dad, I was about 21 years old. I am 73 now, and at that young age, I had very little appreciation for family history. Now he's dead and it is too late to find out about his childhood and young adult years, let alone to get to know him as a person. The little information I do have I got from Mom and Grams, neither of whom had a particularly detailed grasp of our family's roots. All I can really say about my respective grandparents is that they were poor farmers or poor workers. Dad had quite a few brothers and sisters, who live or lived in various places in Iowa, South Dakota, and Southern California. Mom, who died in 2014 at the age of 96, had married Dad in South Dakota in the late 30s. I don't know how they met or what their courtship was like. Dad was handsome, and Mother was a very beautiful woman. He was just getting his trucking operation going, and Mom would hold the flashlight and otherwise help him as he worked on the trucks at night. She would later say that that had been a particularly happy time in her life. They were always next to broke, working hard, and putting every spare cent into the payments on the first truck. It was always a pleasure to listen to Mom talk about their struggle for success, how Dad was able to get more trucks and a couple of drivers, and how he was a driver, a mechanic, and a business agent. Dad was a success of sorts, at least he had it made when measured by the yardstick of the times. But according to Mom, success was the one thing Dad couldn't handle. A little extra money in his pocket, and he was off to the night spots to play at being the last of the big-time spenders. While Mom was carrying and giving birth to Ann, Dad was letting the business fall apart. The first and best of the trucks was finally repossessed. It was time for a move and a new start, and California was the land of opportunity. The U.S. was about to enter World War II, and there were jobs to be had in the West Coast arms industry. Mom and Dad both found work in the war machine, Dad as a welder for McDonnell Aircraft and Mom as a welder at the Todd shipyards shortly thereafter. The war was on, and there was plenty of work and useful training for women. It was during this period that Mom gave birth to me, followed by Virginia. She was able to continue working by hiring a live-in nanny to care for us. My parents were saving to buy a chicken farm back home in Iowa, a place where we kids and the rest of the family could spend more time together. My only memories of this period are of a kindly old woman, not unlike the nanny stereotype, who fed us well. I also remember riding on a bus with my mother and hearing people talk about the war. I recall asking my mom what war was, and receiving an answer that was too long and complicated for me to understand. At the end of the World War II, my parents loaded us kids into the car and we moved back home to the Midwest. I don't really remember the trip, although I do recall that we stayed in Sioux Falls for a little while with Grandma Mead, Dad's mother. She had an old house there, a large two-story structure located in a nice residential neighborhood. We also stayed for a spell with Aunt Luella, at her farm in Iowa. One of the things I remember most clearly from this period was being enthralled with a calendar that had a really moving painting on its top section. It was in the style of Norman Rockwell, and, for all I know, may well have been one of his paintings. The image was of a huge squadron of bombers, probably B-17s, flying off into the horizon. On the ground was a small boy, not unlike myself, and next to him a wooden orange crate with crude wings, a propeller, and even a little makeshift tail. The boy was looking up at the disappearing squadron and crying because he was being left behind. I have a few other memories from Aunt Luella's farm, for example, the old-fashioned milk separator that had to be avoided lest I be enlisted to take a turn at cranking it. There were, of course, any number of little adventures for a small boy on a farm, particularly experiencing the sights and smells of open land and farm animals, but nothing impressed me like the picture on the calendar. Dad found a run-down chicken farm near Brunsville, a very small town in northern Iowa, with a population of less than 1,000, including the surrounding area. It must have taken all my parents' money to make the down payment on the place and to stock it with 1,000 chickens. I say this because we seemed really poor. Dad had to take a job in addition to the farm in order for us to get by. I think he worked at a gas station in Brunsville. Mom and we kids tended to the chicken farm. By this time, we had a big collie-like dog that my sisters and I adored. Mom called him Bozo, because he was so big and clumsy. Bozo had long black fur with large white spots, and he loved us kids. I must have been around 5 years old at that point, and a year older and Virginia a year younger. I have two especially vivid memories from those days, one about the chickens and another about the cornfields nearby. It is in connection with the corn that I first knowingly stole something. As near as I could tell, we were too poor to buy corn on the cob, yet it grew everywhere in large fields surrounding our farm. The corn was very tall, way over my small head, and seemed to go on forever. Mom and us kids would, at appointed times, when there was the least likelihood of being seen, sneak into one of the neighboring cornfields and steal a basket full of the most delicious corn on the cob I've ever eaten. The family adventure of going out after the corn was always a special treat for me. Stolen fruit was indeed the sweetest. The corn was the upside, the downside was the dirty duty of chicken plucking. We had us a little assembly line of sorts. Dad would kill the chickens, Mom would clean and dunk them in boiling hot water, and we kids would pluck the feathers from their stinking carcasses. Virginia was a bit young for this job, so the bulk of it fell on Ann and me. To this day Ann has a phobia about feathers. At first she could not be near any sort of bird or feather without freaking out, but these days, over 60 years later, it just upsets her a little bit. For my part, I refuse to eat eggs until well into adulthood, and even today I will only eat chicken when I'm desperate, and then only certain parts of the bird. Taken as a whole, the chicken farm was a good summer for me. We kids played together and explored the nearby countryside. Mom had a little red rubber hose that she used to beat us with, but I can only remember getting it once. That was when I made a mess in the outhouse with the lime we used to keep down the smell of the place. We had an old box camera and took some pictures during that period, and I think some of them may still be floating around today with one or more of my sisters. The Great Chicken Farm adventure turned out to be a financial flop. This became clear as winter drew close. Only a few people bought chickens from us, which meant that we had to eat a lot of them ourselves. We had a family song we would sometimes sing. It went something like this: chicken in the morning, chicken in the evening, chicken at supper time. While the family was in the process of eating the chicken farm's remaining inventory, Dad began to manage the two-pump gas station he had been working at. The station had once been a small grocery store and had living quarters in the back, which we moved into. This too was a period of exploring and learning. It was here that I first became conscious of the different seasons and saw snow for the first time. And began school at the small town schoolhouse, where several grades were taught in one classroom. I wanted to attend school too, and persisted in expressing this desire until the teacher finally agreed to let me sit in on classes each day. I was too young to officially attend school, yet I quickly became a regular part of the classroom. It was here I earned a gold star for learning how to count from 1 to 100 faster than the kids in the first grade. This rather dubious distinction seemed to satisfy my thirst for knowledge, at least insofar as it took the form of reading, writing, and arithmetic. After a Halloween party in the school's basement, which included a chamber of horrors for us young folks in which we were blindfolded and led through wet, dark, and terrifying passages, with mental pictures of walking through corridors strung with wet chicken parts, my interests were more directed toward exploring my environment. I stopped going to school. Been there, done that. When I try to remember the traumatic events from this period, the first thing that comes to mind is my first real experience of being hurt. Virginia and I were exploring the dark reaches of the sub-basement under our house/garage, which was full of strange mysteries. Virginia was reluctant, but I persuaded her to follow me down through the trapdoor that led to the dark crawl space under the floor. With the trapdoor open, there was just enough light to see all kinds of boxes, as well as some strange objects. One item was a 4-foot-tall plaster stork, which, given the darkness, looked like a huge white bird. Slowly, inching our way forward, we moved towards it, our hearts pounding with fear. I must have accidentally bumped something next to the thing, because all of a sudden it started falling toward me. I don't know how it happened, but the big plaster bird's beak hit my thumb in such a way that I subsequently lost my thumbnail. Virginia and I ran like hell, and we never returned to finish our exploration of that scary place. The loss of the nail on my then black and blue thumb was such a painful experience that I was careful to never lose a fingernail again. The other traumatic events I recall are far less impressive. There was the time my dad put a finger over one nostril and blew a gigantic wad of slimy green snot out of his nose and onto the floor of the garage. What to him was an unconscious and natural response to a full nose was to me a sight that nearly caused me to puke. That glob of snot remained there for days, as did the discomfort I felt each time I looked at it. And since it was right near the doorway, not looking at it was next to impossible. Good old Dad, he never suspected how such a thing would remind me of chicken guts. On another occasion I was forced to apologize to the parents of a boy who lived nearby. I had threatened him or called him a name of some sort. That was it, a dirty name. His parents complained to my parents, and Mom and Dad forced me to go to his house and apologize to him and his parents. I stalled for as long as I could. For reasons that escape me, I felt in the right and resented being forced to apologize. In the end, of course, I did what I was told. I didn't have many friends in Brunsville, Virginia, and I seemed to pretty much meet each other's needs in that respect. And was in school most days, so it was just Duke and me learning about our world. My home life didn't seem very unusual, not that I would have known what was or was not usual back then. And would sometimes refuse to sleep with me because of my persistent bedwetting, causing Mom and Dad to get on my case. There were also increasingly bitter fights between Mom and Dad. We three kids would have fun staying awake and playing after we were supposed to be asleep. Occasionally, I would get caught not going to sleep, and Mom would accuse me of always wanting to know everything that was going on, or as she put it when talking to Dad, he's afraid someone might fart and he won't be able to smell it. My ongoing nocturnal bladder emissions and the family fights were minor details overall. I was basically a happy kid. Dad made a decent go of it at the gas station, and he started spending more and more of his time in one of the town's 2 taverns. Mom has since told me that he would save up a few $100 bills, and then go play the big shot at the bar. Many years later, she would tell me that this behavior continued to be a central part of his life and was the cause of their increasingly bitter fights. To an ever greater degree, the business and the needs of the family took a backseat to his drinking and splurging, but the practical consequences of this were lost on me. I enjoyed going to the tavern to see Dad. While he would almost always run me off, I was sometimes able to wangle a free orange soda pop in the process. As an only son, I was able to get away with more when it came to dealing with Dad. We never really did anything together, like going camping or whatnot, but not knowing we were supposed to do such things, I never missed them. Looking back, I think Dad was always remote from me. In fact, it could be that he drank and sought the respect and admiration of his cronies at the local tavern because he was unable to communicate with his family and felt lonely or isolated. But what was going on with Dad and why were not big concerns to anyone in the family at the time. What mattered was the gas station, and perhaps even the family name. I believe that some relatives who lived nearby spoke to Dad about not taking proper care of the gas station and otherwise running the business into the ground. All I know for certain, however, is that Dad finally sold his interest in the business to his brother Jim Mead, Big Jim, as he was known in those parts. Then, we loaded all of our belongings into our old car and headed for California for yet another new start. The trip was a happy one for Mom and Dad, and their enthusiasm was contagious. For us kids, it started out with a victory. When we pulled out of Brunsville, Dad tried to leave our big dog Bozo behind. As the dog ran after the car trying to catch us, all 3 of us children shouted encouragement to the dog and pled miserably with our parents in the front seat to please stop the car. Dad gave in after what seemed like many miles, but was in reality probably just a few country blocks. We kids had made our fear and our outrage perfectly clear. We loved Bozo, to us he was a part of the family. When the car stopped, we swung the back door open. This panting monster of a dog happily crawled in on top of us, and we were off again overcrowded and singing. The song we most often sung together on that trip was a popular one on the radio. It went something like this: "Oh, we ain't got a barrel of money, maybe we're ragged and funny, but we'll travel along, singing a song, side by side." So away we went, merrily bouncing down the old 2-lane road toward the setting sun. There were no freeways in those days. What happened after our arrival in California is not all that clear to me. We visited relatives and rented a small, low-income house in a somewhat run-down, poor white neighborhood. One of my few memories of that place is trying to get a tricycle up the front steps of the house and having a genuine fit because the thing would not do what I wanted it to do, regardless of how hard I pulled on it. I fought it, kicked it, and beat it with a degree of intensity and frustration I have not felt since. I wanted that bike up the steps, and, when initial efforts failed, my rage was my means of getting it up. But the angrier I got, the less success I was having. I do not recall if I got the tricycle up or not. It seems as if I did, although Mom may have heard my angry crying and come out and lifted it up the steps for me. All I really remember is the intensity of the emotions involved. I have other flashes of recollection from that period. There was playing in the dirt in what was supposed to be a yard and the mess we kids made of the inside of the house. Mom was an outdoors sort of person and not overly fond of house cleaning. But what I remember best about that time is my parents' big push to get me to stop wetting the bed and to quit sucking my thumb. One night, they put what I later learned was fingernail polish on my sucking thumb and finger, telling me that it was poison and that I would die if I put those parts of my hand in my mouth. They had also forced me to wear a diaper to bed to shame me into having a dry bed in the morning. Neither tactic worked, although each caused me the intended measure of anguish and dread. The nail polish only happened once, and the diaper probably only 2 or 3 times. My parents were a lot of things, but consistent was not one of them. At first, Mom was a housewife taking care of her 3 children. Dad started another service station business and before long was successful enough to have Mom working there too. She washed cars and Dad serviced them. Working together they were able to make the operation prosper, but once again, with the prosperity, Dad was off to play the last of the big-time spenders in the bars. According to Mom, as he started spending more and more time away from the station, he failed to meet his commitments and the customers drifted away. This scenario may have repeated itself more than once, I'm not sure. What I am sure of is that Mom and Dad split up when I was about 6 years old. I have no idea who left whom or any of the details, it just seemed to happen. Mom took us 3 kids and moved into a rundown apartment 2 blocks from the ocean, in Venice Beach. This was long before it became a popular beach destination. I think Mom was on welfare at first, as we were terribly poor. In those days child support was not yet a legally established notion. While we had always drunk canned evaporated milk mixed with water, now we were introduced to powdered milk. Being poor was not a new experience for any of us, so we remained basically happy in spite of the additional sacrifices. We kids did hope Mom and Dad would get back together again, but on another level we knew it was over, and that this was our new life. Anne was the wise one, and Virginia and I looked to her for guidance. She would tell us what to think in matters as profound as Mom and Dad's separation. As it happens, I had my first brush with the law during my early Venice period. Mom had finally given in to my months of pleading for a bicycle by paying $5 for an old broken down hulk of what used to be one. Although in poor shape, to me it was beautiful. It did, however, need some parts from time to time, making it necessary for me to steal them. The common practice of poor bike owners like myself was to steal a bicycle and to use everything but the frame and other identifiable parts on my own bike. If memory serves me correctly, I was initiated into this process by having my own bike stolen. Anyway, a uniformed police officer came to the house to talk to Mom about my alleged bicycle parts pilfering, which earned me a firm talking to. I may well have been a supervision problem for Mom, as outside of the house I pretty much did what I wanted. Duke and I ran wild. When the summer was over, the 3 of us kids started school and things settled down into a comfortable routine. With the possible exception of Anne, none of us were much into learning. Virginia and I would skip school once in a while and play on the beach. It was neat being the only 2 kids on the loose. At first, we weren't very subtle about skipping school and the truant officer caught us. This caused Mom some problems with the authorities, so we were more careful afterwards. We might have even gotten a good beating for getting Mom in trouble. We usually did in such situations, but it depended to a large degree on Mom's mood. In any case, all of us maintained average grades. There were some aspects of school that I found interesting, like studying the solar system. In fact, I drew a complete solar system and pasted it to all four of the walls and the ceiling of Mom's bedroom. All of us worked together on this space mural, and the project turned out remarkably well considering our tender ages. It was either late winter or early spring when Mom met Harold, and, through him, we all met Jehovah. Harold was an older man and a Jehovah's Witness, who in the process of converting Mom to the truth became a good family friend. Twice a week he would come over and study with us. At these gatherings, we would take turns reading from the Watchtower and Awake magazines, as well as one of the basic Jehovah's Witness texts. We kids, especially Virginia and I, quickly tired of these formal meetings and were eventually able to escape by acting out the reality that this religious stuff was boring and over our heads. We kids wanted to live in harmony with the lions and the bears and all the other creatures in God's paradise on earth. That part sounded good, but the rest of it, the dogma and the perpetual study, seemed unconnected and was difficult to understand. Oh yeah, and according to the Jehovah's Witnesses, the world was going to end one day real soon. For some reason, I was never a believer in any God, Santa Claus, or Tooth Fairy. It all just seemed like so much nonsense to me. Mom's flirtation with the Jehovah's Witness sect ran hot and cold for the rest of her life, depending upon her circumstances and, to some extent, her age. The older she became, the deeper into it she got. Whether her religious convictions were running hot or cold, however, there were certain basic rules we kids had to follow. Mom taught us that nationalism put the state before God and was therefore wrong. We were told not to salute the flag, pledge allegiance, or sing the national anthem at school. This was hard at first, because of the intense patriotic orgy that passes for education. We quickly adjusted, however. Each school morning, while everyone else was pledging allegiance to what Mom called a dirty old rag, we mead kids were pretending. This was the one aspect of religion we did not mind following. Instead of the flag, we pledged allegiance to dirty diapers or something equally disgusting. In retrospect, I think these teachings were an important contribution to my subsequent political development, inasmuch as I was able to avoid much of the chauvinistic conditioning and nationalism suffered by so many of my peers. At least I could see through some of the schools, governments, more blatant attempts to turn me into cannon fodder for the greater glory, profits, of U.S. imperialism. Whether it was the influence of the Jehovah's Witnesses, the deepening economic crunch, or merely a matter of ambition, Mom went off welfare and took a job soldering for a small electronics parts firm located across the street from a golf practice range. Mom had gone from being a top-notch and well-paid welder during the war to what amounted to assembly line soldering of electrical parts for a fraction of her former wage. Us kids, however, or at least me, would often enjoy hunting for golf balls while Mom worked. I was, of course, oblivious to what was happening inside my mother's head. Anyway, Mom's job was good for us kids, especially Virginia and I, who now had a little extra money to spend at the Ocean Park amusement pier located a few blocks away on Venice Beach, and of course we were able to get a few good toys. What we liked the most was riding inside this big rolling barrel-like structure, which was located at the Ocean Park Pier. It was a giant cylinder finished with polished hardwood on the inside, and as it slowly rotated, people would try to run up the walls or else just sit there as the world beneath their bottoms slid by. Unfortunately, an afternoon's worth of riding the barrel cost a whole dime. We were often able to resolve this problem by combing the beach for old pop bottles and collecting the 2-cent deposit on each one we turned into a local store. With 20 cents, Virginia and I could ride for hours. We cleaned the beach of bottles, and then expanded our territory to include the garbage cans in all of the nearby alleys. Virginia and I became expert trash collectors. Our dedication was reinforced early on by the discovery of an envelope containing a $5 bill someone had mistakenly thrown out. From then on, if you saw a little pair of feet sticking out of a trash can, you could bet they belonged to one of us. We were creatures of the beach and the streets that lined it. Along with our new job, we began to receive an allowance, but with the allowance came certain responsibilities. We kids, under Ann's dedicated leadership, reluctantly took care of the house and each other while Mom was at work. For the most part, the mishaps were minor. Mom worked especially hard and saved every cent she could. By fall, we had enough money to move into the penthouse of an old hotel that bordered the beach and the ocean. We were even able to buy a complete set of new school clothes for each of us kids. This was rich living for the whole family. In fact, it must have been too rich, because one night about 2 weeks after we moved into the penthouse, and before we had had a chance to even wear our new clothing, the place burned down. It was about 3 o'clock in the morning when Mom woke us all up. The air was thick with smoke, so her warning of fire required no further explanation. With little more than the clothes on our backs, we calmly made our way down the fire escape to the boardwalk 6 floors below. The fire destroyed everything we owned. Mom had prevented us from wearing all of our new school clothes until school started, and now they were gone. The Red Cross was some help, but not much. We had no money and no place to stay. The rest of the family was able to stay with a friend of Mom's, but for some reason finding a place for me turned out to be a problem. After a short spell, I was sent to Brunsville to live with my dad, who had returned there after he and Mom split up. For reasons that escape me, though, I did not stay with Dad. Instead, I ended up staying with Uncle Jim and his family at the old gas station, which turned out to be a real bummer. I was treated worse than a stepchild. When we took our weekly bath in the washtub, for example, I was always the last one in the cold and dirty water after Jim's kids, 3 boys roughly my age. It was an endless series of things like that, insignificant in and of themselves, but unremitting, and they added up. Brunsville without my family was bad news. My hosts no doubt resented my presence as much as I resented being there. The fact that I was still wetting the bed almost every night didn't help matters. During the time we were living in Iowa and California, I am not sure when Grandfather Burdick died. Grams had subsequently moved to Tacoma, Washington, where her son Warren and his native wife were living. Some years later Grams remarried, to a lifer in the Army named Bob. The two of them lived quietly in a small house they bought in a working-class neighborhood called Tanglewood. It always seemed as if Bob was either gone out of the country on one of his tours of duty or else would be leaving on one soon. While I was in Brunsville, Mom and the girls drifted to Washington and ended up living in Tacoma with Grams. Dad was hanging out in Sioux Falls, as well as around Brunsville. He was courting Jim's ex-wife Lila and didn't seem to have a lot of time for me. In time, he married Lila, and, for some reason, I joined them on their honeymoon, which I guess was the trip to California, where they were intending to move. One day, while we were on the road, we spent the night in a hotel in some small town along the way. In the morning I was sent on some sort of a spurious errand. When I came back early and opened the door to the room, I saw Dad and Lila under the covers, with Dad on top, and the two of them expending a lot of energy. When Dad noticed me, they became very agitated. I suspected they were having sex, although I doubt I was particularly sure just what that meant. Lila and I didn't get along. Shortly after we arrived in California, I was sent to Tacoma to live with Mom and the girls at Grams's place. Although it was crowded, I felt comfortable and at home again with Mom and my sisters. Reunited with my sisters and under Grams's loving care, life took an upswing. While Tanglewood was a small, poor, white working-class neighborhood, it seemed rich to me, with lots of woods, really only overgrown brush and small trees, behind the house and so many places to explore. I started school again and adjusted well. My only problem during this time was when a neighbor girl the same age as me, I was about 7 years old, complained to her parents that I was making determined sexual advances toward her. She didn't use those words, of course. I had recently obtained some modest sexual experience as a result of playing doctor with Virginia in the woods. Anyway, This girl lived several blocks away, but hung around me, and vice versa. We went into the woods behind the house to play together, as we often did. On this particular day, we walked some, then stopped in a grassy area. We played doctor, and in the process I took off her panties, laid her in the grass, and briefly humped on her, rubbing my small penis against the outside of her vagina. We were just kids playing, but when she returned home, she told her parents about our sexual exploration. They in turn informed the adults responsible for me. I was sternly reprimanded, perhaps beaten, and told to stay away from the little girl in the future, which I did, but I was unable to internalize any guilt about my conduct with her. I did, however, get the sense that my elders were unable to distinguish between various types of childish sex play. To them all sex play was bad and nasty. But there were contradictions. Occasionally Grams's second husband Bob would dry me off after my bath, and in doing so he would take a very, very long time wiping my genital area, saying how important it was to be dry there as he rubbed the towel back and forth in my crotch. I knew what he was doing was somehow sexual and therefore socially wrong. I didn't enjoy Bob's ministrations, but I never mentioned his behavior to anyone. Otherwise, life in Tanglewood was fun. We explored the woods in the summer and the ice and snow in the winter. There were apple trees, wild berries, garden snakes, Halloween, and mean neighbors. There were friends and sidewalk roller skates and all the big and little things that thrill children. Bozo left to be with another family. It was his decision, bringing him home did no good, he'd just leave again. Mom worked in Seattle as a waitress, so we kids were mostly Grams's responsibility. She placed a high value on cleanliness and kept a pristine household. She had a place for everything and everything was in its place. We kids were often too much for Grams to handle, I'm sure, but we never felt anything but love from her. Even her discipline was loving. While we were playing in the woods and going to school, Mom was contributing what she could to our support. It was during this period that she met a man named Victor Parapeto, who was from a first-generation Italian family and was much younger than my mom. The two of them dated and eventually married. Mom and Vic would come down from Seattle regularly, and us kids attended their wedding. Within a year, Mom gave birth to Pam, my first half-sister. Vic was a fisherman who frequently worked out of a cannery in Ketchikan, a small town on the southern tip of what was then the territory of Alaska. The first summer after Pam was born, Mom and Vic moved to Ketchikan for the season's work. The strain us kids were placing on Grams must have been getting too great, which isn't hard to imagine, seeing as how I, for instance, was still wetting the bed. Whatever the reasons, as soon as school was out, I was put on an airplane, my first flight, and sent to Alaska to join Mom and Vic. The two adults, myself, and the infant Pamela lived in a small rented house on what was probably a 10-mile road between the city of Ketchikan and the Wards Cove Cannery. The area was isolated, so I didn't have any friends. Furthermore, Vic forbade me from going near the cannery. He didn't like me, and the feeling was mutual. Mom frequently had to stop him from beating me, sometimes by physically interjecting herself between the two of us. She was successful on occasions when it was really clear that I was being persecuted for no good reason. However, a reason to beat me could usually be found. I had quite the knack for providing excuses. The worst thing I did was to climb the door frames of our rented house with an old pair of telephone pole climbing spurs I had found in a basement storage nook. I was beaten raw for that mistake. My next crime, and the one that reinforced the ban on my going anywhere near the cannery, was pissing outside with the owner's son, a kid about my own age, around 8. We didn't have indoor plumbing, so urinating outside was normal enough. But evidently this wasn't the case for the owner's son. He told his dad that we had peed outside, the owner told Vic, and Vic beat me silly and forbade me from ever going near the cannery again. The owner's son had been my only friend. Mom and Vic were into each other and the new baby, all of which added to my feelings of isolation. Sometimes at night I could not help but listen to Vic reading pornography out loud as he made love to Mom on the couch in the next room. Since there was no door, there wasn't much I could do about it. While I am sure my feelings were mixed, no small part of what I felt was disgust. Maybe I thought this man, who I hated with all my heart, was using or otherwise taking advantage of my mother. I'm really not sure. Of course, there were good times too. Mom and I would take a small skiff across the bay to a little island where we would pick wild gooseberries. We would explore and dream and talk, then later in the day Mom would make gooseberry pies. I treasured the time I was able to spend with her, and dreaded the hour when Vic would return to invade the peaceful solitude of our comfortable daytime environment. The summer did pass, and in the fall we all went back to Seattle, where Mom was finally introduced to Vic's family. What a mistake that was. Vic's family was very clannish. His mother cried and complained that my mom was too old for her little boy. With his mother's disapproval, the foreknowledge of which is probably why the event was put off for so long, the kid started coming out in Vic. In retrospect, that was the beginning of the end for him and my mom. It was a slow process, taking a winter of constant fighting each moment of which I had to suffer through. We were living in a cheap apartment, and Mom was pregnant with their second child, Victor, when they finally split up. I was more than ready for it. I was tired of being beaten, tired of Seattle schools, and tired of the constant fighting. Of course, I kept my feelings pretty much to myself, but Mom probably knew I wanted to be with my sisters. She talked about getting all us kids together again. That was the kind of talk that made my eyes light up. I don't know who left whom. All I know is that Mom picked up the girls at Grams's, and after a brief rest, we were on our way back to California. I can't remember whether or not Vic Jr. had been born before we left the Seattle/Tacoma area or if he was born in California. In any case, we were living off welfare and powdered milk again, and we had a small baby to care for. Pam stayed with Vic's parents. We lived in the William Mead housing projects in Los Angeles. The projects were just a short walk from Chinatown, the LA barrio, the rail freight yards, and some minor industries. We lived in a messy house and wore rags, but were together again, and we were happy. Spinning tops were the big fad in toys back then, the kind you wrap a string around and toss to the ground while pulling the string, which causes the top to spin. We were in school again, and the number of tricks you could work with your top was a measure of your status with the big kids, so naturally all of us little kids wanted to become proficient at spinning tops. Virginia and I toyed with it for a while, but we were soon more into exploring the huge drainage channels and the many other areas of interest for children living in an industrial area of a large city. Virginia was a tomboy and my best friend. If we had other friends, they usually came along with us. Hop-along Cassidy was our hero. I even had a hoppy bicycle with 2 toy guns and holsters built into the housing around part of the frame. The cap pistols were quickly stolen from the bike by neighborhood kids. One day when I was about 9, I was walking through the project on my way to somewhere. As I went along, I happened to cross a lawn where a father and his young son were cleaning up. The boy was about my age, and he ordered me to get off of his property, actually, housing project property. I responded with my middle finger and something to the effect of "make me." I was on the other side of the lawn and could have kept going, but I stopped when the kid's dad started urging his son to fight me. The kid was clearly caught between me and his dad, and I was the lesser of 2 evils. He fought me. I was not an experienced street fighter, but was nonetheless able to easily beat him. When the brief fight was over, I went on my merry way to wherever it was I was going. A few days later, I saw the kid again by himself. He had looked me up and said he wanted me to teach him how to fight. I agreed to do so, whereupon we became best friends. It was me, him, and Virginia, or else just me and him. His name was Dan, and gradually I taught him what little I knew about fighting. Mostly, this consisted of maintaining a constant offensive, never backing up from the first blow to the last. My style of fighting was just to churn my fists and to move forward. Not much to teach, really. Before our friendship ended, he was able to fight me into backing up, but that didn't happen for a long time. My point in all of this, I was not a tough kid and usually did whatever I could to avoid conflict. Had Dan's initial fright not been so apparent, I probably would have run rather than fight him. I don't know how long it was, but Dan and I had been pals for quite a while, at least several months, when it happened. One nice summer day, he and I were returning from a relatively distant store, the only one that would take the particular brand of pop bottles we were trying to trade for candy money. We were taking the long way home and were on the edge of the vast housing complex, eating candy we had bought, and, probably, shoplifted, from the store. We'd walk a bit, then play a bit, kicking cans and cutting through the project's common yards. In one of the open yards, there was a young adult male reading from a comic book to a couple of girls about our age. Attracted by the small stack of comics at his side, we stopped and listened for a while. Soon we are all talking together like old friends, although Dan and I are keeping a close eye on the comic books, each of us scheming on how we might be able to take some of them with us when we left. We must not have been too subtle in our admiration of his comics, because the man invited all of us up to his apartment for some candy and to see the rest of his comic book collection. The girls seemed to know him and must have lived nearby. They seemed comfortable enough, so we presumed it was safe, not to mention the fact that there might be a way to get our hands on some of those comic books. We went up with them, ate some junk food, chatted briefly with him and the girls, and then settled down to some serious comic book reading. The guy did have a fine collection, it was true. While we were reading, we set aside a small stack of the comics that we were most interested in obtaining. Eventually, the girls went home. It probably wasn't that much later that we too were ready to go. As we were getting ready to leave, we asked what the chances were that we could take some of the comic books home with us. That's when the guy said that if we were nice we could take whatever we wanted. Being nice, he told us, meant letting him fuck us in the ass, although he used far more gentle and soothing words when outlining the ease and quickness with which this could be accomplished. Nonetheless, we immediately remembered that we had to be home for supper and headed for the door. He blocked our way and just kept talking. We said that our parents would call the police if we were not home by a certain time, made some other excuses, and even cried. When these escape attempts failed and it became clear that this was going to end in force being used, we reluctantly began negotiating. We were each promised a goodly number of comics in exchange for our cooperation. I don't recall if it was before or after, but at one point the guy threatened us with a large knife, claiming he would kill us if we told anyone. Dan was his first victim, and when he was done with Dan, it was my turn. I was not overly frightened, seeing that Dan was really none the worse for wear. The experience wasn't particularly painful, just different in an unusual sort of way. It made me feel like I needed to poop. The guy probably used a lubricant, he seemed to enter my rectum slowly. The most frightening aspect of the experience was fear that the guy would try to conceal his crime by strangling us or doing something equally gruesome. When the guy had sexually used each of us, he again threatened to kill us if we told anyone about what he had done. This time, he showed us a rifle, and as he did so he told us he was an ex-convict and had nothing to lose by doing us in. We promised that we would never tell a soul. The molester gave each of us a comic book or two, which was far less than he had promised, but we were so anxious to get out of there we didn't complain. Once outside his apartment, we ran as fast as we could until we were well out of sight. Then, when we felt it was safe, we sat down on the curb to rest and to talk over what had just happened. We decided we were not physically hurt, but just felt sort of wet and sticky in our crotches, and, as I said, a little like we needed to poop. We briefly discussed whether or not we should tell our respective parents and decided we would not. I sort of believed the death threats, but more important I think was the knowledge of just how wrong what had happened was. I felt ashamed, as if I had done something wrong. There was also my reputation with my family and peers to consider. There was simply something unmanly about a boy who got screwed in the ass, and anyone in our neighborhood labeled a sissy had a rough road to hoe. Dan gave it up to his parents that same night. They called the police, who in turn contacted my mom. At first I denied it, saying Dan was, for reasons unknown to me, making the whole story up, but when confronted with the facts I too fessed up. The pervert was arrested, and Dan and I were taken to juvenile hall. Medical tests were conducted, including digging into my butt with a wooden tongue depressor to obtain a sample of the semen to prove that we had in fact been sexually molested. This process was more intrusive and painful than the sex act had been. Moreover, for reasons beyond me, I had to remain in juvenile jail for 2 weeks, which at the time seemed like an eternity. The guy who molested us evidently pleaded guilty and was sent back to prison, although I have no specific knowledge of what happened to him. When I returned home, I was told that Dan's parents did not want him to associate with me anymore. He went along with that, so that was the end of our friendship. As for my family, no one mentioned the incident again. It was as if it had never happened as far as Mom and my sisters were concerned, not because it was no big deal, but rather, I believe, because of the perceived shame involved. We did move a short time later, although I doubt the move was in any way related to the rape incident. Life did not revolve around my hurt feelings or wounded pride. The anal rape experience certainly had some impact on my childhood development, although the physical impact of the assault paled in comparison to its subsequent emotional effects. It was not the screwing that generated the adverse emotional effects, as the sex act itself was essentially painless, and in a saner society would have soon been forgotten. Instead, it was the social stigma attached to the loss of manly virginity and the sexist emphasis on masculinity that created problems for me in later life. All of this had been accompanied by the rude intrusion into both my body and my being by the state, in the form of the painful anal search that was followed by the 2 long weeks of irrational detention. In the final analysis, the problems that arose were not the result of everyone knowing about my shame, they were the result of my inability to overcome the social pressure to internalize the experience, instead of sharing the burden with the people around me. As is the case for many women who are raped, I felt guilty. The complex emotional dynamics around this incident would not seriously manifest themselves until my first real incarceration at the tender age of 13. It was fall when we left the projects. Without the subsidized housing, we were much poorer. The welfare check did not go nearly as far. When Christmas came, we were living in a run-down apartment above a bar. I slept on a thin mattress on the floor with one or both of my sisters. I remember there was a light fixture right above my head, and each night before I went to sleep I wondered if it was going to fall from the ceiling and smash me in the face. The flat was infested with vermin that seemed to grow fat on insect poison. We actually had to pull the cockroaches from out of our corn flakes before we ate them in the morning. It seems that Mom was sick during this period, although I was too insensitive to appreciate the fact at the time. Sick or not, we were all able to joke about the size and strength of our cockroaches, and we were all very anxious to leave that place. The jokes were our way of tolerating it for as long as we had to. What I wanted more than anything for Christmas that year was a cap gun and holster set, not any cap gun, but a 6-shooting revolver in which the individual caps were loaded into the backs of fake bullets that fit into the gun. These toys were all the rage in my age group. They were the yardstick by which one's worth as an individual was measured. The quality of the cap gun used to play the serious game of cowboys and Indians with the other neighborhood kids often served to determine one's role. Kids with second-rate guns wound up being Indians. As we all knew from listening to radio programs, the Indians never won. Standing between me and the glorious cap pistol was Mom's Jehovah's Witness-induced notion that Christmas was a pagan celebration, with the concomitant refusal to buy or give presents over the holiday. Mom said she would buy us kids something after the first of the year, when the sales were on. That made it somewhat acceptable, until Christmas morning when all the other kids in the area were out strutting in the streets with their new toys, and I had none. It seemed as if I was alone much of the time, playing by myself outside and probably feeling sorry for myself. Sleeping on the floor was bad, but still pissing the mattress I slept on made it worse. Our cockroach-ridden home was one of the feathers portions of our chicken one day and feathers the next mode of existence. As I mentioned earlier, in those days there was no such thing as court-enforced child support. Neither my dad nor Victor ever contributed a single cent to the care and feeding of the children they had fathered. We were all ready for a change, and change finally came in the form of Mom landing a job doing electrical soldering for the Hughes Aircraft Company. With the job came paychecks, and with paychecks came upward mobility. Come spring, the family moved back to lovely Venice. This time we had a big old house just a few blocks from the beach. The place was a rundown 3-bedroom house, but to us kids it was a palace, not a cockroach in sight. We were on our own again while Mom was at work. Anne was the oldest, around 12 at that time, and the most responsible, so the chore of supervision fell to her. Virginia and I became close companions again and tended to see Anne as an authority figure who interrupted our play for house cleaning and for help with the tot, Vic Jr. As before, the two of us tended to spend most of our extra time at the amusement park on the pier or on the beach wondering over the various forms of sea life that washed up from the ocean. Summer passed quickly. Mom settled on a boyfriend who visited from time to time, and who seemed to like us kids. We started school again, and our grades were better than usual. Virginia and I were big on practical jokes at the time. The beach was rife with novelty shops, where we would spend our small allowances. Once we bought a fake pile of shit. It was made out of plaster, and oh did it look real. We put it on a saucer, poured some water over it, to give it that fresh wet look, and then set it on a shelf in the cupboard with the rest of the dishes. Next we called Uncle whatever his name was, Mom's man friend, to show him what Anne had done. Of course, Anne denied pooping in a saucer and leaving it on a cupboard shelf. Uncle so-and-so caught on to the joke and joined in on the persecution of Anne, who ended up weeping tears of denial. Anne was not our only victim. We bought little wooden sticks that popped when exposed to fire. Mom couldn't light a cigarette without the risk of it popping in her face and tearing up the lighted end of her smoke. Friends were buzzed when they shook hands with us, squirted with our fake rings or phony lapel flowers, and handed the can of peanuts with the spring-loaded snake in it. There were fake spiders and lots of other neat tricks that added adventure to the lives of everyone around us. We bought as much as we could afford with our allowances and pop bottle money. The only time I remember getting into trouble that winter, other than occasional spankings for things like loading people's cigarettes with bangers, is one overcast day when Virginia and I were at the beach. A couple of boys about my age, around 10, came walking onto the beach with a real bow and arrow set. It was not the usual little outfit that had the small rubber cups for tips. It was what I would now think was probably a 20 to 30 pound bow with genuine metal tipped target arrows. Virginia and I stood and watched them shooting the bow and arrow for a while. Finally, unable to control my desire to shoot just one arrow, I asked if they would let me give it a try. The boy who owned the bow refused, saying his dad told him not to let anyone else use it. I continued to cajole him to let me take just one shot. When it became clear that further discussion was pointless, I just grabbed the whole works away from them. The boys threatened to call the police or their parents if I did not immediately return the set. I begged them not to do that, and told them I just wanted to shoot one arrow, and then I would give it back. I was in the process of putting an arrow in the bow when my offer was refused, and they turned to leave. I told them to stop, but they continued walking away. I said, "I will shoot you if you continue." The most unreasonable of them said, "Go ahead," and kept on walking. I pulled the bow back slightly and shot him in the back. The arrow might have broken his skin, but if so, only barely. Still, his parents raised a big stink. When I shot the kid, I felt I was using necessary force, as the police call it. I wasn't angry with him, nor was I in any way angry about the general circumstances of my life at the time. I guess I was in 4th grade when this happened. The only thing significant about the incident was that it was one of the few times in my life that I've used violence against another person, and even then I used the tiniest bit of power the bow was capable of. I'm not trying to excuse taking the boy's property, or subsequently shooting him. The importance of the incident is that it provides some insight into what I was like at the time. There are some stories of the good things I did that would balance the bad, but at this point I'm more interested in examining the wrongs I committed. I was still quite young at the time, and I've had to rely entirely on my memory, so it's possible that the sequence of events I've presented is not entirely accurate. One thing I am certain of, however, is that the following spring an old girlfriend of Mom's came down from Alaska. Her name was Gail, and she was originally from Venice. Mom had met her the last time we had lived there. Gail had gone to Alaska to make her fortune, and she came back with stories of opportunities for women in the booming town of Fairbanks. As I previously mentioned, during World War II Mom worked in the shipyards as a welder, and she was good at it. She could weld stainless steel and aluminum and was proficient in other kinds of advanced metal joining techniques. But when the war ended and the men returned from overseas, her gender consigned her to low-paying soldering jobs in California. She thought Alaska might offer her the opportunity to make better use of her skills. She decided she would accompany Gail to Alaska, which she saw as the land of opportunity, the last frontier and all that nonsense. The next couple of months were spent making the necessary arrangements for her trip north. Then one day, Mom called us all together for a family meeting. What we needed to discuss, she said, was where we kids would stay when she left for Alaska, until she was able to earn enough to send for us. Ann and I were to live with Dad and Lila in Compton, a small city near LA, and Virginia and Vic Jr., the two youngest, would go with her to Alaska. That, in any event, is how it worked out. Needless to say, Ann and I wanted to stay with Mom and were very unhappy with the breakup of our home life. None of us kids had been in contact with my dad or stepmother before this meeting. It came as a complete surprise. How was this going to work out, Ann and I wondered. The day Dad and Lila arrived to pick us up was a sad one for both of us. We didn't cry, but as far as we were concerned, the good times were over. To living in Compton. Fascism should more appropriately be called corporatism because it is a merger of state and corporate power. Benito Mussolini. Fascism is capitalism plus murder. Upton Sinclair. The answers to our questions were not long in coming. Dad and Lila lived in a low-income housing unit in a lower working-class neighborhood in Compton, a place on Spruce Street. It was not a housing project like the sprawling one we had lived at with Mom in East LA, but rather, two L-shaped fourplexes facing each other, with a nice little grass courtyard in between them. The whole block, or maybe several blocks, consisted of a series of similar units. Dad was working as a welder, and Lila had a job as a telephone operator for the local phone company. Back then, when you made a phone call, an operator physically connected you to the person you were calling. Lila was at an early stage of pregnancy and wanted to save enough money so that she and Dad could get a house of their very own. Living on Spruce Street was only meant to be a temporary situation. Dad said there were too many niggers moving into the neighborhood for it to be a safe place to raise children. Back then, the early 1950s, I had no concept of racial injustice. The attitudes I had, if any, were those that were in the air around me. During that period, Compton, which is now almost entirely black, was being integrated, and the resident poor whites likely saw integration as an invasion that would drive down property values and increase crime. It was at the Spruce Street house that I began to smoke, at the age of around 8. This was generally accomplished by stealing cigarettes from the packs of Camel Straights, unfiltered, left lying around the house by Dad and Lila. I would sneak a cigarette or two and smoke them out back behind the garage. In Compton, Ann and I grew closer than we had ever before been. We would roam the streets collecting tinfoil from the empty cigarette packages we found in the gutters. We would roll the foil into large softball-size balls and excitedly talk about the huge fortune this aluminum would eventually bring us. Neither of us had any real friends during this period. We both disliked Lila, and the feeling was mutual. Neither of us had a close relationship with Dad, but I believe he tended to favor me, probably because I was a boy, leaving Anne very isolated. Since Dad would not stick up for Anne like he did for me, and his defense of me was perfunctory, at best, Lila singled Anne out for particularly intense persecution. Neither of us was very happy, but Anne was miserable. Nonetheless, the summer passed without notable incident, and when fall arrived, Anne and I entered school. All summer long and into the fall Lila had been saving up for the things she wanted to buy for the new baby. Money saved for the new house she put in the bank, money she saved for the new baby she put in a large chalk piggy bank kept in her and Dad's bedroom. It stood about a foot high and was approximately 3/4 full. Every evening, she dropped her spare change into the piggy bank. Every morning, before I left for school, I left the house last, I would take a quarter or 50 cents out of the bank. I became so skilled at holding the piggy bank upside down and slipping a butter knife into the slot that I was soon taking more out than Lila was putting in. Each morning on the way to school, I would stop at a nearby corner grocery store and buy a bunch of candy for myself and my school chums. Looking back on it all, I may well have been acting out a variation on Dad's The Last of the Big Time Spenders trip, which had ended when he met Lila. I too might have been trying to buy friends. It was the fall of 1952, and I was 10 years old. The national presidential election campaign was on, with Dwight Eisenhower running against Adlai Stevenson. Stevenson was a Democrat, and so was Dad. When he put a Stevenson bumper sticker on the back door of the apartment, I asked him to explain the difference between the two parties. The election had been so mystified at my school and by the media that I was unable to distinguish any difference between them. Dad told me that the Republicans represented the interests of business and the rich, while the Democrats looked out for the needs of the poor and working people. Dad was not at all class conscious, and could not see that both the Democrats and the Republicans represented the interests of the rich. He was just passing on the myth commonly accepted by working people. In any case, I was both disappointed and confused when Eisenhower won the election. How, I wondered, could the few rich outvote the many poor? In reality, my feelings weren't particularly strong, I probably just wanted to see my dad's candidate win. Shortly before Christmas, a door-to-door salesman came around pushing accordion lessons for kids. Door-to-door salesmen were popular back then, before the nation became so fearful. He had such a convincing rap that I was sure accordion lessons would completely change my life. Lila could see how enthusiastic I was and agreed to let me have either the lessons or the Christmas presents I would have otherwise received. Like a dummy, I opted for the lessons. The discipline required for daily practice turned out to be too much for me. Initially it was fun trying to make music, but the constant pressure to create structured sound tipped the balance toward less demanding pursuits such as playing outside. I would arrive home from school shortly before and long before Dad and Lila got off work. I was supposed to practice the accordion for at least an hour each afternoon after school. At first, I practiced faithfully, but little by little the amount of time devoted to actually practicing diminished. Before long, I was coming home, taking the accordion out of the closet, placing it on the living room floor, and going out to play. I wanted it to appear as if I had left the accordion out after having dutifully practiced. In the end, my obvious lack of progress gave me away. Lila subsequently used the accordion fiasco as a source of ammunition in the many arguments she had with Dad. After some months, Lila reached the stage in her pregnancy where she had to quit work and stay at home. It was about this point that she noticed that what should have been a full piggy bank was actually very nearly empty. This terrible discovery led to a spectacular blowout. At first, I denied any knowledge of the theft, which shifted the heat to the only other likely suspect, Anne. Lila unleashed such a vicious tirade against her that I reluctantly fessed up to having taken some of the money, eventually admitting that I had taken it all. The subsequent drama was intense. Ugh. While I am sure I was beaten by Dad, what lingers in my mind is Lila's bitter and seemingly ceaseless verbal assault. The angry denunciations went on and on, about how I had stolen from a defenseless baby, what a no-good piece of shit I was, ad nauseum. David was finally born that winter. As time passed, Anne and I were growing even more uncomfortable around Lila, but of course, under the circumstances, it was worse for Anne. Dad and Lila drank a lot, and they usually fought when they got drunk. This generally happened every weekend, and Anne or me were almost always the subject of the fights. We would try to spend as much time as possible away from home when they were fighting. Lila was the aggressive one, with Dad passively accepting the verbal, and sometimes physical, abuse she heaped upon him. For Anne and me, Lila was a combination of shrew and wicked stepmother. As for Dad, we resented his spinelessness when it came to standing up to Lila. Anne and I often talked about how nice it would be to live somewhere else, preferably with Mom. For us, the all too infrequent letters from her were a high point. The only world event from that time that I can remember with any clarity is Joseph Stalin's death. Pictures of the dead Soviet leader lying in a coffin were plastered all over the front pages of newspapers and magazines. I didn't know much about him at that time, but figured he must have been a great man to be receiving so much attention. Of course, I had no idea what communism was, or even that there was such a word. The following summer, after we moved to a smaller and more run-down place, Dad bought me the object of my heart's desire, a Daisy BB air rifle. There was major drama in the household as to whether I could be trusted with such a weapon. Lila strenuously argued that I would inevitably put an eye out or do some other major damage. In a rare act of courage, Dad overruled her and bought me the gun. I wasted no time proving that Lila was right and that I was not yet mature enough for such a fine piece of equipment. The first thing I did was shoot a hole in the window of a local restaurant. I hid and watched from across the street as customers came out to see who was shooting BBS. I recall feeling that it was quite the adventure, a mixture of excitement and fear. My next victim was a sparrow sitting on a lower branch of a nearby tree. Killing the bird exposed my degree of alienation. I was pleased to see that my aim was accurate enough to hit a target considerably smaller than a plate glass window, but the obvious suffering of the small bird made me feel bad about myself. I shot no more birds. Mere days after I received the gun, it was taken away from me. The last straw came following an argument with Anne on the sidewalk outside of our house. I forget what we were disagreeing about. It may well have been over something as minor as me wanting her to stay out and shoot the gun with me and her wanting to go inside. In any case, I told her that if she tried to leave I would shoot her. She turned and walked away. As I had done with the kid with the bow and arrow on Venice Beach, I shot her in the back. The BB superficially broke the skin of Anne's back, and she went crying to Lila, who was staying home to care for the new baby. Lila called me in and read me the riot act, and when Dad came home from work that day, she promptly briefed him on my crime. And told him about the restaurant window and the bird, as well. He, of course, flew off the handle. First, he beat me, and then he destroyed the gun, breaking it in half over his knee and tossing it out into the wooded gully behind our house. Part of Dad's anger that night may well have been that Lila, who had warned him not to buy me the rifle, had been proven right. I had really treasured that air rifle and was very upset about losing it. In the following days, I looked for the remains of the gun in the gully and the undergrowth where Dad had thrown it. When I finally found it, it proved to be beyond repair, and I gave up any hope of fixing it. At the time, I could not grasp exactly what I had done wrong, but I didn't miss the oft-repeated message that there was something not right with me. Later that summer, we moved into an apartment in a somewhat better neighborhood in Compton. As soon as David was old enough to be left at a daycare center, Lila went back to work for the phone company. When fall came, we entered yet another school. Life fell into a routine, and the winter passed quickly. Lila now hid the money, cigarettes, and other items she wanted to keep from me. There was a sort of truce among us all that lasted the winter. The conflict between Lila and us kids for the most part remained below the surface. I spent much of my time alone, playing in the rain and exploring the area. Anne was also alone most of the time, and she continued to bear the brunt of Lila's now only occasional wrath. The occasional part of which was soon to change. It was strange. Even though I was the one who did everything wrong and I caught a lot of hell and remained the primary focus of Lila's animosity. As the weather grew warmer, the conflict between them also heated up, and the family fights went from bad to worse. Although Anne's conduct was close to perfect, Lila decried her as lazy and dirty and criticized her for things like talking back. Anne was no lazier than any girl her age, probably less so, and she was always clean and well-mannered. It was becoming impossible for her to continue living under the boot of the shrew. To some extent, my familial role was being Daddy's little boy, and at times I felt somewhat privileged. When the attacks against Anne were going full blast, I remember feeling glad that it was her rather than me who was catching all the hell. It's not that I didn't empathize with Anne, but I was powerless to change the course of events. Finally, when it became clear that Anne had no support, Lila told Dad that either Anne had to go, or she would leave, that the house wasn't big enough for the both of them. Although I was by far the worst behaved of the two of us, Anne was sent to live with Grams in Tacoma. After Anne was forced out, things quieted down some. That summer, we moved to 1717 East Palmer Street in Compton. Dad and Lila had finally saved enough for the down payment on a house in a nice working-class neighborhood. They would have called it middle class. To us, it was like moving into the Ritz. The house had 3 bedrooms and a 2-car garage. There were flowers, a well-maintained lawn, and a small chain-link fence around the whole place. It was like a photo in one of those slick American Dream magazines. We even had a rudimentary patio. The rest of the summer passed quickly, and in the fall I entered the 6th grade at Roosevelt Elementary School. I found school interesting and did well at learning, notwithstanding commercial teaching aids from Coca-Cola, Ivory Soap, and the like. I was the center of an informal gang of school chums who often spent recesses playing together. I came in second in the school's 100-yard dash and participated in other track events. I even joined the Boy Scouts and managed to make the grade of second-class scout. My time was devoted to camping with the Scouts, playing with my friends, and exploring the neighborhood. Other than the increasing antagonism between Lila and myself, I had replaced Anne as the object of her hatred. The school year passed without any major drama. That spring a letter from Mom arrived in which she talked about how things were going with her. She didn't write about anything else, but nonetheless, a big deal was made of the letter, and before long Lila asked me if I would like to join Mom in Alaska. I said yes, and the necessary arrangements were quickly made. I can't shake the feeling that Lila quietly orchestrated the whole thing. Whatever the origin of the idea, I was all too happy to go. After a brief stop at Grams's, I boarded an Alaska Airlines C-46, a twin-engine, propeller-driven aircraft that had formerly been a military cargo plane, bound for the land of the midnight sun. As was the case during my previous flight, the front half the plane was loaded with cargo, and the passengers were in the back half. It was a clear, warm, sunny summer day when we landed. Mom met me at the airport. She put me behind the wheel of her old pickup truck, climbed in beside me, and said I was a big man now so I could drive us home. I was 12 years old, and had never driven a motorized vehicle before. She helped me with the clutch and shifting as I weaved back and forth down the old 2-lane road from the airport to Fairbanks. On the way, a state trooper pulled me over and gave me my first traffic ticket, which I believe was for driving without a license. Mom drove the rest of the way to what was to be home. Fairbanks was Alaska's second largest city. During the 1940s its population had doubled. By 1950 it would have almost 6,000 inhabitants. Located in the heart of the interior, the town is built around the Chena River, which joins the Tanana River close by. Fairbanks is called the Golden Heart of Alaska because of the gold that was discovered in the region some 100 years back. The land was mostly flat with lots of small timber, like pine trees, spruce, and cottonwood, but mostly pine. Mom was living with a guy named Bill Johnson, an Alaskan poet and sled dog racer. Bill had a two-room shack located halfway between Fairbanks and the airport. Duke, me, Mom, and Bill shared this tiny space. It was a situation that was not destined to last. Bill didn't seem overly fond of me, and while I liked his sled dogs, I probably resented the fact that he was sleeping with my mother. As it turned out, Alaska was not the land of opportunity after all, at least not for women. Mother had to work as a B-girl in one of the many drinking establishments along Fairbanks's then infamous Cushman Strip, a mile of raunchy bars that catered to construction workers and military personnel. She worked at the Squadron Club doing dime a dance with soldiers to earn the money for us to move into town, and once we moved, she had to keep on working to support us kids. With the money she earned, she was able to send for Ann, who joined us. The family, as we knew it, was reunited once more. Virginia and I took to the streets again, while Ann was more reserved and intellectual. She had her own set of friends and spent her spare time reading and hanging out with her friends from the college. Alaska was to her, I suspect, a very lowbrow sort of place to be. And truth be told, much of the state is kind of lowbrow. The summer passed quickly. There were so many wonders to explore in this strange land, where the sun shined all night long during the summer. We could never hope to drink in all of the adventure possible during these few brief months. Then came fall, and with it school. I started the 7th grade at the main school, but was soon put back into 6th grade, because the schools in Alaska were more advanced than those in California, and I wasn't adjusting well to the level of work. Perhaps it was the homework. There had been no homework at the Compton schools. Then too, I was a bit of a troublemaker and did not feel I needed to take school very seriously. A lot of days, I would just ditch it and run the streets. Mom was pretty good at writing excuses if a teacher created a problem. That winter we lived in an old warehouse situated about 50 yards behind the Frontier liquor store at 21st and Cushman. The building had been an army barracks at one time. About a third of it was partitioned off. This was the space we lived in. The remainder was unheated and used to store old junk. The part of the building we lived in was a large open area with a big pot-bellied, coal-burning stove in the middle of the room. Our beds were situated along the thin walls. In the dead of winter, we'd be half frozen from the chill. Mom fell ill and had to go on welfare. There was never enough money to go around. Every month, it would be a challenge just to buy the coal needed for the stove. The warehouse was not fit for human habitation. There was no toilet, no running water, and not much insulation from the bitter cold. We used a bucket for bodily waste. One of us kids would take it outside and dump it from time to time. We got water, which we carried home in 5-gallon jerry cans, from the nearby liquor store. Since it happened to be an exceptionally harsh winter, we had to keep the stove going constantly. In fact, it would be safe to say that much of our day-to-day existence centered on keeping that hungry monster fed. Life was hard, but it was also good. The extreme adversity seemed to pull us together. We were still living a chicken one day and feathers the next life. On chicken days we went all out. That Thanksgiving, various charities brought us food. Our name must have been on a list of poor people that was sent to every charitable organization in Fairbanks. All day long, small groups of 2 or 3 people arrived with boxes of food and frozen turkeys. Every time, we acted like we were starving and surely would have perished were it not for their generosity. By the time the last do-gooder arrived, I had grown tired of the act. There was yet another knock on the door, and when I answered it I saw a woman with box of food and a man holding a frozen turkey. I took the box of food from the woman and told the man to put the turkey in the back room with the rest of them. When he walked into the unheated back 2/3 of the warehouse, he saw a bunch of frozen turkeys. I had him add his to the collection, thanked him, and sent the two of them on their way. After the couple left, we all had a good laugh. It was our way of getting even with those who seemed to have so much. While we did not openly admit it, we all knew that we really did need the food, and that the community people's donations were a great help. We didn't even have an oven, but we ate turkey until it was coming out our ears, boiled turkey, fried turkey, and who knows how many other kinds of turkey. A man named Ross Kimball owned the building we were living in. He was Mom's lover, and he stayed with us sometimes. Ross was a large, well-built man with dark curly hair and a pleasant face. He was illiterate and always told corny jokes, and farted whenever he felt the urge, regardless of where he was. Us kids liked him. Ross owned an acre and a half of land on the spot where the warehouse was located. The man he bought the land from had died, leaving behind no proper record of the payments Ross had made. The bank was trying to make Ross pay much of what he had already paid a second time. He was fighting the bank in the courts, so most of his income went for legal fees. In fact, it would be fair to say that his adult life pretty much revolved around his struggle with the banks over his land. Ross worked at Interior Equipment, or Max's junkyard as we all called it, but I don't think he was working that winter. He introduced us to the delights of the Swedish steam bath, which became our monthly luxury. We'd all pile into the car and head for the steam bath, doing the steam, and then the cold water, and the steam again, followed by the cold water, and so on. Ross and I would be in the men's area, and Mom and my sisters would be in the women's section. I would be surprised if we were ever able to shower more than once a month, as the more common wintertime practice was once every couple of months, whereas in the summer we would go swimming in the slough and various gravel pits. Ross had left his Midwest home at the age of 14 and hoboed his way around the country, riding the rails, finally settling in Fairbanks. He had previously made an unsuccessful bid to be elected the area's labor commissioner and had once started a weekly newspaper called Kimball's Alaskan. I have no idea how he did that without knowing how to read or write. He kept old copies of the paper and leftover election propaganda in another hut on the land. In later, and warmer, times, I would have a lot of fun rummaging through the mountains of old junk he'd accumulated. He had many interesting things, most predominantly military surplus items he had successfully bid on, but had no immediate use for. The buildings on Ross's land included a small, insulated military Quonset hut that he usually lived in, the barracks-like warehouse, the southern third of which we lived in, a large Quonset hut where he stored most of his junk, and the Frontier liquor store, which had been closed for a long time, because Ross could not find anyone to run it. The buildings were all old and run down, but the land itself was in a prime location. Ross had a habit of removing the change from his pockets each night and leaving it lying all over the mess of the Quonset hut, which was located about 200 feet from our warehouse. This loose change was my illicit source of spending money. Ross mustn't have minded, as he continued the practice for the entire time I knew him. I think he understood that I needed a little money from time to time. At first I thought I was being slick, but later I figured out that he knew and didn't care. Ross was a wise man. At that time, the deposit on pop bottles in Alaska was 10 cents. Virginia and I quickly cleaned out Ross's supply, and then moved on to stealing them by the case, 24 bottles, from behind stores whenever we could. I was becoming a disciplinary problem at school and was even expelled briefly on one occasion for urging other kids to skip school with me. As always, my relationship with Virginia was a close one. Oh yeah, I was also still wetting the bed. One day, I told Ross that I thought I might be crazy. He said something like, "As long as you think you might be a bit nuts, you are okay. It's when you get to thinking that you're perfectly sane that you have to watch out." Ross was not only wise, he was one of the few honest men I met during that period. He neither drank nor smoked. For many years, I simply dismissed him as an oddball. It was not until I was in my early 30s that I was fully able to appreciate this exceptional man and to understand the positive impact the way he lived his life had on me, despite the fact that for the next umpteen years, I would smoke, drink, steal, and otherwise live fast and hard, just the opposite of Ross's lifestyle. Spring finally came, and Mom went back to work in the clubs. It was chicken time again. We moved into a nice little house with indoor plumbing. Anne had discovered boys and was pleased that we were finally living in a place where she could invite her school friends over without being embarrassed. Mom bought me a really fine 1947 four-door Ford with a V8 engine. The car had been owned by an elderly couple, who had taken outstanding care of it. I was 13 years old and wild. I soon learned how to steal gas with a siphoning hose, and that kept me on the road. I lost the hood of the car doing 90 miles an hour on Farmers Loop Road. On another occasion, I sideswiped a car parked in front of a whorehouse while peeling around a corner. I also used it like it was a Jeep, off-roading in the backwoods and the bush. This and other abuse I meted out on the car led Mom to ground me after I'd only had it for 2 or 3 months. The battered Ford was then given to Gail's 17-year-old son on long-term loan. He subsequently trashed the transmission. My first car had gone the same way as my precious BB gun and disappeared. My only brush with the law that summer was the result of dumping a truckload of trash along the side of a rarely used road, shades of Alice's restaurant. The highway patrol found my name and address on an envelope and made me pick up the trash and take it to the dump. The photograph of this pile of trash along the side of the road made its way into the Daily News Miner, Fairbanks's only daily newspaper. It was also that spring that I got really drunk for the first time. Some friends and I had shoplifted a pint of whiskey from the local liquor store and gone to our favorite swimming hole to drink it. Being the glutton that I was, I drank too much. Making an ass out of myself by having to be helped home was bad, but that was nothing compared to the dry heaves. While I drank often after that, and still do, I have never again lost control to the point of passing out or not remembering how I behaved. And while it is true that I've had the dry heaves more than once, the number of times can be counted on the fingers of one hand, and you'd still have fingers left. Mom must have noticed my increasing wildness, because in the middle of the summer she helped me to get my first job, working at Interior Equipment, Max's Junkyard, for 50 cents an hour. The work was hard, and I worked steadily. It didn't take me long to feel that I was being underpaid, but Ross was working for Max too, which made being there a lot easier. Of course, I felt that it was my right to take items that caught my eye, usually small pieces of military surplus, sometimes clothing, and occasionally colored light bulbs, nothing fabulous. I made enough money at the job to buy school clothing for Virginia and myself, to have a little something for movies, and even to pay the occasional bill at home. That fall we rented an old cabin on 3rd Avenue, just a few blocks from downtown, and I entered the 7th grade at Denali School. I had barely managed to pass the 6th grade, again, with a D. Mom had gotten a notion about homesteading that summer and sometimes talked about it. Us kids were fairly enthusiastic about the possibility, but were inclined to think that it was another one of Mom's many get-rich-quick schemes. With the end of summer came the end of work at Max's Junkyard, Interior Equipment Company. After that, I made my cigarette and movie money by stealing parking meters off the streets with a couple of friends. At first, we would throw the empty meters into the Chena River, which ran through the center of Fairbanks, but later I simply hid them in the basement under our cabin, probably with the idea in mind of subsequent mass disposal. I must have had a couple dozen of them down there. Denali was a brand new school, we were its first students. It was built on the old abandoned Weeks Field, which had once been Fairbanks's only airport. The school was so new that they had circular wash basins in the bathrooms. You stepped on the circular foot pedal and water spurted out of 360 degrees of little orifices. My first trip to the lavatory happened to take place during class time, so the restroom was empty. I saw the round device in the middle of the floor, pressed the foot pedal, watched the water run, and decided it was a urinal. I pulled out my little pecker and pissed in it. Later on, between classes, when I saw other guys washing their hands in it, I was able to deduce the sink's real purpose. Needless to say, I never did mention my ignorance to my fellow students. There was a huge old airplane hangar made of wood and corrugated sheet metal on one corner of the schoolyard. It was a huge structure, and empty too. I think they were going to tear it down the following summer. Inside the hangar, insulation hung from the walls, and a few old empty 55-gallon fuel drums littered the oily floor. Early one October day, me and two of my delinquent friends were bemoaning the fact that the new school was made of concrete and could, therefore, not be burned down. One of the guys suggested that we could burn down the old hangar instead. I more or less seconded the motion by saying something like, yeah, that would be the next best thing to burning down the school. Whereupon the third kid said, "You ain't got the guts to do something like that." "Bet?" I asked. $5, he answered. I concluded the conversation with the word tonight. The talk moved on to other subjects, and before long we were at school. At recess, I found the first boy, the one who had had the bright idea of burning the derelict building down, and the two of us went to the old hangar to look things over. We realized we could easily start a fire by igniting the old and very flammable insulation hanging from the walls. We made our brief plans and set a time and place to meet that night. We met at the hangar at the appointed time, just after dark. As I lit the oil-soaked insulation, my friend kept expressing his reservations with respect to this undertaking. When the insulation was burning pretty well, we ran for our respective homes. Once at home, I casually walked in and joined in on whatever it was that was happening. After about 10 minutes, someone said, "Look, the whole sky is red." We all went outside to see what was going on. We could see there was a huge fire somewhere near Denali School. I wanted to see it and suggested we take a closer look. Mom's boyfriend Church was there. I don't think she was sleeping with him, so we piled into his pickup and drove to see the fire. It was big. I remember being somewhat surprised that the fire was so large and beginning to feel apprehensive that this incident might prove to be more serious than I had anticipated. I later learned that the building was valued at $120,000, which in those days was a lot of money. To give you an idea, Dad paid $26,000 for the Palmer Street house and would later spend only $2,500 for a brand new, fully equipped 1956 Pontiac. In fact, let me just say that in those days a package of cigarettes was 19 cents, as was a gallon of gas, and bread was 25 cents a loaf. Oh, and a double feature movie with a cereal and a cartoon was 9 cents for us kids. Anyway, the next day the kid who made the bet was running all over school telling everyone what that crazy Ed Mead had done. First the school authorities, and then the police, learned of my alleged involvement in the fire. I denied any knowledge of the arson and swore I was home with Mother at the time. My story fell through, however, when the second kid made a statement against me, and Mom acknowledged that I could have lit the fire and run home. Without an alibi, and confronted with the statement of my co-arsonist, I agreed to confess in exchange for a promise that I would not be punished. After all, they said, every boy is entitled to one mistake. I was placed under the supervision of the juvenile court and released into my mother's custody. 3 weeks later, a small group of us were stealing a carton of cigarettes from behind the counter of a gas station. This had become our routine method of obtaining cigarettes, since the parking meter business had begun to draw too much heat. We had the cigarettes, but the attendant was too suspicious to be properly distracted. He realized what was happening, pursued us, and caught one of us. Unfortunately, it was my snitching partner from the great arson fiasco. The stern talking to I had given him after the fire must not have carried sufficient weight to impress upon him the evils of ratting on his friends. I was arrested shortly thereafter. My probation was revoked, and I remained in jail. A short time later, I was sent to the Utah State Industrial School, USIS, for boys in Ogden, Utah. Since the territory of Alaska, it was not yet a state, had no juvenile facilities of its own. I was only 13 years old. At USIS, prisoners were assigned by age to one of three living units A, B, or C. I was placed in C unit, which was for the youngest boys. The discipline was military, with Mr. Dolby as our drill sergeant. We marched in groups to school, to the mess hall, and to the recreation area. If anyone stepped out of line, they were twanged with Mr. Dolby's massive rubber band device, which he snapped at the ass of any boy who talked when he wasn't supposed to or marched out of step. The place was bad, but for me the staff wasn't the main problem. My worst experiences occurred at the hands of other prisoners. Previously, I had always felt reasonably secure around my peers, but here I was both one of the youngest and an outsider. All too soon, I would discover that in this strange place your status turned on your ability to bully those smaller, younger, weaker, or more timid than yourself. Brute force determined an individual's value as a person. Homosexual prisoners were the lowest on the pecking order and were fair game for anyone's abuse. I tended to associate with the weaker element, but not with overt homosexuals, not that I ever remember seeing a gay prisoner there, other than the occasional rapist who does not see himself as queer while raping men. I had two shames that made me terribly self-conscious. First, there was that fact that my breasts were growing faster than the rest of my body. I had no idea whether or not this was normal and feared I might be some kind of freak. My attempts to conceal this shameful physical defect by crossing my hands over my chest when undressed, or when walking around in the dormitory before bed in the evening, led to teasing that fueled even greater embarrassment, and so on, in an endless cycle. My second shame resulted from the fear that my bedwetting would be discovered. Although I had to sleep in a lot of cold piss and be super slick when making my bed, lest the telltale traces be seen, I think I managed to keep my awful secret intact. Once a bunch of bigger kids from B or A unit cornered me in the basement of the school. One of them wanted to show his friends that he could knock me out with one punch. He knocked me down and everything turned fuzzy, but I didn't go out. That was the only time I was physically abused. Mostly it was verbal intimidation, with perhaps a push here and a shove there. I never fought back, although Dolby once urged me to do so. I was afraid that if I fought back things would get worse. The nearest I came to fighting was when I was placed in the hole for smoking, in the same cell as a mean Mexican prisoner I did not get along with. He was uncircumcised and one day pulled back the foreskin of his penis and collected the head cheese on a finger, then held out his hand and offered it to me. When he came too close, I assumed my lame, but in this case effective, fighting posture. He knew that if he touched me, I would attack him, so, in the end, there was no problem except the further wounding of my already damaged pride. Needless to say, the big sport at USIS was boxing. The hip fad was jailhouse tattoos. The favorite diversion was sniffing gasoline. I avoided all three. Other than the teasing about my then freakishly big tits, I got along well with my peers in C Unit. Once in a while, we would have what we called a rat race before going to sleep at night. A group of us would lie in our respective bunks and jerk off, and whoever ejaculated first won the race. This was about the only group activity I could get off on, as it were. At USIS, I was initiated into cruelty, taught insensitivity to the needs of other people, inculcated with hatred of authority, and learned the fine art of masturbation. I was released into Dad and Lila's custody in 1956, after having served about 9 months in that hellhole. When Alaskan officials had said they were sending me to USIS, they had said it was for my own good. I have yet to discern what social or personal benefit can be achieved by brutalizing children. When I arrived back in Compton, I brought my fears and insecurities with me. Previously, they had been small and unconscious, but now I knew I was one fucked up person. All my anger over the USIS assault on my person had been internalized, and that kicked my alienation up into second gear. Something was wrong, but I was unable to grasp either the problem or its source. All of my energy was going into readjusting to Compton. I was glad to be out of Utah. I also felt a small twinge of pride at being an ex-con at the age of 14, although I chose to keep the story of my incarceration a secret from my neighborhood peers. Dad and Lila had really settled into the Palmer Street scene. At the time, I didn't know it, but the name of the game was keeping up with the Joneses. Our next-door neighbor had a new Buick Special, so Dad bought the 1956 Pontiac Catalina mentioned earlier. Taking care of the house and the yard were big chores. Mowing the lawn was my job. Dad had purchased an old 16-foot boat, which he was fiberglassing. After work, he liked to putter in the garage, where he kept a jug of cheap wine to nip on. Lila was into making the interior of the house look like something out of Better Homes and Gardens magazine. The family was deeply in debt, but Dad had a steady job as a welder and was making good money. We ate regularly, and we ate well. Elvis was all the rage for the neighborhood girls. I got a paper route delivering the Los Angeles Examiner that summer and was able to make a small contribution toward my own support. We were a typical American family, at least on the surface. Dad and Lila drank and fought a lot, and while the quarrels and the weekend drunkenness were not part of the television portrayal of what life should be like, they were probably not all that atypical of what was going on in many other working-class homes. That fall, I entered the 8th grade at Whaley Junior High. It was okay, but most of my friends were from the immediate neighborhood rather than from school. I had a bike with a heavy-duty newspaper rack on the back for my paper route, which I took care of after classes each day. Not too long after school started, the Los Angeles Examiner and its morning counterpart, The Independent, initiated a major subscription contest. Whoever sold the most subscriptions would win an all-expenses-paid American Heritage Tour of the East Coast. The top winners would fly to Washington, D.C. and attend President Eisenhower's second inauguration, receive a tour of New York City, the UN, the Empire State Building, etc., West Point, the Naval Academy in Indianapolis, Mount Vernon, the Liberty Bell, and the Ford Theater where Lincoln was assassinated. Since I had won a number of small prizes in earlier subscription contests, I thought I had a fair chance and decided to give it a try. Approximately 20 carriers worked out of our distribution office, the place where we folded and stuffed inserts into the papers. Along one of the walls, above some folding benches, was a huge chart with all of our names listed vertically. On one side of the chart was Los Angeles and on the other was New York. For every 6 new subscriptions sold, a newspaper carrier would earn a small red stamp, resembling a postage stamp, with a white airplane on it. The stamp went on the chart next to the carrier's name. The more stamps a person earned, the nearer he was to New York. I had managed to get an early lead and continually increase it. When other carriers realized they would not be able to outdistance me, they became willing to sell me their new subscriptions in exchange for cigarettes. With this help, I was able to extend my stamps all of the way to New York, back to LA, and halfway back to New York again. All of the carriers for both the LA Examiner and the Morning Independent newspapers were involved in the subscription drive, which covered all of Los Angeles and the surrounding area. The competition was intense, but with hard work and some imagination I was one of the winners. The trip itself was interesting enough. We saw all of the monuments of democracy, the Washington Monument, the Lincoln Memorial, and Grant's Tomb, the Constitution, the Smithsonian Institute, and other similar sites. On the ferry ride to the Statue of Liberty, I threw a bucket with a rope tied to its handle over the stern and nearly got pulled overboard trying to hold onto it. In New York City, we stayed on the 13th floor of the Taft Hotel. This was our first time in a building that was that high. I encouraged some of the other boys to join me in throwing paper airplanes, made from pages we tore out from the room's phone book, and then snowballs, out of the window. Someone called the police when we began venturing further and further out onto the ledge to collect additional snow. I guess they thought we might fall or were hip to the fact that we were peppering the cars in the street below with high-velocity snowballs. All in all, we enjoyed the novelty and the excitement of travel. My main souvenir of the trip was several packages of English Ovals, a brand of multicolored cigarettes that were oval rather than round. I shared them with my friends when I got back to California. After that whirlwind tour, I quickly settled back into my normal routine at home and at school. I had become close friends with a boy named David, who lived down the street from me. At first, the group of boys I generally ran with excluded David because, although big for his age and just as mature as us, he was only 11 years old. Over time, as he and I grew closer, David was increasingly included in our day-to-day activities. My small circle of friends ran the gamut from a fellow paper carrier, who was a young hood, a Fonzie type, to a chubby kid from school, who would today be called a nerd. I suppose I fell somewhere in the middle. I liked to smoke and occasionally joined the rougher element to steal fruit, but basically I was an average teenage boy. I traded things I found with the other kids, often acquiring what I considered to be nice objects in the process. I enjoyed the company of my friends and enjoyed my Compton routine. I had once or twice kissed one of the neighborhood girls. We called it making out, but I did not have a girlfriend. One of my closest friends, Alan, told me that his 10-year-old sister gave him blowjobs, and on one occasion offered to cut me in on the action. We were at his house looking at his parents' pornography collection, which mostly consisted of explicit photos they had taken of themselves using a time-delay Polaroid camera. We got horny, and he talked his kid sister into doing it to us. She seemed not to mind sucking him off, but was reluctant to do me. Her reluctance was obvious, and I made no effort to talk her into it. I had another friend who liked to get off on a vibrator he had somehow obtained, and he didn't mind sharing it every now and again. While we would sometimes play around sexually like this, there was a clear but unspoken line we were not to transgress in our sexual experimentation. That line was homosexuality. Before too long, David and I would cross that line. There was probably some undercurrent of understanding between David and me before we ever had sex together. In any case, one day we were in the bushes in front of the nearby mausoleum. These bushes provided large hidden areas that could not be seen from the outside, and these hidden areas were a favorite place for kids to go and smoke cigarettes. David and I were in one of these hidden areas, and I was taking a leak. He asked to see my penis, which was finally post-pubescent and therefore considerably larger than his. I showed it to him and let him touch it, which caused me to get an erection. Without speaking, he put his mouth around it, and I pulled him nearer. It was a nice for both of us. Afterwards, we talked about it being okay for the two of us to be together in this way. David and I became lovers. We would engage in oral and anal sex in the bushes, on the mausoleum roof, wherever we could, and as often as we could. While he was not at all effeminate, he played the female role in our lovemaking, and I was the man. This was probably the result of my USIS conditioning, which taught me that real men stick it to others, but don't get it stuck to them. I may have told David it was because his penis was not sufficiently developed. In fact, as I recall, he tried to screw me in the ass one day, but was unable to penetrate me. Regardless of the sexual inequality, it was a good relationship. We loved each other. There is only one incident at school that stands out in my mind, and that had to do with a craze at the time of students bringing big insects and small rodents for something close to a prohibited show and tell. One day I brought a 2.5 foot long non-poisonous gopher snake to school in my lunchbox to show my friends and classmates. Toward the end of the school day, during typing class, the girl in front of me heard a noise in my lunchbox and asked me what it was. The teacher was occupied writing something on the blackboard and talking, so I motioned for the girl to come closer. When she turned around to take a better look, I held up the lunchbox and sprung the lid. Out popped the snake, and the girl screamed. I tried to snap the lid shut and quickly hide the box under my desk, but I wasn't fast enough. The teacher told me to bring the box to the front of the classroom. I did so, and she asked me what was in it. I refused to answer, because it was against the rules to have pets at school, but she persisted, so I held the lunchbox up to her face and opened it. She screamed too. They nearly expelled me over that one. A couple of times after that, I was put on detention for some minor infraction, like being late for class. I seldom skipped school that year, and I passed 8th grade with average marks. When school got out, I switched from delivering the evening Examiner to the Morning Independent, in order to get a route nearer to home. Also, if I had an afternoon route, I couldn't hitchhike to Long Beach and go swimming with my friends or take any other day trips, because I always had to get home to make my afternoon newspaper deliveries. Now, I would get up at 4 in the morning, do my route, and have the rest of the day free. My main chores around the house were doing dishes each night, taking out and burning the trash as needed, yeah, we burned our trash in those days, and mowing the lawn every weekend. Like many teenage boys, both then and now, I did my best to shirk additional duties. They took me away from the joy of being with my friends and the pleasures of playing on the beach. The nearest I came to having a fight while I was living on Palmer Street was when some of the older and bigger boys, who lived a couple of blocks down, were hanging out in front of the house of a girl their age, who lived on our block. There was a small group of them, laughing and generally being fairly obnoxious. I was in our front yard probably doing some lawn chores. It was early on a nice Southern California evening. One of the guys caught a passing cat and was swinging it around by its tail over his head. He was betting he could kill it by slinging it into the side of the house. He slung the cat at the house, much to the delight and amusement of his buddies. The cat hit the wall with a thud, but was only dazed and managed to land on its feet. Another one of the boys picked it up and was getting ready to prove his manhood by slinging the cat as well. They were 2 houses away, so I shouted at them in as nice a way as I could to leave the cat alone. They forgot about the cat and started calling me names. I had had some minor brushes with these guys in the past, and I knew they held me in contempt. We continued shouting at one another, and eventually a couple of them started coming in my direction, so I ran into the house. I felt like a piece of shit for not standing my ground. I have no idea what finally happened to the cat. I think they threw it at the wall at least once more. What struck me about the incident was the cruelty of these guys, a total insensitivity to the life force of that animal. I thought about this incident quite a bit afterwards, not about my decision to run rather than fight, which was no big deal, but rather about what it was in those boys that would allow them to act that way. They related to sentient life like I related to property. There was some violence at home. On one occasion, Dad and Lila got into a drunken knockdown, drag-out fight, with Dad ending up out on the street in front of the house. A neighbor had to call the police. Lila had been beating Dad with the spike on one of her high heels, and Dad had only been trying to defend himself. This particular fight stemmed from Lila's both refusing to continue to cook for me and attempting to prevent Dad from taking me out for supper. As I increasingly became the focus of their fights, I tended to spend less and less time at home. Lila thought I was a monster, because of my apparent lack of respect for both property and traditional sexual mores. She strongly suspected my ongoing relationship with David, having once come within a breath or two of catching me cornholing him in our garage. The only thing that saved us was that I had locked and barred the doors before we started. That gave us time to hurriedly put our pants back on while she was wildly pounding on the locked doors. She had an idea of what we were doing, but had no proof. We were nonetheless forbidden from being in the garage together thereafter. Lila would nag me until I left the house, and then browbeat me for not being home enough. She managed all of my paper route money and otherwise stayed right on my case, making my life miserable. I once saw a movie entitled The Loneliest Runner. The bedwetting boy reminded me of my childhood during this period, and the mother in the story was just like Lila. One summer day I stopped by the house with several of my friends to pick something up, perhaps a swimsuit. They had to wait outside. Lila didn't like them around, and she made them uncomfortable. As it happened, Lila was gone, probably out drinking, and Dad was passed out drunk on the bathroom floor. That's when I realized I could take the keys to our second car, a 51 Nash, and go for a spin with my friends. I grabbed the keys from the peg in the kitchen, went out the screen door and headed for the Nash, motioning Alan, David, and the other kid who was with us to get in the car. It had been a long time since I had driven, but it came back quickly. We were gone for about a half hour, and it was fun. When I went back into the house, Dad was still out cold on the bathroom floor and Lila had not yet returned. I put the keys to the Nash back on the peg, and no one was the wiser. Nonetheless, the event changed us kids. Since it was now clear that I could drive a car, the other guys wanted to learn as well. The focus of our conversations shifted from bicycles to cars, and we also started drinking booze stolen from our respective parents' homes. We would take small amounts of it, sneak into the local drive-in theater, and drink it there. A favorite pastime became touring the new and used car lots, where we would sit in the cars and pretend to be driving them. Sometimes, we would start one, since the keys were always left in them during the day. Occasionally, we would even move a car a few feet. The big deal and great accomplishment was to lay a little rubber, squeal the tires, before the salesman came out and ran us off. Once we got into a new 1957 Plymouth with a push-button automatic shift drive. I was at the wheel, my comrades with me. The plan, if it could be called that, was to rev up the engine, then hit the low gear button while stomping on the gas pedal, and thus lay a little patch of rubber. In the past, there had been no problem, but this time I hit the wrong button, reverse instead of low gear. The brand new car jerked backwards, laying a grand patch of rubber as it drove right into the building situated immediately behind where it had been parked, smashing both of the Plymouth's big tail fins into the wall. We all jumped out of the car and ran for all we were worth. Later, we would have a big laugh over what would by then be seen as a great adventure. Since the cars in most of the new and used car lots had the keys in them all day, it was easy for us to make duplicate sets and return the originals before the place closed. Our first target was an all-black, souped-up 1954 Ford. I snuck into the lot after dark, while my friends waited nearby. I was too scared to drive properly and underestimated the power of the car. I would push my foot down on the unfamiliar power brakes, causing the car to fishtail and the tires to squeal, then I'd hit the gas and they would squeal again. I sideswiped a car turning a corner, skidded into another parked car, and blasted out of the lot with smoke pouring off the tires as I peeled away. When my comrades saw me, they started running. I stopped the car, turned it off, and ran after them. Later, we would tell the story of our first car theft to each other over and over again. This latest misadventure had brought us even closer together. My once law-abiding friends were becoming noticeably less so. A few weeks later, we successfully stole another car. This time we kept it for weeks, using it to deliver my papers each morning and also for me to teach the others how to drive. Now that we had a car, my friends took a sudden interest in helping me with my paper route. One morning we decided we'd had the stolen car long enough. After delivering the papers on my early morning route, we ditched it for the last time and the three of us headed for home on foot. On the way, we stopped at an all-night laundromat to get a Coke and rest a bit before continuing on. We were in the drying room, warming up our shoes in the spin dryer, laughing and bragging to each other about how smart we were to have stolen the car and to have kept it for so long without getting caught. Unbeknownst to us, however, two uniformed cops had entered the laundromat and were listening to us brag about stealing the car and bad-mouthing the stupid police. We were arrested and questioned about the theft of a car. They didn't know what car we were discussing and had absolutely no evidence. Nonetheless, Alan caved in under threat of life imprisonment, etc., and spilled his guts. I was taken home in a police car. The pig woke Dad up and told him the whole story. As soon as the cop was gone, Dad tried to start a fight with me right there in the living room. I did not fight back, but he just kept hitting me anyway. It was the first time he had ever actually assaulted me. Later that day, Dad, no doubt with Lila's encouragement, decided to send me back to Alaska. The worst aspect of leaving Palmer Street was being taken away from my friend and lover David. We grew particularly close during the weeks that it took to make flight arrangements and organize things with Mom. David and I were more openly affectionate now that we had so little time left to be together. Both Lila and his parents seemed to understand. They let us spend my last night in California together in the small trailer behind his house. It was beautiful to be able to sleep together, to make love and to hold each other. We had never before been permitted to spend a whole night together. Now we were unhurried, guiltless, and ever so much in love. We stayed up nearly all night, alternating between sex play and talking. We promised to write each other as soon as we could, and even made plans to meet again when we were able. The next day, I left for Alaska. That was the last time I ever saw David. I wrote to him a couple of times, but I think his parents intercepted the letters. My parting with Dad and Lila was reasonably warm. The car incident had faded into the background, and Lila, who knew that I would be gone soon, was easier to be around. Even so, I was 15 and still pissing the bed. On some level I am sure I thought there was something wrong with me, or at least that I was different from most people, although I had no significant understanding of or insight into what that might mean. The question on my mind was, what is life going to be like when I join my mom in Fairbanks? 3 Fairbanks Revisited. Where is the justice of political power if it executes the murderer and jails the plunderer, and then itself marches upon neighboring lands, killing thousands and pillaging the very hills? Khalil Gibran. There was still a lot of summer left when I got back to Fairbanks. It felt good, like coming home. Anne had also returned from another stay at Grams's place in Tacoma and was doing her best to fit into the new and more rugged mode of existence. Mom had filed on a 160-acre homestead located several miles from a small collection of houses called North Pole, Alaska. North Pole had a general store, called the Santa Claus House, of course, a combination gas station and garage, a bar, and a restaurant that was only open sometimes. The streets were all named after Santa's reindeers, and the main drag was called Santa Claus Lane. None of the streets were paved. The only reason for North Pole's existence was that it was situated smack dab in the middle of the 26-mile, 2-lane road between Fairbanks and Eielson Air Force Base. The land Mom had filed on had not been surveyed, had no roads, and was totally untouched by human beings. About half of it was covered with small trees and brush, as if it had been burned off 15 or so years earlier, and the rest of it sported large spruce trees, as well as a fair number of cottonwoods and white birch trees. In the most heavily forested areas, the ground was covered with a thick carpet of soft moss. There was a small crystal-clear river nearby that was teeming with whitefish and northern pike. The latter were more difficult to catch, but they sure were delicious. For some reason, this lovely stream was given the rather unattractive name of the Pile Driver Slough. We'd drive in as far as we could go on the bumpy dirt roads, then we'd unload our stuff from the back of Mom's old pickup truck and haul it the rest of the way by hand. Large items like chests of drawers were broken down into their smaller components. The girls carried the drawers, and Mom and I carried the cabinet. The first summer, we erected a tent fashioned out of a large piece of military surplus canvas. It was actually more of a lean-to than a tent. The cooking facilities consisted of an open fire in a small rock-filled pit. It was rustic, but we were happy to be together again, even if Anne wasn't all that thrilled with camping as a lifestyle. Once we were situated, I cut a crude road through the trees, so that we could drive our old pickup truck to the home site as long as the weather was dry. Our only income was Mom's welfare check, so we still lived a chicken and feathers existence, mostly feathers. There was so much we needed in order to build a log cabin, yet so little money to pay for it. Still, we were able to get quite a bit of work done. We were able to get 4 large floor panels from an old army barracks to build the floor. We cut the logs that would be the floor's foundation and laid the floor panels in position. We would cut down and trim trees, fighting off swarms of mosquitoes as we did so. We would then load the 16-foot logs, which had to be at least 8 inches thick at their narrowest point, into the back of Mom's old truck and haul them to the mill located at 12 Mile, that's 12 miles from Fairbanks. The mill would give us back one finished log for every 2 we delivered. A finished log was milled perfectly round and had a groove down its length and rounded notches on each end. They looked quite a bit like the logs in the children's building sets. I think they call them Lincoln logs. By the time the summer ended, we had enough finished logs to put up the walls of what would be our log cabin. The only significant news event I recall from the early part of that winter was the launch of the Russian Sputnik. I remember we all went out into the snowy cold of a clear night to watch this tiny star move across the sky. I was 100% American and felt a small twinge of pain at the fact that the dirty Reds had beaten us into space. In reality, I didn't have strong personal feelings about this. I was most likely just feeling what the newspaper or the radio, we had never had a television, had told me to feel about the event. I had a friend named Gary Nelson, who lived in the little village at 12 Mile. I nicknamed him Snatch because he was so good at shoplifting. Work on the homestead did not take all of our time. In fact, it was not our custom to be overly ambitious. When I wasn't thumbing around with Snatch, I was hanging out with Virginia. She was getting interested in some of the GIs from the base, or at least in the attention they paid her. They hung around like dogs chasing a bitch in heat. I enjoyed drinking beer and running with her and her soldier friends. It now seems a little odd that 4 of us would be riding around, while my sister, the only girl, made out with her boyfriend in the back seat. But at the time, that's what was happening. Mom often accused Virginia of thinking she was God's gift to mankind. Given that there were so many men and so few women in Alaska, Virginia, who was young and very attractive, probably did feel kind of special. Virginia took care of Pam, did the dishes, and helped Mom cook on the open fire. She seemed to enjoy and easily adapt to homestead living. And, on the other hand, had been contaminated by years of exposure to Grams's penchant for neatness and the concomitant value system. She was clearly ashamed of both the obvious poverty of homestead life and of the crude manners of us provincial clods, and didn't like to bring her friends around. Although I could not have verbalized it at the time, I felt that and suffered from that form of pretentiousness so common to those who aspire to be better. Her friends were mostly intellectuals, and she never seemed to express any form of sexuality. It bugged me that her friends all seemed to have nice cars and to be well dressed. The subsequent years would smooth Anne's rough edges, but at the time she was struggling with the transition from Grams's immaculate house to a tent on the homestead. Mom was an assertive woman who persisted until she got what she was after. I think she understood the limitations of what she could expect to achieve as a woman, although I don't think she grasped the source of those limitations. As a result, she generally set realistic and attainable goals for herself. She often came up with get-rich-quick schemes, for example, selling Raleigh products door to door. That project left us broke with a house full of useless products. Even good men were often unable to meet the strict proving up requirements involved in homesteading, so most people found the notion of a single woman, read, a woman without a man, with 4 children homesteading laughable, but being a little nutty was normal for us. What I'm trying to say is that Mom was an unusually strong woman. In the end, being strong was not enough. Our poor economic circumstances prevented us from breaking through the confusion of the world around us or from appreciating the external forces affecting our lives. The struggle for survival was, of course, more difficult during the winter months. When the cold weather arrived and it was time to return to school, we moved into town. I entered 9th grade at Lathrop High School. At first, I stayed with the family in a small one-room cabin behind the 26th Street Market. When it became clear that there simply wasn't enough room, I moved into a small trailer with a man friend of Mom's. I moved around a lot that winter, but otherwise it was uneventful. My main concern was the pimples and blackheads I developed, because I was unable to bathe regularly or to eat decent food, although at that time I of course had no idea that that was what was causing them. In any case, I got through both the winter and ninth grade without any great difficulty, but as always, it was nice to see the long Alaskan winter finally come to an end. As soon as the ground had thawed enough, Mom managed to snag a man named Jack Parks, who had several Caterpillar tractors, to cut a proper road on our land. He then towed an old bus Mom had somehow acquired onto the homestead, and once it was situated a few feet from where the tent had been the previous summer, the tires and wheels were pulled off. The seats had already been removed, effectively converting the bus's interior into living quarters for Mom and the girls. We still cooked outside, but we now had an old wood stove rather than an open fire. This bus was to be our home for the next couple of summers. The rules of homesteading required that we live on the homestead at least 7 months a year. The uninsulated shell of this bus was the way we intended to conform to that rule. The situation with me that spring was a bit different. I was broke and had no place to live. I was jailed for vagrancy and subsequently placed in a foster home for wayward kids. Official records from the period say, Eddie came to the office and asked if he couldn't make an arrangement to live in the Fairbanks jail, being locked up at night and being released in the daytime. His home conditions were deplorable, he couldn't stand them. Even though it wasn't a desirable plan, it was permitted until other arrangements could be made. A plan was worked out whereby he was placed at a children's home in the rural area near Fairbanks. He was very happy there and wanted to continue, but because of circumstances beyond his control it was necessary that he be moved. He then returned home. I cannot remember asking to go to jail, but I know that I frequently considered the idea. Particularly when I was cold, broke, and alone on the streets, with nowhere to go. In any case, I was jailed and not permitted out during the day, and when I was placed in the foster home I was not happy, despite what the official report says. In the late spring, I was caught trying to escape, and I think that is what resulted in my being tossed out of there. When I returned to the homestead, Mom, Virginia, and Pam had already moved into the bus. Mom had an old car with no engine that had been dragged and placed about 30 feet behind the bus. Whenever I stayed on the homestead, which I did most of that summer, I slept on the back seat of the old car. And was staying in Fairbanks with some people she had met the previous winter. Mom's best friend at this time seemed to be Jack Parks, the guy with the D8 bulldozers. Besides cutting the road, he also cleared some of the land for us, which was important since another of the rules for proving up on a homestead was that we had to have at least 20 acres of land cleared and planted. Mom spent a lot of time with Jack at his place or off looking for construction materials for the cabin. She would see a loose axe or hammer lying around and throw it in the back of her old pickup truck. On more than one occasion, someone stopped by our place and exclaimed, "Say, that looks just like the shovel that disappeared from our house a while back." Mom would then go into a long story about how the tool had been in the family for years, etc. On occasion, she would have to admit to having mistakenly picked the item up and return the tool to its rightful owner. As often as not, it was me who had taken something from a neighbor. Mom generally accumulated things from faraway places and only borrowed things close to home. I was nowhere near as sophisticated a thief. One nice summer day as we were out scrounging for material that could be used in building our cabin, we came across a new roll of barbed wire and a keg of nails. They were at a site where some small-scale construction may have been planned. Whatever the plan had been, nothing had ever come of it. Weeds were growing up around the materials. As we loaded the wire and nails onto the pickup, Mom explained to me how some folks had more than they needed, and no one could blame those who didn't have enough for helping themselves to the excess. No one could accuse us of not being needy, we weren't even eating regularly. It all seemed so very right to me. Besides, as Mom pointed out, if they really wanted the stuff they would not have left it laying around for someone to take. The inspiration for Mom's homesteading idea may have been our neighbor, a single mother named Edna Frank. Edna was in her 30s, weighed about 250 pounds, and had 2 little girls named Myra and Pat, who at that time were about 6 and 8 years old. Edna was a welfare mother too. Edna and Mom became friends, although in later years, they would fight a lot. Men weren't all that interested in Edna, probably because of her being overweight. Rumor had it that she would occasionally sneak off to the colored part of Fairbanks and find a man there. If that was true, she was very discreet about it. Edna liked to drink beer and chain-smoke cigarettes. She read a lot of books and laughed a lot too. She supplemented her income off and on by selling advertising items like books of matches, printed stationery, and business cards. I liked Edna, and in later years I could always count on having a place under her wing during troubled times. Edna's cabin was just about finished that summer. Slim Willamey and his family were her neighbors on the other side of the Pile Driver Slough, about a half a mile to the south. Slim was building Edna's log cabin for her. It was constructed using peeled logs placed vertically rather than horizontally. He had built his own cabin, which was much larger than hers, the same way. The walls were up, but she would not be able to get a roof on the place until the following summer. It was through Edna that we met Slim. Mom was trying to get his help on our cabin, so we spent some time hanging out at his place. Most people moved to Alaska for the same reasons the pioneers went west. They could not adjust to a restrictive and exploitative society and hoped a change of environment would improve their circumstances. Alaska was the last frontier, and the homesteaders were the modern pioneers. Slim was one of those who could not adjust to conditions in the lower 48. He was an ex-prize fighter who quit after blinding an opponent in the ring. He was also a good brick mason, and he and his sons earned a living by doing freelance masonry work. Like earlier pioneers, Slim had little regard for the law or much else besides the survival of his family. Slim was about 6'6", weighed approximately 190 pounds, and had dark red hair and scars on his face from his days fighting. When he first came to Alaska, he worked for Jack Parks at 16 Mile. The way he told it, Jack had promised him a specific amount for building the huge garage and service station out of cement blocks. When the job was done, Jack refused to pay him the agreed upon amount. I never heard Jack's side of the story. Slim felt it his right to steal what he wanted from Jack. Jack thought Slim a no-good, thieving son of a bitch. They were enemies of a sort. I say of a sort, because Slim would occasionally buy booze from Jack's liquor store, and Jack would sell it to him. Slim liked to drink beer, lots of it, and always had a copious supply on hand. He had some good guns that he used to keep moose meat on the table both in and out of hunting season. His oldest son Junior was my age, and we soon became best friends. His wife Dolores, who was known as Dee, liked to dip Copenhagen snuff and drank lots of beer too. She was a hard-working homestead woman. She and Slim had a daughter 4 or 5 years older than me and another one about a year younger than me, named Joyce. The older daughter was a lesbian who worked for Max at his junkyard and lived in Fairbanks. The two other children, Edwin and Leroy, were 11 and 12 years old respectively. Back then, rumor had it that Slim had raped his oldest daughter, and, silly as it sounds today, that is what had made her into a lesbian. Other gossip had it that he was occasionally screwing Joyce, who was about 14 years old at the time. People also claimed that he taught his kids to steal, and that he beat his wife regularly. I know that the last claim is true. Just about every time they got drunk, which was often, he would beat her up. As often as not, Dee sported a black eye or an otherwise bruised face. I used to hang out at Slim's cabin a lot. His son Junior and I liked to run around exploring the countryside and breaking into deserted log cabins. Slim made his kids work on the place, and I would often help so that Junior and I could hit the road sooner. Life was relaxed there. Slim would let us drink all the beer we wanted and would let us use his guns to shoot off any compatible ammunition we were able to scrounge up. I could get plastered with the family and fall asleep, even stay for a few days, without ever feeling unwelcome. The scene there was often a roar. Slim would eat raw clams, the youngest boy might jack off their cocker spaniel for the amusement of guests, or we might all go for a drunken swim in the slough that ran in front of the house. Obviously, life at Slim's homestead was far from normal. I fit in well. Another reason I hung around Slim's place was that I liked Joyce. She and I would sometimes go for walks in the woods together. I recall that on one occasion the two of us went to Edna's roofless, and at that time uninhabited, cabin. It was a warm sunny day, and there was an old mattress on the floor. Joyce asked me, "What did the boy rabbit say to the girl rabbit?" "I don't know," I responded dumbly. "Give me a little and I'll tell you," she quickly shot back at me, looking invitingly at the mattress. I thought she had sexual feelings for me, which I found exciting, but I could never work up the nerve to make an outright pass. I seemed to have this overwhelming fear of rejection. Every time I was with her, I would kick myself afterwards for being so dumb, but such self-flagellation didn't seem to make me any braver. At that time, I was essentially a virgin. Mom rarely visited once it became clear that Slim wasn't going to have the time to work on our cabin that summer. After that, Junior would be at our place a fair amount, and I occasionally went to his, but that was the extent of the contact between our families. Edna and Mom were good friends and spent a lot of time helping each other out. Edna's two girls would often be with us, or we kids might be with Edna. I have fond memories of bumpy rides into town in the back of Edna's old rattletrap pickup truck. A growing number of people were moving into the area and taking out homesteads. Mom's old friend Gail took out a place adjacent to ours. An old man named Newbie lived in a shack on the land next to Gail's and directly behind ours. Newbie had worked as a janitor at the main school in Fairbanks for the previous umpteen years. I did not care much for him. He was very uptight about his property and ever so proper. But in later years, he did quite a bit to help Mom clear and plant more land. More accurately, I guess, it was Jack Parks who did most of the clearing, while Newbie handled the farming end of things. I think Newbie considered me a rebellious animal, but tolerated my presence, because of his off and on fondness for Mom. Newbie had a friend who would come out and help him on the place now and then. This guy was a real dink who thought of himself as a lawman on the last frontier. He would often walk the streets of Fairbanks wearing two single-action .45 caliber revolvers, one on each hip, holsters tied low, cowboy style. He worked as a volunteer fireman at a fire station just outside Fairbanks. He looked a lot like Matt Dillon's close friend Chester on the old Gunsmoke television show, and his worldview was that of Barney Fife from Andy Griffith's Mayberry Police Force. One clear summer day, Junior and I heard gunfire coming from the direction of Newbie's place. We went down to see what was going on and found the dink doing target practice with his twin .45s. He was shooting at beer cans. I wanted to shoot what I perceived as a real cowboy pistol, but I knew the dink wouldn't let me play with his guns. So I opted for the subtle approach, telling him that he couldn't shoot worth a shit, that I could shoot circles around him, but that I knew he didn't have the guts to let me prove it. His frail ego bruised, he handed me one of the weapons. I looked around for something to shoot at and saw a camp robber, a common type of bird a little larger than a sparrow, sitting on a limb at the top of a nearby but very tall tree. It was an impossible target, but at least it provided me with an opportunity to shoot his fancy six-shooter. Arrogantly, I said, "See that bird, I'm going to blow its head off." In a single motion I brought the pistol into position and pulled the trigger. The bird fell dead in front of us, with only a couple of small strings holding its head to the rest of its small body. Surprised, I handed the pistol back to the disbelieving dink. Although I wanted to shoot some more, I decided that was the right shot to quit on. Our nearest neighbor was Mr. Hurst. He and his wife lived in a prefabricated house that looked like something out of Better Homes and Gardens. The Hursts had been the first homesteaders in the area, so their land was already proved up on. We sort of considered them the establishment of the homesteading set. Their children were grown and lived elsewhere, although Mr. Hurst was trying to talk his son Don and Don's young wife into homesteading the adjoining property. Hurst had his entire 160 acres cleared and each year planted at least 20 acres of potatoes. His wife seldom left the house, so my recollection of her is really vague. We never cared much for Hearst, he was always critical and disapproving of our family. We were certain he would report us if we did not spend the required number of months on the homestead each year. We did not get much accomplished on the cabin that summer. We had driven a well to water, using a point, a pipe, and a handheld pile driver, which meant that we no longer had to haul all of our water from the slough, substantially moving us up on the quality of life index. Unfortunately, our nice milled logs remained stacked and unused. There were times that summer when we kids were reduced to foraging for old potato peels and small game in order to eat. Sometimes we had to eat Raleigh tapioca mix and water for days on end, and at other times there was no food at all. I was smoking cigarette butts off the ground when I was lucky enough to find them. Mom was like a mother bird. She would go out and beg, borrow, or steal food for her hungry chicks. We were always glad to see her drive up with a sack full of something to eat. I worked for Old Man Hearst picking potatoes by hand that fall. The money wasn't much, 50 cents an hour, but it did help. Once the potatoes were in, I started spending a lot more time in Fairbanks. I did some work helping Ross clean up some of the junk scattered around his acre or so at 21st and Cushman Streets. Sometimes his place looked as bad as Max's junkyard. Okay, that's an exaggeration, but it was messy. I was more or less living with Ross at his Quonset hut. One day, Ross and I were walking down 2nd Avenue, Fairbanks's main drag, on our way to visit a friend of his who owned a pawn shop. On the way, he had to make a stop at the Nordale Hotel. I waited out in front while he went inside. While I was standing there, 2 GIs came up. "What's the haps, man?" one of them asked. I casually replied, "There ain't no haps." Whereupon the other soldier said, "Well, we'll just have to make some." As he said this, he knocked me backwards through the 2 swinging glass doors, without breaking the glass, and into the lobby of the hotel. They were both beating on me as other people merely stood and watched, until Ross came to the rescue. When the 2 guys saw Ross rushing at them, they turned and ran. Ross asked if I was okay and what had happened. I quickly told him, and the 2 of us took off after the soldiers, but they got away. In the following weeks, I managed to scrounge enough money to buy a small .25 caliber automatic pistol. I carried the gun with the idea in mind that I might run into the 2 gentlemen again. I never did. It was during this period that I first committed a crime worthy of the name. Snatch and I often looked for targets of opportunity. One fall day, we stumbled across an old warehouse full of pinball machines, punch boards, and jukeboxes. We also found a wealth of novelty items intended as prizes for those who won playing these various gambling devices. These consisted of belts, pocket knives, junk jewelry, and the like. We took everything of value that we could carry, and then set fire to the place. The volunteer fire department sent to the scene happened to be the one the Dink worked with. He said he saw me in the crowd watching the fire and immediately suspected that I was responsible. I did not watch the fire. He was wrong in at least that respect. Although the police never questioned me, the incident did create some heat, so a few days later, when we stole some metal desks from a nearby warehouse, we did not try to conceal the crime by burning the place down. We sold the desks, the best of which went to North Pole's only cop. The novelty items we left at various bars on the Richardson Highway to be sold on commission. We made enough money to get by for a spell. I had a girlfriend of sorts in Fairbanks, and this let me buy her some presents. She was a good girl, and I respected her and thought she was very special. Her name was Elizabeth, and she was 15, about the same age as me. I probably shouldn't call her my girlfriend, as I was never able to work up the nerve to so much as kiss her. As another summer came to a close, with a little help from Ross and a lot of help from Jack Parks, Mom was able to stock and reopen the restaurant at 16 Mile. The place had previously gone broke, but Mom thought she could make a go of it. She, Virginia, and Pam lived in a small shack about a half a mile down the road, across from the garage. I moved into an old abandoned trailer behind the garage. Virginia and I both entered Lathrop High, she in 9th grade and me in 10th. We took a school bus from 16 Mile to Fairbanks and back each day. After school, I worked at the station pumping gas and doing lube jobs and some minor mechanical work. This earned me enough to pay for the oil necessary to heat my trailer and to offset some of the cost Mom incurred from me eating all of my meals at the restaurant. I also worked in the restaurant, which taught me a little about fry cooking, ordering supplies, and the like. There was a 120 gunnery range, 120 being the size of the cannon, about a quarter-mile north of the garage. Virginia and I spent a lot of our spare time there watching television, playing pool, and shooting the shit with the GIs stationed at the site. About 30 soldiers manned the firing range, and they did a lot of business at Mom's cafe. Virginia was dating one of the soldiers. I also knew a lot of GIs from Eielson Air Force Base, as they too stopped in at the cafe. Sometimes I went to movies and other events on the base. Eielson, as I mentioned, was located at 26 Mile on the Richardson Highway. Everything went reasonably well until midwinter. Alaskan businesses generally prosper during the summer and, like a bear in hibernation, live off the summer fat during the winter. Since Mom opened the restaurant in the fall, there was no summer fat to fall back on. She also had the burden of feeding us kids for free. Yet another blow came later that winter when the nearby gunnery range closed, which meant the loss of quite a few regular customers. Virginia had been expelled from school that fall on what amounted to moral grounds. It seems she was too free and lacked a proper respect for school discipline. Mom and I tried to get her reinstated, and when our attempts failed, I quit in protest. Shortly thereafter, I signed up for and was accepted at the high school at Eielson Air Force Base. It was the school for the dependents of the military personnel on the base. I don't remember how I talked them into accepting me, a mere civilian, but I did. There was no school bus to the base, so to attend I had to hitchhike to and from school every day, often in temperatures between -40 and -50 degrees Fahrenheit. After school, I'd hitch a ride to 16 Mile and work at the gas station. One time, I needed some money, so I decided to tap the till for $5, but I didn't understand how the cash register worked. Instead of just keeping $5, I rang up a $5 purchase and took a 5 out of the cash drawer at the same time. This of course had the effect of creating a $10 shortage. Perhaps it was just my guilty conscience, but after that I sensed a certain coolness toward me on the part of the other workers at the garage. On the heels of the shame I felt about the $5 theft came the Virginia incident. The stove in my trailer wasn't working very well, and the place was always cold. One morning, Virginia came in to wake me up for breakfast. It was too cold to get up, so I asked her to crawl into my sleeping bag with me to warm me up. She reluctantly did so, and as soon as she did, Mom came in and caught us in what looked like a compromising position. She gave us a contemptuous glare and stomped out of the trailer. My close relationship with Virginia had already been the subject of some local gossip, and this added fuel to the fire. I felt so guilty that I quit going to the restaurant and started avoiding Mom. The $5 theft and the Virginia incident were not, however, the only reasons I had to feel remorse. Mom had already been complaining that I played the pinball machines too much, and it is true that I was dumping a lot of the cafe's money into the 2 pinball machines there. Then, she had a miscarriage and had to take time off work. During her absence, I dumped even more money into the machines. Then, I delivered the final blow one night, by breaking into the cafe and stealing $40 and a small amount of food. She had to shut the place down and move into town. I was isolated from everyone at 16 Mile and felt like the slime ball they were undoubtedly claiming I was. The small trailer I was staying in was elevated and poorly insulated. As the outside temperature dropped, the stove proved less and less effective. I put the ends of my cot on 2 tables in order to sleep as near to the ceiling as possible. That's where it was warmest. I stole oil from the now abandoned 120 gunnery site at a rate of 5 gallons a night. I would get up at 6 in the morning, thumb my way to the Eielson Air Force Base, and then walk about a mile to school. At lunchtime, I would eat what I had managed to forage the day before or raid the ice box in the basement of the nearby bachelor officers' quarters, which usually provided very slim pickings. After school, I would go to the Baker Field House for a free shower or steam bath and perhaps a swim. When dinner time arrived, I usually got some food at the base's mess hall. At first, I would steal milk off the back kitchen's loading dock, but as I got hungrier, I ventured further into the cooking area. A couple of airmen cooks started taking notice of me. I think they caught me putting the grab on some food. However, as it happened, they sympathized with my plight and started fixing special sack lunches for me every day. I would pick up my dinner, which always included a couple of large sandwiches and 2 or 3 half-pint cartons of milk, and then thumb my way home in the cold dark of the Alaskan winter. Back at the trailer, I would eat the remainder of the huge sack lunch, and then make my trek to fetch the fuel oil before doing my homework. I had to drink the last of the milk before I went to sleep, or it would freeze solid overnight. Odd as it may seem, one of my airman kitchen worker friends was named Friend, Lonnie Friend. As time passed, we became pals. Soon, I was eating breakfast and dinner at the mess hall and taking a sack lunch to school. I could eat at the mess hall without a meal pass by entering through the back door of the kitchen. Toward the end of the school year, I moved into the barracks with Friend and his roommate. Everyone thought I was an airman, just another soldier of the 5010th Air Base Squadron. The only difference was that instead of going to work each day, I went to school. I even began to think of myself as a member of the Air Force. Once a sergeant in the mess hall gave me a real chewing out because my hair was getting a bit too long. I promptly had it cut. My quality of life was much better not living in the trailer or having to thumb 20 miles round trip to and from high school every day in every imaginable sort of cold and inclement weather. The winter finally ended, and spring rolled in. One warmish spring evening, while still living on the base, I was having trouble sleeping and thought a walk might help. It was after midnight, during the period when the snow was thawing during the day, but it was still freezing at night. I was walking along a street near the residential area of the base, when a car with 2 air policemen, APS, stopped me. They wanted to see my identification, but I hadn't thought to bring any ID with me. I certainly didn't have any military ID. I told them I was a civilian who had missed the last bus to town and was spending the night with Airman Friend of the 5010th. They drove me to the barracks and woke up Friend. He verified the spending the night story. He and I had worked it out beforehand. The policeman seemed satisfied and left. I still felt a little uneasy about the incident. When the police left, Friend went straight back to sleep, but I didn't feel right, so instead of getting in my bunk, I went into the TV room down the hall and slept on a couch. As it happened, my instincts were right. The next morning, Friend told me that when the APS reported the incident to the Provost Marshal, their immediate superior, they were instructed to return and fetch me. Unable to find me in Friend's room, they no doubt assumed that I had left the base and thumbed my way back to Fairbanks. Friend gave me a suit of clothing and a small amount of money. My days in the military service were suddenly over, and, as I was soon to learn, so was my high school education. I moved to Fairbanks and tried to enter Lathrop for the last month of school, hoping to graduate. They wouldn't have me, so I never finished 10th grade. I was living at the Salvation Army, looking for work. I did day labor, and running the streets. I filed a wage claim against Max for back wages. He agreed to pay, if I would dismiss the labor claim. I did so, but he balked. I retaliated by burgling the Office of Interior Equipment with Junior. We did not get anything of value, but the exercise itself made me feel better. My favorite hangouts at this time were the pinball joints. I was addicted to playing those machines, which paid off in cash back in those days. Fred Whitmire, who had been Mom's special man-friend during her old B-girl days, returned to Alaska that spring following an extended stay in Georgia, and he and Mom fell back into a relationship. Fred was really handsome, about 35 years old, and a capable airplane mechanic. At this point, he was working at one of the airports. Virginia kept me up to date on family news when I saw her, usually once or twice a month. She knew Fred from the old days, and she said his biggest problem was that he was an occasional binge drinker. He would be around for a while and do well, but then he'd suddenly disappear on a bender. That summer I divided my time between working on the log cabin with Fred, my misunderstanding with Mom having been resolved with the changing of the seasons, and fighting forest fires for the state. Personally, I enjoyed firefighting, and the wages were decent, although the work wasn't steady. There was a joking motto among firefighters that went something like this: "Keep Alaska black, keep our wallets fat." A more or less widespread attitude back then, when so many poor people depended on firefighting for work. There were, for example, popular stories about remote Alaskan native villages that were so dependent on the income from firefighting that at the outset of summer the men would pool their money to charter a small airplane and fly over forested areas throwing out lighted flares to start fires. Then, when the plane landed, they would sign up for forest firefighting duty. I don't know if the stories were true or not, but at the time I believed them. What is true is that such stories reflected the attitude of many of Alaska's unemployed workers. On the other hand, there was always work to be done on the cabin. The walls were up, the cesspool had been dug, and there was a nice dirt basement under the cabin, a place for a big wood-burning barrel stove and a supply of firewood. The job we'd done erecting the walls didn't look all that professional, but despite the misgivings of our critics, the place remained standing. Even if the basement only had dirt walls and a dirt floor, we accomplished a lot on the homestead that summer. I was still spending a lot of my spare time at either Edna or Slim's place, and one incident stands out in my mind from that period. It was a rainy fall afternoon, and I was sitting around Edna's warm stove, burning holes into her rayon scarf with my cigarette. She told me that her and her kids needed that scarf, and that I should have more respect for other people's property. I answered that it was a cheap rag, and that I could get hundreds just like it. Edna responded that she didn't want more just like it, she wanted that particular one, and I had ruined it. At the time, I didn't understand why she was making such a big deal out of a lousy scarf. Although I never did replace the scarf, I did share bits of the loot I stole from various places with her. Of course, I never told her where anything came from, but I do remember that on at least one occasion she refused something of obvious value, because she suspected it was stolen. Earlier, I said that one of the things that drew me to Slim's place, besides my friendship with his son Junior and the free beer, was the obvious interest his youngest daughter Joyce expressed in me. Slim had made it somewhat difficult for the two of us to be together by keeping her busy and close to home. Nonetheless, one overcast fall day, I found myself not only at Slim's, but alone with Joyce inside the old house trailer Slim and his family had lived in prior to building their cabin. Things had progressed to the point where we were in bed under the covers talking and occasionally kissing each other. It was then that her nosy little brother Leroy, the kid who jerked off the dog to entertain guests, came into the trailer and busted us. I promised him $1 not to say anything to Slim, and he agreed. Still fearful and unwilling to count on Leroy's promise, I left shortly thereafter, without incident and without getting the chance to be intimate with Joyce. A day or two later, I was walking down Badger Road en route to the homestead, when Slim's 1953 Chevy pulled up behind me and came to a stop. Dolores was behind the wheel, and Slim was in the back seat. He rolled down the window and asked me if I wanted a ride home. I said sure and jumped into the front passenger seat, thinking it was odd that he was riding behind me in the back seat. Once we were moving, Slim said he wanted to stop by his place first, handed me a cold beer, and asked if I minded. I thought it somewhat strange, because that meant a major detour, but I agreed. The ride was unusually quiet. When we pulled into Slim's yard, and the car came to a stop, I heard the characteristic click of a shell being chambered into Slim's .270 caliber rifle, and an instant later I felt the cold muzzle of the gun pressed against the back of my head. Out of the corner of my eye I could see tough, snuff-dipping Dolores crying. Slim told me he had done the best he could for his family, that they had land and a home and did not need him any longer. He said he was going to kill me and Jack Parks, and then himself. With tears streaming down his cheeks, he told me that he had to kill me, because I was ruining his family by having sex with Joyce, that he was going to kill Parks because he had cheated him on the work he had done for him, and that he was going to kill himself because he had nothing left to live for. He also said I had abused his friendship by taking a home movie camera and pawning it. I reminded him that Junior and I had stolen the camera the summer before, and that it was he and I who had hawked it. By this time, all three of us were crying. I said, "No, I haven't abused your friendship." I told him I meant no harm, and that if he let me go, he need not worry about ever seeing me again. I talked up a storm. There was no question in my mind that Slim was going to kill me. As I talked, his resolve weakened. Swearing angrily, he ordered me to get out of the car. As I got out, so did he. He grabbed a hold of the front of me with one of his huge prizefighter hands, lifting me what felt like several feet off the ground. Looking me directly in the eyes, he said, "If I ever see you again, anywhere, I'll break every bone in your body. If you ever set foot on this land, I'll kill you on the spot." As he spat out what would be the last words he ever spoke to me, he put me down and gave me a hard shove toward the road. I walked away quickly and didn't look back. Unfortunately, a month or so before that, I had borrowed an expensive house jack to help Slim move his house and had left the jack there to be retrieved later. The person I borrowed it from demanded it back just days after my blowout with Slim. That made it necessary for me to sneak up on the place on my belly one rainy afternoon to retrieve the jack from under Slim's house, and then drag it back to the safety of the brush, about 100 yards away. I did so, but I was more than slightly scared. After that, I steered clear of Slim. I knew he wasn't afraid to die. Later on that winter, I was walking along the Richardson Highway at around 15 Mile, when I saw Slim's old blue Chevy heading my way. I jumped into a snowbank along the side of the road and hid until he had passed. By this point, Junior was gone. He was in jail for a couple of months and so was Joyce. She had been sent to a juvenile prison in the lower 48, I don't remember why. Before winter ended, Slim was dead. What happened, as I was subsequently to learn from Junior, who by this point was out of jail and was there at the time, was that after a customary night of drinking Slim was beating on Dolores, and she was trying to get him to stop, but to no avail. Junior went to get his gun, but before he got back, Dolores picked up a .30-06 hunting rifle. She aimed it at Slim, telling him to back off and leave her alone or she would shoot him. He made some threats and charged. She fired once and Slim fell, fatally wounded by a bullet to the chest. Dolores was never charged or prosecuted, because she acted in self-defense, and because the entire community thought that if ever a sucker needed killing, it was Slim. I agreed. That same winter, Mom married Neil McGraw, a steam fitter who worked at the University of Alaska. He was a good provider, but we never hit it off. Mom moved to Fairbanks to live with Neil. Meanwhile, I was working as a fry cook at a new restaurant in North Pole. I robbed my boss blind by putting every cent into the pinball machines. As long as it was my wages, such as they were, he was happy about my addiction, because he received half of the money that went into the machines. That actually made it easier to get my meager wages out of the guy. Otherwise, it was pretty much impossible. But before long, I began also putting money from the cash register into the pinball machines. I was reducing his cash on hand by half over and over again, so it wasn't long before he fired me. After that job, I went to work at a small North Pole gas station, where I stayed until spring. By the time the gas station job had run its course, I had a reasonable relationship with the guy who owned the place. In any case, I had earned enough to buy an old '53 Chrysler with fluid drive, a type of early automatic transmission. I think I paid $100 for that old car. The following summer, Virginia got a job car hopping at the A&W Root beer stand near Ross's place and was again living in Fairbanks on her own, as I recall. Before the summer was out, she married a GI and not long thereafter joined him on his next duty station, in Japan. She was 15 years old. In later years, Virginia told me she got married to get away from the poverty of the homestead. She was tired of living in an old bus. Before long, Mom was pregnant with my soon-to-be sister Joni. I was again fighting fires and working on the cabin, this time helping Neil put a roof on the place. We got some tin sheeting from the roof of a hotel that had burned down and rough lumber from a nearby mill. We made an attic with a floor that would be habitable if we needed the space. We got the roof on pretty quickly, and then I left. For the rest of the summer, I worked for Newbie on a strip of land on Badger Road that he had leased for a logging operation he had begun. Fred, one of Mom's old boyfriends, lived on the land, and so did an ex-bar owner and former prostitute named June Webb, who cooked for us. Oliver Lemon and I, both of us just boys, worked snaking logs for 75 cents an hour. Newbie drove the tractor, Fred used the chainsaw, and Lemon and I trimmed the branches from the trees and hooked up the choker cables to the logs, so they could be pulled nearer the road for processing. By the time fall came and the work ended, Mom and Neil had moved into town for the winter. June asked me what I was going to do, and I told her I was going to stay on the homestead. She asked if she could move in with me. Her request came as a surprise, because we had not been particularly close while I was working for Newbie. Besides, she was around 40 years old, and I was only around 17. I was not pleased with the notion of living with her, but for some reason I told her it was okay with me. We had $150 between us, my old car, and about 1,000 cases of government SEER rations, military food rations, I had stolen earlier in the summer from an emergency evacuation center located 50 miles north of Fairbanks. Junior and I found the barracks full of food, and over a 2-week period, we stole more than enough to last us through the winter. In short order, June had the small 21-foot by 21-foot cabin all fixed up, she hung curtains, and soon it was cleaner than it had ever been when Mom was living there. We had scrounged a lot of nice furniture, by our standards, and created a pleasant living environment. June regularly cooked SEER rations into scrumptious meals. We had a car, a warm rent-free house, winter clothing, and a supply of food, as well as other items. The cases of SEER rations also contained cigarettes, toilet paper, matches, candy, and so on. Living was pretty mellow. Our friends were Junior, his mom Dolores, and her new live-in boyfriend, who was an electrician working for the government at one of the military bases. Junior and I were running around together again, only now we were running around the countryside rather than the streets of Fairbanks. One day, the two of us went to Newbie's place and stole a case of dynamite and 2 boxes of blasting caps. I had some experience with the stuff from fishing during the summer with Fred. We used to cut a stick of dynamite into thirds, put a blasting cap into the end of one of the pieces, then lower it into the slough by Edna's place and wait for a school of fish to come by. Then we connected the battery to the wires and kaboom, the unconscious fish floated to the top. We'd jump into the river and scoop 'em up into a gunny sack before they came to, then steal some potatoes from Old Man Hurst's field, and have a big fish fry with our friends, who usually brought the beer. When we fished in this manner, we would only take what we could eat. Anyway, Junior and I got to playing with the dynamite. The first thing I blew up was that old car I had slept in one summer. I bundled 5 sticks of dynamite together with a cap on the center stick, and then put the bundle under the front seat. It did a good job of demolishing the vehicle, but I did it again under the back seat just to make sure. I stopped messing with the dynamite after putting a similar bundle in a hole behind the house we used for shitting in. There was not much shit in the hole, as it was where we planned to eventually put an outhouse. The blast failed to go off, making it necessary for me to go down into the hole to get the unexploded bundle. That was rough. Also, June was back from a hospital stay. She had had a hysterectomy, and didn't want that sort of thing going on. She was good for keeping things under control. I had a dartboard on the wall and used to practice shooting it with my .22 automatic pistol, and sometimes even with the .30 to 30, although ammunition for the rifle was pretty expensive. She quickly put a stop to shooting guns in the house. Junior had actually managed to shoot himself in the leg the previous summer with this same .22 caliber pistol. It had gone off while in the holster when his coat had snagged the hammer, lifting it just high enough so that it fired the round in the chamber when the fabric released the mechanism. One approach for military aircraft flying into Eielson Air Force Base passed directly over our place. Every so often, a big OLB-52 jet bomber or some huge military cargo plane would fly low over the homestead. On occasion, I would grab the .30 to 30 or the .22 and pump a load of ammunition into the belly of the noisy aircraft. Sometimes Junior and I would do this together, standing side by side pumping shells into the low-flying bomber overhead. Unlike our Vietnamese comrades, who would soon be doing the same thing, we were never able to bring one of the big sons of bitches down. Like everyone, I had politics, although I did not know it. I was an atheist, believed in the free enterprise system. I was probably a true expression of it, with my I'll do anything for money attitude, and disliked big business, the government, and people who obviously had much more than they needed. I didn't really have any set convictions, however, I merely followed my impulses. I was also apolitical in a sense, as I never really gave politics any conscious thought. We shot at the military planes to amuse ourselves, not for political reasons. The homestead life was not all fun and games, though. There was also work to be done. One of my jobs was cutting the necessary wood, either daily or weekly, throughout the winter. We had a big double-barrel stove in the basement that could accommodate huge 4-foot-long logs. The stove looked something like the original Starship Enterprise. The stack rubber tubes on top of it resembled propulsion units. For the most part, June was easy to live with, but she had what you might call a compulsive personality, and that could be difficult. I was okay with the extreme neatness, because that was mostly her trip, but her insistence on laying in a lot of firewood affected me, since it was man's work. When the outdoor temperature started falling, I found myself out in the woods, axe in hand. I started cutting trees, dragging them to the front yard, and chopping or hand-sawing them into the right length for the stove. In the end, I soon had a respectable pile of wood stacked up in front of the house several cords. We had long since run out of money, so June was babysitting for some people on a homestead a couple of miles away during the day, while they were at work. It didn't quite meet our needs. Sea rations are not particularly palatable unless combined with real food, something that costs real money. One day I was at the gas station where I had previously worked, and I saw a note someone had put up saying, "Wanted, wood, will pay $30 per cord." The capitalist in me, or at least that part of me that was sick of eating bare sea rations and of not having gas for the car, had me in the woods in no time, slinging my trusty axe like a crazy man and pulling, dragging, and carrying wood to the cabin. I borrowed a half-ton pickup truck and delivered a cord of wood, a 4x4x8-foot stack, in 2 loads. The resulting $30 inspired me to continue. Pretty soon, I was regularly cutting and selling an increasing amount of wood. I made enough for a down payment on a right blade reciprocating saw, sort of like a chainsaw, but instead of a chain it has a saw blade that goes back and forth. With the new saw, I cut enough wood for Mom to talk Jack Parks into selling me an old 4-wheel drive dump truck for $600, no money down. Junior started working with me, and together we cut even more wood. I soon had contracts to supply Fairbanks's bars with fireplace wood. Another friend, a native kid named Shot, helped us now and then. The work was hard, and we were doing it in -30-degree weather, but we were young and did not mind all that much. Junior got another saw, and Snatch also started helping us. The winter wore on, and we were doing well, perhaps too well. Maybe I was like my dad and could not stand success. Whatever the reason, on the way back from a wood delivery, I was showing Junior how well I could slide this huge dump truck back and forth on the snowy one-lane road leading to the homestead. The idea was to slide the huge truck sideways one way, then crank the wheel in the opposite direction and slide it the other way, all the while blasting down this icy road at breakneck speed. I was doing fine until old man Hurst came around a sharp corner in his car going just a little too fast. In order not to hit him, I had to put the truck in the ditch, and that tore out the front end. That was the end of the great woodcutting adventure. I had not yet fully paid for the saw or anything on the truck. The rest of the winter passed quietly enough. Life settled down into me trying to screw June and her employing every trick in the book to fend me off. Actually, given her experience with men, I was outclassed, but I was a horny 18-year-old living with a single woman in a snowbound, one-room log cabin, so I tried to get laid. Maybe I even fancied myself in love, as 18-year-olds sometimes do. One afternoon near spring, after one of my ongoing arguments with June about sex, I was out cutting firewood. While I was out, Junior and Dolores dropped by to have dinner and to play cards, as they often did. When June told them I was out cutting wood, they said they'd go look for me and do some rabbit hunting while they were at it. I returned to the cabin. June told me they were hunting rabbits and looking for me, so I snapped on my holster and .22 automatic pistol, the same one Junior had shot himself in the leg with the previous summer, and went looking for them. When I didn't find them, I returned to the cabin to find they had returned too. I pulled my gun belt off and tossed it on the couch. We ate a good dinner of beans mixed with sriracha and hamburger patties. After dinner, June was lying on the bed, and I got up to put the pistol away. While I was unloading the weapon, I inadvertently pointed it in her direction. She cried, "Don't point that gun at me." When she shouted, I was removing the shell from the chamber. A flash of anger surged through me. I removed the clip from the gun. The clip and the chambered shell were in one hand, the gun was in the other. I said, "Don't worry, it's not loaded," and as I spoke, I raised the gun to the side of my head and pulled the trigger. Instead of the harmless click I was expecting, there was a very loud sound. I don't remember it being a bang, even though it was directly next to my ear, along with what felt like getting socked upside the head with a closed fist. Everything went black for a second or two, with stars and things in the blackness. I said, "Damn, it was loaded." Everyone in the room immediately went into a panic. June wrapped a towel around my head and laid me on the floor. It took 45 minutes for an ambulance to arrive, and while I waited I was certain I was dying. You just don't get shot in the head and live to tell the tale. As I lay there, my primary concern was that I not be conscious when I died. I did not want to experience death. I was 18 years old. I thought about my life, the many things I would never do, and what a shame and a waste it was to die so young. I even considered striking a bargain with God to faithfully mouth his line in exchange for life, but I immediately rejected the idea as a sellout of my principles. I will die with my beliefs and ideals intact, I thought to myself. I decided I would rather be dead than live a lie. The ambulance finally came and took me to the hospital, where I was operated on. I easily survived, minus one eye. June nursed me back to health, and when spring arrived, she moved into a small house in North Pole. By then, I was completely healed, and she had found a boyfriend her own age. I briefly went back to work at the North Pole gas station, for $1 an hour. My job was to gas up cars and do oil changes, lube jobs, tire changes, and minor repairs. As I recall, the owner got mad at me for something, maybe stealing, and fired me. I split for Fairbanks, to see what might await me in Alaska's second largest city. 4. Bad boy. When a cause comes along and you know in your bones that it is just, yet refuse to defend it, at that moment you begin to die. And I have never seen so many corpses walking around talking about justice. Mumia Abu Jamal. In Fairbanks, I was once again sleeping wherever I could find a bed. Sometimes I stayed with Ross or at Edna's place in town, but usually I stayed at the Salvation Army, where I became more or less a regular. Even though it was spring, there was still snow on the ground and the nights were cold. At the time, I was drinking and running wild with my cronies. Junior, Lemon, and sometimes Shot were my most frequent stealing companions. As I recall, we broke into 4 gas stations, and in each we netted between $30 and $40 from the cigarette and candy machines. If we were lucky, there might even be some petty cash on hand. For food, we occasionally broke into small neighborhood grocery stores and helped ourselves to whatever we needed. When we wanted alcohol and could not otherwise obtain it, we broke into a liquor store and made off with all the booze we could carry in whatever boxes were handy. We always shared this wealth with our other friends, since there was always more than we could eat or drink ourselves. What I call the Nanana incident pretty much provides a glimpse into what we were like at the time, and let me say right here that I am very ashamed of this behavior. I only wish I could take it back. That said, this is what we did. Junior, Lemon, another kid, and I were riding around in my old '53 Chrysler one early winter day, when we decided to go to Nanana to look for Inuit or native women and to just generally have a good time. We had a decent supply of beer, a pistol, and about $30 in stolen money, enough to last us a few days. Nanana is a small, predominantly native town located about 60 miles northwest of Fairbanks. At the time, it had only a few hundred inhabitants. There was a jail, 3 bars, a liquor store, and several other businesses along its unpaved main street. It was about 4 in the afternoon when we arrived in town. Out of beer, we still had some whiskey, and wanting more. We tried buying beer from the taverns, but they refused to sell us any, because we were underage. It was dark as we drove out toward the small airport to decide on our next move. On the way, we saw the town's only cop, a native man, trying to get his car running. I stopped and asked if we could be of any assistance. He had obviously had quite a bit to drink, but he still wanted us to help him jump-start his car. I pushed him, gradually gaining speed, until he drunkenly drove his patrol car into a snow-filled ditch along the side of the road. We said we'd give him a ride home. While we were helping him into the car, one of our number tore the police radio out of the cop's car and threw it into the woods. We dropped the drunk cop off at his house and returned to town. With the cop out of the picture, we spent the next several hours looking for and finding some women willing to party with us. Next, we took over the town's small jail, telling the old native jailer, who clearly found our claim dubious, that we and the women were authorized to stay there. At 2 in the morning, the Nanana bars were closing and the drinkers were heading home. We stopped a slightly drunk native man on his way into his house and asked him to buy us some beer. We said we would provide the money and give him half of what he bought. He refused and ran into the house. There was a bucket half full of frozen water in the man's front yard. One of us, I forget who, maybe me, picked it up and threw it through the plate glass window of his house, and then we drove off. We saw a native couple leave a bar and head down the street. The man had a case of beer on his shoulder. We tried to buy the beer from him, but he declined. We argued with him for a while, then asked his wife if she would like to join us for a good time. She said yes, but he said she couldn't. He put the beer down and started fighting with her. She reluctantly agreed not to go with us, and he went to pick up his case of beer. As he did so, one of us grabbed it from him, and we drove off. On our way out of town, we fired a couple of shots into the air from the car window. The wave of crime we were leaving in our wake would catch up to us. The police had no evidence, but they knew we were running wild. We were picked up and questioned about drugs, We never used drugs, followed, and otherwise made to feel that things could not long continue in this manner. On one of my visits home, Mom told me that I had better straighten out, or I was going to wind up in prison. I laughed at her and said I was too slick to let that happen. Nonetheless, I knew it was time for a change. I decided to move to Anchorage and get a job. It would be a fresh start. I told Junior and Shot my plan, and they said they wanted to come along. Something told me that would be a mistake, but I agreed. We loaded what we needed into my Chrysler with the fluid drive and headed south down Richardson Highway. We had about $100 between us. It was early summer, I was 18 years old, and I was still wetting the bed. We had covered about a third of the 500 miles to Anchorage, when we stopped to take a break and eat some of the sandwiches we had packed for lunch. I parked the car in the middle of an open field next to the 2-lane road leading to Anchorage, and the three of us walked over to a nearby river to watch the rapids and eat. It was nice outside, the sunshine was warm, the air was clear, and the surrounding countryside was beautiful. The three of us played together, running and jumping and throwing rocks into the river. When we were full and had had enough of running around, we returned to the car only to be surprised to find a herd of wild buffalo lazily grazing all around it. We'd all heard stories about the Alaskan buffalo. One of these big animals thought a passing freight train was invading his territory and rammed it head on. Another of these huge beasts did not like the sound of the siren on a state police car, so he charged it, totaling the car. Having heard these and other stories, we were too scared to get close enough to be effective in our efforts to frighten them away. We eventually returned to the river and waited until the buffalo grazed their way a comfortable distance from our car, before we were on our way again. After that, the trip just went from bad to worse. We had a series of flat tires, 5 of them, and had to pay $35 to replace the radiator. The constant delays and the cost of parts cut into our limited resources. By the time we got to Anchorage, we were nearly broke. We were supposed to stay with some relatives of Shot's, but we couldn't find their place. We wound up sleeping in the car at first, and then tried a rescue mission, where we had to sing praise to Jesus for our supper. That was more than we could take, so we wound up back sleeping in the car, and a little later in a deserted cabin we broke into. Our money gone and nothing to eat, we busted into a gas station and knocked off the cigarette machine for about $30, which we spent on hamburgers and gas. Several days later, we hit a small business for another $40. Unable to find work or friends in Anchorage, we decided to return to Fairbanks. If we stole enough gas to fill the tank and our extra gas cans, we could make it to Fairbanks on the small amount of money we had left. Shot wasn't up to siphoning gas, so that left it to Junior and I to steal the fuel we needed to get home. Late at night, we were siphoning gas from the tanks of some vans parked in a yard full of moving trucks. Shot was in the car, supposedly acting as our lookout and happy to be as far away from the center of criminal activity as possible. Junior and I had our cans full and were ready to go, when we noticed some flashing lights on the side of a building near where the car was parked. We snuck up close to check it out, and sure enough, the police had taken Shot into custody. We later learned that they thought he was the lookout for a warehouse burglary. Unable to find a burglary in progress, they took him in on general principle. Junior and I walked back to the main part of town and used the last of our money to get a cheap room at the Fifth Avenue Hotel. Rather than going straight to bed, we decided to try to find out if the cops were going to release Shot. If not, we planned to thumb our way back to Fairbanks. Leaving the hotel was a mistake. It had been less than an hour since Shot had been arrested when we headed in the general direction of the police station. We planned just to walk by the place to see what we could see. Before we got a block from the hotel, however, a police car stopped us. The cop asked if we were Ed Mead and Junior Henderson. We said no, but were arrested for vagrancy when we refused to produce identification. Shot had told them everything, even about us vandalizing airplanes for emergency rations to eat. By using the old Mutt and Jeff routine, the good and understanding cop versus the bad, aggressive, and mean cop, and showing me a copy of Schott's written statement, the police got a confession out of me as well. Junior, bless his tough little heart, held out for days and only gave in because I told him the situation was hopeless. They held us in the city jail until we pleaded guilty to the 3 burglary charges against us. After that, we were placed in the Anchorage State Jail, where we were held along with every type of felon imaginable. It was a truly frightening place. It was at the Anchorage State Jail that I finally stopped wetting the bed. Luckily, an old-time felon and jailhouse lawyer took us under his wing. The first thing he taught us was to never wave anything but the red flag. Accordingly, over the objections of our court-appointed attorney, we withdrew our guilty pleas and demanded a jury trial. We spent the next 6 months in jail fighting to defend ourselves, before nonetheless eventually being convicted on all counts, sentenced to 3 years in prison, and sent to the Federal Correctional Institution at Lompoc, California. Alaska still did not have any prisons of its own at the time. I had been around enough ex-convicts to be genuinely afraid of being sexually assaulted at the penitentiary. Maybe that's what put an end to my bedwetting. I was now number 2420. In my little Fairbanks circle, I was a strong person, but in the Anchorage jail there were quite a number of older and much meaner people who had been to prison many times, some of whom had even killed other prisoners. I was terrified. Indeed, had they released me at that point, I probably would never have had another problem with the law. But the government machine has never been known for its good sense, let alone for compassion or mercy, so they sent me to prison, making me angry, bitter, and frustrated. Lompoc looked just like you would expect a prison to look: cold concrete and steel. Military discipline was the order of the day, beds made a certain way, blankets folded with the navy tuck, shirts worn with sleeves and all but the top button buttoned, and so on. All this regimentation was supposed to instill in us a sense of respect for authority, but the pervasive atmosphere of strict conformity had a negative effect on most prisoners, causing them to seek ways to circumvent the rules. I had a couple of infractions, one for not adequately cleaning the unit's urinals. The urinals were clean, and the write-up was unfair, but I was nonetheless placed in I block, the hole. That meant sleeping on a wooden slab raised 2 inches off the concrete floor and receiving reduced food rations. A worn and dirty mattress was issued at 11:30 at night, along with a tattered army surplus wool blanket. The mattress and the blanket were picked up again at 6 o'clock every morning. Our only clothing was a pair of jockey-style underwear. The prison was set up to program prisoners into acquiescence and acceptance of the status quo. In order to earn a parole, a prisoner had to jump through a series of hoops, one of which was obtaining a high school diploma. I took a series of courses. In algebra, the instructor read us Russian literature, because that is what interested him. In fact, the only class which was not irrelevant was psychology. From the moment we arrived at the prison, the message was that we were flawed, out of step, and in need of treatment. They pushed Freud's line like the kings of old pushed religion. Original sin was replaced with instincts that had to be repressed or sublimated. The free expression of sexuality was repressed and the social basis of deviance was ignored. Instead, what was proposed was more authoritarian control. I ate this stuff up and studied the ways to best keep the upper hand over my ID and then ADOS. In short, I bought into that aspect of their trip. How alienated is that? On the other hand, resisting the prison's authoritarian atmosphere and psychological assaults was the basis of prisoner culture. When I entered the prison, my natural bond was with other prisoners, not with the guards who were keeping me there at gunpoint and against my will. While there were contradictions among prisoners, they were not as great as the contradictions between prisoners and their captors. Prisoners had one major thing in common: they had all been convicted of one or more crimes. This became the natural focus for conversations between us. We bragged to each other about the crimes we had committed and talked about those we wished we had committed, as well as those we intended to commit once released. Needless to say, there were a lot of prisoners who had the perfect scheme for illegally making money once released, and there were those who were willing to teach others the fine art of safe cracking and similar pursuits. It seemed that just about every one of us, to one degree or another, felt that the state's crime, the punishment, outweighed their offense and wanted to even things up. In my case, for example, I'd stolen about $100 and was being made to pay for that with 3 years of my life. Anyway, since prisoners primarily talked about crime, it wasn't long before newcomers like me were identifying as criminals. The net effect of the whole experience was to confuse us with the dog-eat-dog ideology of capitalism, on the one hand, while reinforcing criminal behavior, on the other. Prisons do generate crime. I was 19 years old, I didn't like prison, and I wanted to get out and never return. I basically believed what the authorities told me, that a high school diploma and a trade would help me stay out once I was released. The best vocational training in the federal system at that time was at the Airplane Mechanics School at the Federal Reformatory in Chillicothe, Ohio. I requested and received a transfer. The prognosis for my rehabilitation seemed favorable. I had even told a caseworker that my confinement was one of the best things that had ever happened to me. Again, how alienated and confused is that? The transfer by prison bus to Chillicothe took several months, with stops at various federal prisons along the way to pick up and drop off other prisoners. At one extended stop, at the U.S. Penitentiary at Leavenworth, we were put in an 8-man cell with a huge ex-Marine, who was an aggressive homosexual. When we went to the mess hall to eat, the much older mainline prisoners would make wolf calls at us youngsters. Back in the cell, we had to fend off the dick-suckin' Marine. At least I did. The other youngster, a guy named Brown, liked being sucked off and would invite the gay prisoner into his bunk every night. One night, I let him come to my bunk. He wanted me to jerk him off while he gave me a blowjob. I, however, refused to touch him, thinking it was an unmanly thing to do. He, nonetheless, went ahead and did me with his mouth. The sexual experience was not particularly pleasurable. I made a point of letting him know it would never happen again. Chillicothe was a prison, but it was laid out like a college campus, with the dormitories separate from the other buildings. Lompoc, on the other hand, was one big building. The first half of my stay at Chillicothe was devoted to studying for my FAA aircraft power plant license and writing letters to June, who, at that point, was living in Arizona. I also began appreciating books for the first time in my life. I began reading westerns, coming to the conclusion that I was out of step with my time, that I should have been born in the past, when things were more free. Before long I moved on to science fiction, and even some non-fiction, in an effort to better understand things, psychology, reincarnation, flying saucers, Eastern religions, that sort of thing. I made one good friend while I was at Chillicothe. His name was Robert Maxwell, and he was also attending the aircraft mechanics school. The two of us were inseparable, and had I not been so plexed up, we probably would have been lovers. Max was doing a 10-year sentence for stealing a twin-engine airplane and flying it to Mexico. He was a few years older than me, and very intelligent. I respected Max most of all because he was willing to take risks. For example, the unit we lived in had a television on the ground floor, but the noise of the thing and the noise that prisoners made while watching sporting events made it hard for us to study at night. With Max leading the way, the two of us would sneak up to the television antenna wire just outside the building, push a straight pin through it, grounding the two leads, and then scurry off. It would take a few days for the electronics crew to find the problem. Prisoners would grumble, but we had some peace and quiet. Max learned lock picking, and the two of us set about picking locks around the institution. Once we were even busted for it and sent to the hole. I finished the power plant phase of aircraft mechanics school and was starting the airframe half of the course when a search of my cell resulted in the discovery of some test materials. I was thrown out of the mechanics school and went to work in the regular school's correspondence department, where I took correspondence courses and sold high school diplomas to my fellow prisoners. I also helped to start an astronomy club, which Max joined. As spring approached, I was put on an outside construction crew helping to build a rifle range so the guards could improve their capacity to kill escaping prisoners. I may well have been the only one who had moral qualms about doing such work. In any case, if the other prisoners on the crew had any doubts, they kept them to themselves. But then again, so did I back in those days. Nobody openly questioned such things. They paroled me on May 31, 1963, I said goodbye to Max and promised to write him often. I was 21 years old. I headed back to Fairbanks, stopping along the way in Tacoma to see Ann and Grams. Ann was in a wheelchair recovering from an automobile accident that left her without the use of her legs. The injury was not permanent, although it would be a year or so before she would be able to walk again. She had been in Southern California with friends when the accident occurred. As I recall, a drunk driver swerved out of his lane and hit her car. I might have spent 3 days in Tacoma. It was nice, I loved Grams and had an enjoyable visit, but I had places to go and things to do. I was ready to go home. When I landed in Fairbanks, I went straight to the homestead. Mom, Pam, and Joni, my youngest sister, were there. Neil was staying in town. Pam had a horse and was in love with life. I spent a couple of days resting and visiting with the family. Victor was in Georgia, staying with Fred, who was now living there. Virginia was still in Japan, living with her husband who was stationed there. Edna, Newbie, and Ross, who was now my parole advisor, were much as I remembered them. It's difficult to explain what I was feeling during this period. For one thing, I was mad about what had happened to me. I did not feel as if I had offended against society all that much, or that the price I had paid was just. Rather, I felt I had been forced to pay and pay and pay over and over again in the coin of a hateful and terrible punishment for my minor offense. In other words, the crimes I was convicted of, the monetary value of which, as I have said, was not more than $100, had not only cost me years of my life, but those years had been made particularly painful for me. There was a big gap between what society could justifiably take and what had actually been taken from me. Underlying all of my confusion was a determination to make someone pay for what had been taken from me. I did not know how or when I would collect. All I knew for sure was that someone owed me for those stolen years. This gut feeling was compounded by the fact that now, as a result of my years in prison, people tended to identify me as a criminal, and for the first time, I saw myself the same way, whereas before my incarceration, I had simply viewed myself as being a bit wild. Moreover, I was a failed criminal, because I had not approached crime in a conscious manner. It was time to succeed where I had once failed. The adverse effects of the prison experience went far beyond reinforcing my criminality. It was a lot more complicated than that. On some level, I felt guilty about not meeting normal social expectations. Rather than analyzing the validity of those expectations, I internalized the guilt, which led to other forms of inner turmoil, including self-loathing. The distance I felt from respectable people, like the good Mr. Hurst, wasn't new, but prison had made me conscious of it in a way that created a distance, or alienation, from straight people in general. I didn't really understand any of this at the time, I just felt empty and restless. This feeling lingered at the edge of my consciousness, leaving me feeling very alone. One day, I explained this feeling to Mom, telling her that where it was at was someplace I wasn't, and I needed to get there, wherever it was, however far and wide I had to look. It was not at the homestead, so despite Mom's misgivings, I left. I got a job at Veen Alaska Airlines as a mechanic's helper, making $3 an hour. It was the best paying job I had ever had, and I enjoyed the work. I rented a house near the airport with a native man named Joe, who was also a mechanic's helper at Veen, and bought a 1961 Comet, a then popular small Ford motor car, by taking over its payments. I also had a checking account, and I was learning how to fly an airplane. While objectively I was doing quite well, I still liked to run with my old friends on weekends. Indeed, if anything, my efforts to have a good time were more intense, inasmuch as the prison experience leaves one feeling that he or she needs to make up for lost social and sexual opportunities and the related partying, in short, to make up for lost time. One evening in late July, after I got off work, Lemon, Jr., and I were driving down the Richardson Highway towards Fairbanks, with another carload of friends. We were drinking Miller High Life. In those days, drinking and driving was something a lot of Alaskans considered normal behavior. Indeed, sometimes I'd have so many empties on the floor of the car that when I accelerated or braked, I could hear them rolling back and forth, clinking against each other. I finished off a beer and as a prank of sorts threw the empty bottle out the car window so it would land in front of the friend's car behind us. Instead of braking harmlessly, however, the bottle bounced into the other lane and into the path of a car coming from the other direction. As it happened, the car was being driven by a superior court judge. He turned around and gave chase, unsuccessfully, but he did manage to get my license plate number. The next day, while I was at work, a state trooper pulled in through the open hangar doors at Veen Airlines and asked my boss if he could see me. The trooper asked me about the incident, and I denied it, saying someone else may have been using my car. When I refused to provide any names, he threatened to tell my boss that I was on parole. I continued to refuse to cooperate, and he made good on his threat. I was called up to the main office and told that I could keep my job, but that they would not tolerate another incident. My relationships with women at this time were both racist and exploitative. The notion that women were sex objects and nothing more was yet another aspect of the negative conditioning of my prison experience. In that all-male environment, the only talk of women took the form of bragging about past conquests, and the only images of women were the Playboy nudes used for jerking off. Men would not admit this, even to themselves, but the atmosphere of the place was soaked with disdain for any characteristic considered feminine. To be in any way like a woman, to express any caring or sensitivity, or to display any emotion, for example, to cry, was out of the question. When women were mentioned, it was never with any love or tenderness. It was, instead, I had this bitch do that, or I made that cunt do this. The worst insult you could sling at a fellow prisoner was to infer he was in some way like a woman, "You're a pussy," and all that sort of thing. Men who actually sold women, pimps, were well respected in prison. Women were consistently objectified. As such, prison culture, which is by its nature unnatural, bred an active hatred of women. Now back in Fairbanks, I frequented taverns where poor whites and natives hung out. The Indian and Inuit women were fairly easy to pick up once they'd had enough to drink, which in those days was pretty much always by closing time. One night, at about 3 in the morning, I was with a beautiful native woman at the Western Inn. As I was getting ready to leave, bars on Cushman Street stayed open until 5 in the morning. I asked her if she would like to come home with me for a drink. She said yes, so we went to the house where Joe and I lived. We talked and drank some more, then I made a pass or two, and soon we were making out. She let me undress her. We had a quick fuck. I won't dignify it by saying we made love, and after I had climaxed, I told her I was going to the bathroom and would be right back. I made my way through the dark to Joe's room and woke him up, telling him there was a live one on the couch in the front room. He went out and screwed the drunken woman, being careful not to say anything, so she wouldn't notice a different voice. When Joe was done, I returned and slept next to her for the rest of the night. We probably weren't as slick as we thought we were, but we both got laid, and that was the objective of the exercise. Conquest was the name of the game. While the sex wasn't violent, there certainly wasn't a lot of caring or tenderness. Women were receptacles into which men masturbated, and that was the way we related to them. The next day after work, we took the woman into town and dropped her off on 2nd Avenue, where most of the downtown bars were, and where she could resume the cycle of drinking too much and getting picked up by some guy all over again. The sad part of this story is that she wanted to stay with Joe and I. She hated the cycle that much. Like the majority of white people in Fairbanks, and probably much of the state, I thought of the Inuit and the natives who hung out in the city's many drinking establishments as drunks. We Europeans have been consuming alcohol for thousands of years, our bodies adjusted to it over the centuries. Native Americans and Inuit had not been drinking it for all that long, so alcohol hit them harder. As a youth, I carried with me all of the racist notions of my generation. Natives were lazy drunks. Shortly after the incident with the state trooper, I was placed on the graveyard shift at Veen. Junior had already violated his parole and was on the run, and Lemon was helping him hide out at a remote cabin on Nanana Road. They would stop by the job from time to time, asking for money or wanting to get together. Very occasionally, I'd punch in at work, take care of some of my responsibilities, and then split to party with my friends in the bars downtown, being sure to return in time to sign off on the pre-flight inspection forms for the aircraft I was supposed to be inspecting that night. One night, I punched in and worked part of my shift, then split for the China bar for a while with a coworker. My coworker left before me. I had had quite a bit to drink and didn't plan to return to work. I was walking the 5 miles home from the bar when I spotted an old bicycle leaning up against the back of an apartment complex. It only had one pedal, so I had to push down on the single pedal with one foot, wait for it to make a 180-degree arc, then push down again. This process soon became tiresome, and I was still a long way from home. By this point, I was seriously looking for an alternative to the bicycle. I happened to be passing the U.S. Fish and Game Department building, behind which several government vehicles were parked. I decided to steal a panel truck and abandon it near my house. This had been a common practice during my homestead days. Instead of hitchhiking, I would steal a car in Fairbanks and dump it in the North Pole area, then walk the last few miles home. The panel truck was a newer vehicle and more difficult to hotwire. I wasn't able to get it started without a key. I decided to get the keys from inside the building. I kicked open the front door and found them on a memo board. While getting them, I noticed a small safe, some walkie-talkies, and a survival rifle. I backed the truck up to the rear loading dock, loaded on the safe and the other items, and drove the whole works home. After unloading the loot at my house, I drove the truck to the other side of Fairbanks, walked into town, and caught a cab back to work, where I finished out the rest of my shift. The burglary had done a remarkable job of sobering me up. After work, I crudely opened the safe. It contained nothing of value, and then dumped it in a remote area. A day or two later, I gave the radios and survival rifle to Junior, Lemon, and their new friend, Benny Edwards. During this period, I often helped Junior to steal fresh wheels. His backwoods hideout looked like a used car lot, or with the occasional burglary of a store for food supplies. Once we knocked off a wholesale liquor warehouse for a carload of booze. We had done this same sort of thing when we were younger, of course, so this wasn't a first, but this time someone found our stash and took the booze. We were so disappointed that some dirty low-down scoundrels had purloined our stolen hooch. When I was in the lunchroom at Veen, my co-workers would be talking, but I just could not relate to the things that seemed to be important to them: Susie's lost front tooth or the lawn that needed mowing. It was meaningless gibberish to me. The people I could relate to were the local crooks and the natives who hung out at the China bar downtown or at the Western Inn out on Cushman Street. I spent my weekends at the hideout, but the rest of my spare time I was there. They were the lower class element. They talked my language. That was another thing my prison experience had done to me. In late August, Junior, Lemon, and Benny Edwards were busted, with the handheld radios and the survival rifle still in their possession. When questioned, Benny Edwards told the feds that I had given them the stolen government property, whereupon I was arrested and charged with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife burglary. Benny testified against me at the preliminary hearing. Mom and some of my friends managed to bail me out, and once free, I used up my remaining credit, cashed as many bum checks as I could, and then caught the midnight flight to Seattle. I stopped in to see Ann and Grams on my way to I knew not where. They were glad to see me, but pained to learn of my circumstances with respect to the forces of law and order. Ann must have been bored with wheelchair life, because when it came time for me to leave she volunteered to join me in my life as a fugitive. Half-jokingly she explained I was too stupid to make it on the run alone. We decided where to go by laying a US map on the floor and flipping a coin onto it. We would go wherever the coin landed. Within days, we were on a train with tickets to Austin, Texas. We talked about the roles that we would play on this adventure. Ann was to be an injured school teacher, English literature, and I would be her devoted brother. We were in town to see an orthopedic surgeon. My hair was dyed brown and combed in a different style, one that the Beatles would popularize a few years later. We started the train trip in high spirits, but it soon became difficult for Ann, as the jerking and bumping was hard on her injuries. The countryside was looking increasingly inviting, so we decided to get off at the next major town, which was Pocatello, Idaho, and try to make a go of it there. We quickly rented a cheap apartment. I found a job doing landscaping at the town's university, and we opened a checking account. To make some additional income, Ann placed a classified advertisement in the local newspaper offering freelance typing services from home. The money situation wasn't critical, but we were not all that comfortable either. Nonetheless, once we settled in, things went pretty well. I bought a '57 Ford with a souped-up engine and 4 on the floor. It had tailpipes that sang with raw power. We got the car from a new friend for a little down and a promise to pay more. Ann was typing for a professional stage hypnotist, who was writing course material to teach his act. He became a good friend. I also made friends with a poor couple who had recently married. Ann had some friends who were relatively well-off professionals. We had met them when I called the welcome wagon to say a young brother and sister had just moved into town and wanted to learn more about the city. Our social life consisted of learning hypnosis, playing canasta with my newlywed friends, and visiting the people Ann liked to hang out with. The guy who sold us the car had a crush on Ann, so he would just kind of hang around until Ann shooed him away for the evening. One of the best things about this trip was that I got to know Ann a lot better. Intellectually, she was interested in Camus, Sartre, and existentialism in general. She said that was where it was at, so I tried reading Sartre's Being and Nothingness, for over a year, and found it had no end beyond its own theory. At that time, my worldview was the one the schools and the media had imposed upon me. My point of view was that of the dominant class. Ann had a philosophy of life, and being with her encouraged in me a desire to better understand these sorts of things. In terms of religion, for example, I saw myself as an atheist, while Ann considered herself agnostic. The closest thing to a security breach in our Pocatello days occurred when a reporter for the local newspaper took pictures of me and some of my co-workers transplanting a large tree to beautify the city. One of the photographs was printed on the front page of the lumpen paper. We decided we needed to be more careful in the future. After a while, I started talking to Ann about running a check cashing operation, so that we could leave town. She was reluctant to break the law, though tempted by the nice things we would be able to buy. Then, something happened that made her say yes. From time to time, the guy who sold us the car, Ann, another woman friend of his, and I would go out dancing in the taverns. Ann would sit at the table if I was dancing. One night in mid-October, at 11 p.m., the bars were closing, but we were just warming up. The guy suggested we go to Jackpot, Nevada, where the bars were open all night. We all agreed, bought a case of beer, and were on our way to Jackpot, which was about 160 miles southwest of Pocatello. While we were driving to Jackpot, the guy tried to put his arm around Ann, who was sitting next to him in the front seat. She rejected him, and being the dork he was, he had to prove his masculinity by driving fast. He rounded a bend on the 2-lane road and roared up behind a state police car at 90 miles an hour. Unable to slow down quickly enough, he sped past the cop at breakneck speed. He was arrested for drunkenness, and his car was impounded. He was taken to jail in Idaho Falls. We bailed him out and got a hotel room. Back at our room, the guy told us he was on parole and had to split. And I said we weren't particularly anxious to have a conflict with the law either. We snuck out through a back window of the hotel, took the fire escape down, and then, because I had taken the keys to his car while he was being booked, we were able to steal it back from the police impound lot. The three of us, the other woman elected to stay behind, drove on to Jackpot, where we rented a motel room. The next morning, I drove the car I had stolen from the police station the night before back to Pocatello, and then drove back to Jackpot with the '57 Ford to pick up N and the dork. Then, all three of us went back to Pocatello. I figured the cops were going to be after this guy before too long, so we cut our ties with him, and started preparing to split. I immediately set about the task of buying all sorts of goodies by writing checks for small amounts to put the items on layaway. I ordered a ring for N made out of antique gold with a ruby in the center. I put money down on suits of clothing for both of us. We got everything we needed. When the layaway checks cleared at the bank, I returned to the various stores and wrote checks for the balance owed on the purchases, and then picked up the merchandise, plus a little more. This last step took place over the course of a weekend. When I had everything we had ordered, I made the rounds of the supermarkets, buying food and writing checks that exceeded the cost of the purchase by as much as they were willing to give me. We packed as much food as possible into the car and delivered it to our young married friends, and then we went for another load. When we were done, we borrowed the hypnotist's second car, an old beater, loaded our gear into it, and split for Denver, Colorado. The owner of the car was a friend, whom we felt would understand, and the car was old and essentially worthless. Still, we both felt bad about abusing his friendship. He was a wonderful person, and he had taught me the skill of hypnosis while we were living in Pocatello. We rented a basement apartment in a nice suburban area of Denver. I soon sold the car for junk, and then started looking for work. This time, however, I was not so successful. Our money was, as usual, quite short, but I got bored staying home with N and started spending more and more time in a downtown bar, where I met and fell in love, or in lust, with a French prostitute named Desire. After just one night together, Desire said it wasn't going to work out between us. She left and steered clear of me. This whole thing created additional strain between N and I, so she decided to take a bus to California, where she had friends. I stayed behind, hanging out at Sam's Coco Club, looking for and pining after Desire. The rent came due, I was nearly broke, a couple of small business burglaries had not netted me anything worth speaking of, and I had seen Desire again and had been firmly rejected. With my life seemingly at rock bottom, I took a job offered by the employment office selling magazines door-to-door with a gang of traveling salesmen. We worked Denver, selling door-to-door all day every day, then moved on to Salt Lake City. The work was fucked. We were pressuring people into buying a product they didn't need or want, by playing on their sympathy. We had quotas to meet and were subjected to constant pep talks to boost sales and were sanctioned if we failed to reach our quota. I was supposed to cajole some old woman living on a fixed income into writing a post-dated check to pay for magazines she didn't want, by telling her I was trying to pay for college. I am working my way through college was the lie we were told to tell customers. I felt bad about what I was doing, a lot worse than I did about breaking into businesses, which was a lot more direct and therefore more personally honest. On November 22, 1963, President Kennedy was assassinated, an event that was followed by a period of nationwide mourning the likes of which cannot really be imagined today. In fact, so much so that it brought our Salt Lake City sales campaign to an abrupt end. The boss loaded us all into the company station wagons, and we moved on to Hollywood, where we recommenced pushing the magazines. My sales were average, but I hated what I was doing. After 2 weeks in Hollywood, I decided to leave. I told the salesman I got along with best that I was going to quit. He wanted to join me. I refused, but he insisted, so I was forced to tell him that it wouldn't be a good idea because I was a fugitive. He argued that he could help me hide from the law. He was young, clean-cut, and very good-looking. The two of us split for Linwood, where Anne was living. She was walking again, had her own apartment and a flashy sports car, and was living off insurance money from her car accident. When Anne had moved back to California, she had gotten together with her old friends. Anne's closest girlfriend was a woman named Frances, and when Anne returned to California from Denver, she told Frances all about her adventures as a fugitive with me in Pocatello and elsewhere. Frances must have fallen in love with the exaggerated legend, because when I showed up she was clearly infatuated with me. Frances was my age, but married. The two of us quickly got it on together, which caused problems with her husband, who started making trouble. Frances, my friend from the magazine place, and I all split in her car for Points East. Actually, my friend and I had been planning to leave in Frances's old car. She got suspicious when I had the noisy generator repaired and confronted me. I admitted the plan, and she demanded to come along. After a lot of arguing, I reluctantly agreed. Off the three of us went, until we ran out of money in Kingman, Arizona. We rented a motel room with 2 beds, one for me and Frances and the other for my friend. I got a job with a furniture company, and my friend went to work as a dispatcher for the Kingman Police Department. The idea was that he would be able to let me know in the event of any inquiry about my whereabouts. I was young, and I didn't have much understanding of human nature. Things may have worked out better if all three of us had been in a sexual relationship, or if Frances had not come along, but it was early 1964, and we were all too straight to consider that kind of openness. The monogamous sexual relationship between Frances and I, conducted in the same room as my healthy young friend, created strain that I was too slow to recognize. To me, everything seemed to be going quite well. Both he and I were working, and Frances was doing all she could to help in other ways. We were getting ready to rent a house and settle down in the area, when my friend decided to split for his hometown in South Carolina. He was lonely and felt like the odd man out. I was arrested within a week of him leaving. I do not know how I was caught. Possibly my friend called to turn me in, or, more likely, Frances's old man reported the car stolen and me and his wife on the run together, etc. I suspect it was the resentful husband, but I will probably never know. The Kingman jail was miserable. My mattress had so much funky crud on it that it cracked when bunched up or bent. You were lucky if you got 1 shower a month, and when you did it was in a crud-infested shower stall filled with stagnant slime. The filth was rank and pervasive. Anne and Frances would come from Linwood on weekends to visit and brighten my day. We had to holler down at visitors from the 2nd floor through 2 heavy mesh screens and 2 sets of bars, making it nearly impossible to communicate. My fellow prisoners and I hatched an escape plot. We used a spoon to cut through the first screen and then passed a note on a string down to Frances. She was to tie a bunch of hacksaw blades to the string that night. The cops got wind of the scheme from a listening device they had planted inside our tank. They told Frances she should wait for me to do my time, so that we could start over fresh. She bought it, and in retrospect, rightly so. They placed me in a concrete box that had been previously occupied by an old drunken native woman. In addition to the usual filth, there was piss all over the floor. I remained there, without a mattress or a blanket, until the U.S. Marshal came to get me about a week later. I was glad to get away from Kingman and its uncivilized citizenry that would condone such inhumane treatment of another sentient being. The Marshal transported me to the Federal Detention Center at Florence, Arizona. The facility was new, clean, and sanitary. The detention center had originally been constructed on the site of a concentration camp used to intern U.S. citizens of Japanese descent during World War II. June would come down from Phoenix to visit me regularly, often bringing the preacher from her church with her. She had found religion and evidently thought it would do me some good, too. I ultimately pleaded guilty to the U.S. fish and wildlife burglary in an Arizona federal court, under what is called a Rule 20 agreement, and was sentenced to 3 years in federal prison by a judge in Phoenix. Before long I was once again off to Lompoc. This time I was given the number 4252. I had been receiving the occasional Christmas card or letter from Dad and Lila, but when they learned that I was back in prison, the contact ended. I continued to write to Francis for a while, but that too tapered off and eventually stopped. The same thing happened with June and her preacher friend. The Lompoc administration tried to prevent my transfer back to Chillicothe, where I hoped to complete the second half of my aircraft mechanic's license, the airframe ticket, which would make me into a full-fledged A&P, airframe and power plant mechanic. I appealed the institution's refusal to transfer me all the way up to the Bureau of Prisons in Washington, D.C., and I also wrote letters to the U.S. senators and congressmen from Alaska. These efforts ultimately proved successful. While waiting for my transfer to come through, I started studying a little law. In those days, there were no law libraries in prisons, but for those of us who were persistent and ready to brave the wrath of our captors, there were 4 big, but unannotated, volumes of the United States Code that we could read. We were only allowed to read them for an hour at a time, and we had to sit on a hard wooden bench right outside the classification office while doing so. A small group of us began talking about the law and started trying to file collateral attacks on our convictions. Jerry Mall, an Alaskan native, was the local legal guru. I borrowed a complaint he had written in order to study his technique. When I was giving the papers back to him, a guard spotted the exchange and confiscated his pleadings. We were both written up, infracted, for illegal procedure in writing a writ and tossed in the hole. While the inmates who persevered might be allowed to read the law, they were not permitted to share their knowledge with or help others. The hole at Lompoc had not changed. There was still the wooden bed only inches off the floor, the reduced rations, and no blanket or mattress during the day. Just as I was about to leave Lompoc for Chillicothe, Max passed through. We had a brief but happy reunion. His release date was approaching, and he was going to Fairbanks, where we agreed to meet up when I was released. I had stayed in regular contact with him when I was out, and about the only thing I had managed to do right while in Fairbanks was to get his parole plan together. Now he was going to give it a try. My trip to Chillicothe resembled the previous one. Once again I passed through all sorts of other federal institutions on my way, and once again it took 3 months. As had been the case at Lompoc, there were a lot of familiar faces at Chillicothe, people back on new beefs and others still doing time on their old ones. I had to have another fight with the administration before I was allowed back into the airplane mechanics school. Because I had previously been caught with tests, they considered me a cheater. It took months of struggle, but I was finally admitted. I also continued to study a little basic law and managed to file a post-conviction relief petition with the courts challenging the alleged voluntary nature of my Rule 20 guilty plea. I met a fellow student named Ray Valois at the Airplane Mechanics School, or AMS, as we called it. He too was working on his A&P license. We became good friends. It seems that anywhere I stayed for a while, I developed a close relationship with someone. I guess I'm just not a loner, I need good friends. Ray was in for stealing some government checks while in the Navy. It was his first offense. He was only a little older than me, but he was balding early, and that made him look older than he was. We did our time, studied our lessons, and talked about going to Alaska together when we got out. Our plan was to get jobs together as airplane mechanics, rent a super nice pad, and party with lots of fast women. That's all we really wanted besides our freedom, of course. I continued to read while at Chillicothe, fewer westerns, More science fiction. Once again, I came to believe I was out of step with my time. I should have been born in the future, when humanity had achieved a greater degree of civilization and equality, and when greed and war were things of the past. I also started reading nonfiction in a disciplined way. We were allowed to check out 3 books at a time. At first, I would get 2 science fiction novels and 1 nonfiction book, but over time, I reduced the number of science fiction books first to 1, and then to 0. By that point, not only was I exclusively reading nonfiction, but I had also created my own program for improving my vocabulary and language skills. The books I read were increasingly political. Where I had once focused on various Eastern religions and phenomena like flying saucers, I now studied geography and history. One book that particularly impressed me was Felix Green's Inside China Today. I was still more or less a supporter of the capitalist system, but at least my anti-communism was not as set or rigid as was the case with most of my peers. At this point in my life, politics was still not something I gave that much thought to. While I was an unwavering atheist, something I had confirmed by refusing to cop out on my deathbed after shooting myself in the head, I still believed that the ultimate answers to the eternal questions would be reached through metaphysical rather than material means. I have no idea how it happened, but Ray and I were paroled to Alaska on the same day. Maybe the cops figured he would be a good influence on me. Anyway, I had passed the airframe section of the course, not only with the highest grade in my class, but with the highest grade in the school's 20-year history. While students always cheated, this time I hadn't. I think it may have been that I had given my word not to do so as a condition to readmission into AMS. At the time of my release, I had $70 in my pocket, and Ray had $125. The institution's prognosis for my successful completion of parole was guarded. It was the fall of 1965, and I was now nearly 24 years old. There was already some snow on the ground when we landed at the Fairbanks International Airport. We rented a room in a cheap hotel, and within days we were both working as aircraft mechanics at Fairbanks Air Service. At first, we lived with Max in his trailer house. Max was clearly disappointed that I had brought Ray back with me, but he did not say anything to me about it. He provided us with a car and met the rest of our needs until we were able to get our own place. One night I was sleeping on the double bed in the front room, and Max was in bed with me. At the time he was working graveyard shift at Veen Alaska Airlines, my alma mater, so I usually had the bed to myself, but this must have been his night off. Anyway, I was sound asleep when I felt him rubbing my penis up against his anus. He was very aroused, with his sphincter muscles hot, moist, and loose. I, on the other hand, was only partially erect. I let him insert my penis in his rectum and moved my body with his until I climaxed and ejaculated. Then, I went back to sleep. We never discussed the incident, and we never had sex again. Mom, Pam, and Joni were living in an apartment in College, a sort of suburb of Fairbanks located near the University of Alaska. Mom and Neil were now separated. Ross was dressed in rags, driving an old heap of a car, and working like a dog to pay his lawyers in his fight with the bank to retain his piece of land at 21st and Cushman. Edna was living in a shack in North Pole, poor as ever, and her girls were in school. Junior was out of Lompoc, but living in the States. Lemon was still in Lompoc finishing up a state sentence, and Virginia was still in Japan, having children and being a military housewife. Ray and I soon had a superfine apartment costing what was then a lot of money, but we were making $3.75 an hour, which was big dough for us, and we had Max's car. We were soon well established. Next came phase 2 of our prison-born dream, the fast women and the parties. As had been the case before my recent adventures, my view of women at this time remained both racist and exploitative. So I introduced Ray to the China bar and the art of KLOOCH, native women, hunting. He was a natural, but he quickly settled down with one woman. Her name was Little One, and she moved in with us. I continued bringing strange women home for one-night stands, and it wasn't long before little one started complaining about my disruptive nocturnal habits. Not only was I coming in at all hours of the night, but I wasn't very selective about who I brought home. I suppose I was in some way driven to try and make up for what I had lost out on by spending nearly 4 years of my young life in prison. One night, I was at the Western Inn, and I saw a woman named Margot talking with some GI. She was a go-go dancer at the China Bar and at the Western Inn, which were both owned by the same guy. She was an Alaskan native and a good friend of little one's. I made eye contact with her, and she responded. When the place was about to close, I asked her if she would like to see our new apartment. She agreed, and at home she was easily seduced. We were good together. In the morning everyone was happy that I had brought Margot home with me. She left her boyfriend, quit her dancing job, and moved in with us. The 4 of us became a family. We still went out and did the bar scene, but generally as a unit. Margot was the first female lover I had a genuine understanding with. While I was nearly as racist as most of the area whites, and I'm sure that did play some role in my personal relationship with her, the connection we had with each other worked to transcend such differences. Like most white Alaskans during those days, on some level, I thought natives were shiftless drunks who were too stupid to comprehend the more sophisticated aspects of advanced civilization. It never occurred to me that I might examine whose culture was civilized and whose wasn't. I didn't understand that native poverty and unemployment were the result of discrimination. At the same time, I did have a natural affinity with natives. I had lived with Joe, a native man, and I hung out in the same bars as the natives and poor whites. My first real relationship with a woman was with an Alaskan native. A lot of the respectable white folks looked down on me as a squaw man, but that only bothered me occasionally. One night, Margot came home drunk, and when I was putting her to bed, we made love. When I went upstairs either Ray or little one asked me how she was doing. I replied, "Oh, she's in KLOOCH heaven deep drunk and well fucked." We all seemed to think that was really funny. Toward Christmas, Max and I went out and burglarized the El Rancho Motel, a summertime tourist spot 6 miles south of Fairbanks. The place was closed for the season, so we were able to steal a television and some other furniture for our apartment and thousands of dollars worth of gold and jade jewelry. We gave most of the jewelry to friends as Christmas gifts. During this period, I was frequently burglarizing businesses. We would be at the China Bar drinking, dancing, and shooting pool, and the old money supply would run out. First with another person, then, once he was released from Lompoc, with Lemon, I would go out and get a quick $500 by knocking off businesses for the petty cash. I always got enough to meet our immediate needs. At first, the girls were impressed with our ability to generate instant money, but that soon changed to open hostility and active resistance. Margot once resisted my thieving ways in a knockdown drag-out fight. Well, not a fight really, she just tried to prevent me from heading out the door to rob someplace. Ray never went with us on any of our robbery adventures, although he had no qualms about sharing in the fruits of our illegal efforts. He was what you might call a situational offender. Given my active nightlife, it should come as no surprise that things were not going all that well on the job. Not only was I missing a lot of work, but the quality of my work was not improving at the rate it should have been. For one thing, we were in over our heads. Ray and I were effectively running a maintenance operation on several C-46 cargo aircraft that were used to haul bulk fuel oil to remote military sites around the state. We had to maintain the large airplanes in sub-zero weather, often doing work we had not been trained to do, and for which we lacked the necessary tools and experience. Once, I let an aircraft leave with one of the 3 fire plugs blown out. When an engine fire extinguisher has been used, a red button-like fire plug blows out, so the maintenance crew know that the fire extinguisher needs to be replaced. Sometimes, however, these quarter-sized buttons would simply fall out, without the extinguisher being used. On my pre-flight inspection of the aircraft, I noticed that one of the fire plugs was out. I told the pilot about it, but I did not ground the airplane, because we were already behind schedule. When the plane was up north in some remote village, a surprise FAA inspection resulted in the discovery of the missing plug. The FAA grounded the plane, and all hell broke loose. That was strike one. Towards spring, I took too long replacing the propeller governor on one engine of a twin-engine C-46. The governor is a device that controls the speed of the spinning propeller, not unlike the way in which the automatic transmission of an automobile controls the speed of a car. Unbeknownst to me, however, this job required a special wrench designed for that specific purpose. The owner of the company, the pilot, the co-pilot, and the mechanic's helpers were all standing around waiting for me as I stood atop this tall ladder trying to use a wrench that would not fit. I finally had to go ask a mechanic at Vien's how to do it, and he loaned me the right tool for the job. But the damage had been done. That was strike two. My punishment was being transferred back to the main office hangar at another airfield where small aircraft were worked on. A few days later, I goofed up the relatively simple job of painting the numbers on the side of a light aircraft. That was strike three, the last straw. Fairbanks Air Service fired me. I got to thinking, maybe I'm in the wrong profession? 5. Back to crime. As long as the world shall last there will be wrongs, and if no man objected and no man rebelled, those wrongs would last forever. Clarence Darrow. My separation from Fairbanks Air Service was timely. I was of the opinion that I could earn a decent living outside of the law, that I could finally make it as a criminal. After years of talking about crime and living in a criminal environment, I had come to identify as a criminal and wanted to live my life accordingly. To me, success was not laboring to make someone else rich, but was a matter of making enough money as a professional burglar and safecracker to earn the respect of my peers, and doing so by taking money from the rich. The rich, of course, being anyone who had so much money they had to keep it in a safe. My ambitions in this area were not all that great, but they were there nonetheless, at least to some extent. What I had lost sight of was the fact that a town of 10,000 people could not really afford the luxury of having its own professional burglar. Mom, Ross, Edna, and even Margot all saw the direction I was heading in, and they each tried in their own way to stop me. In response to Mom's warnings, I replied, "I'm a criminal, and that's what I want to be." One of the first things I tried to do was to become a pimp by getting Margot to sell herself. She was adamantly opposed at first, but armed with the line I had learned from pimps in prison, I was able to wear down her opposition into simple reluctance. She did not want to ruin her reputation by whoring in Fairbanks, however, so we decided that we would go to Anchorage. We, mostly Margot, because she wanted some female company, talked a girlfriend of hers into joining us on this novice foray into prostitution. The morning we were to leave town, the girlfriend showed up with a black eye, so we left her behind. The trip to Anchorage was more like a vacation than work. The drive down was leisurely, and when we got there, we rented a nicer motel room than we might have otherwise stayed in. During the day, we went out sightseeing, and in the evening, we felt out the city's night scene. Margot tried to back out when the time came to actually go to work, but once again I was able to talk her into going ahead with it. I asked her to just give it a try, and she agreed. It took her no time to find a John in the first bar we selected, and she quickly turned the trick in the hotel room we had rented for that purpose. When she was done, she returned with the money, and then went out to find another customer. Per her instructions, I was always close by in case of trouble. That night she repeated the process several times. When she was done, we went back to our motel room, where I made very tender love with her. Although Margot seemed not to mind prostituting herself after the first time, the difficulties involved in being either a prostitute or pimp were tremendous. There was at least one occasion when I had to pull Margot aside, because she was soliciting a person who I believed was a cop. Waiting in the car while she was inside, Standing around in the hotel lobby, and other aspects of the scheme could be hard work, not to mention how demeaning it was for two people to make a living that way. In those days, I had no understanding of sexism or of the dynamics of male exploitation of women. I did, however, have a fairly good shit detector. I didn't need to be beat over the head with it to see that I was damaging Margot with this sick prostitution trip. A smarter man might have recognized that he was degrading both the woman he loved and himself, but I was nothing if not thick-headed. We soon enough did decide to call it quits, and the next day we spent all the money Margot had earned buying her new clothes. Going through this together actually made me love her more. We went home to Fairbanks broker than we had been when we left, but we were in good spirits. We had tried something different, but had not cared for it, and now we were going back to the super pad with Ray and little one. Lemon was back, crashing wherever he could find a place to sleep. These days, the young people call it couch surfing, and hanging out with Margot and I at either the China Bar or the Western Inn. He and I had knocked off a Shell oil distributor 2 or 3 times, getting several $100s a crack, but we were looking for something a little better to break into. Lemon suggested the Standard Oil offices and said he had even cased the place. After some discussion, we made a plan, and gathered the necessary tools. We had no problem breaking in. I opened the safe and was really bummed out to find that it only contained records. My disappointment was short-lived, however. Lemon cracked the filing cabinet, and the bottom drawer had a lot of money in it. The next day, the papers said burglars took currency worth over $15,000. It wasn't that much, but it was enough to make me feel good about my recent career choice. Later that night, we were selling $100 bills for $80 apiece, and suddenly we had a lot of friends. Of course, we were hip to that trip. One night, about 2 weeks after the Standard Oil burglary, Lemon and I were out drinking. Actually, we didn't normally drink that much. It was the scene we were into, not the booze, but on this particular night I had, in fact, drank too much. I ran out of money and sent Lemon to get some from the stash. Instead of doing that, he got hung up with his friends at a bar called the Savoy. A friend of mine with a cab drove me to the stash, which was located in a snowbank at the base of a stop sign on the edge of town. With the cab waiting only feet away, I grabbed a wrapped stack of $5 bills from the plastic bag of money, stuffed the rest back into the snow, and returned to the China Bar to finish out the evening. The next morning I was aghast at what I had done, at my carelessness. I was sure that the cab driver would have gone back and taken our hard-earned cash, but when I went to the stash, it was all still there. I removed a portion and wrapped the remainder in tin foil and additional layers of plastic bags. I was going to sell some of the money, which I thought might have recorded serial numbers, and hide the rest of it until summer, or at least until things weren't so hot. I moved the stash to a snowbank along the side of a largely deserted road. This was meant to be temporary. I planned to move it again after I had made the sale and things had quieted down a bit. This had been a large burglary for such a small town, and I was sure the police suspected I was involved, but just lacked proof. We sold some of the money to a bartender at the Western Inn, with an agreement that he would send it to his mother, who lived out of state. That was our condition for making the sale. We did not want this money floating around town. That night the police followed us home from the Western Inn. Now they knew where we lived. What's more, the bartender not only failed to send the money out of state, he talked too much and was picked up for being an ex-convict in possession of a firearm. He had the hot money on him, or at least some of it. He agreed to make a statement against Lemon and me in exchange for the weapons charge being dropped. I came home to the super pad one fine spring evening, one of those Alaskan nights when the air is warm, the snow is melting, and everything is wet and muddy. When I entered the apartment, I was greeted by what must have been every detective in Fairbanks. They had pulled apart the light switches, the stereo, and everything else, searching for the remaining money. I was arrested, and with my hands cuffed in front of me, I was escorted to a waiting unmarked car belonging to one of the detectives. When they opened the back door for me, I noticed a trench coat lying on the back seat. I pulled the coat out, as if to hand it to one of the attending detectives, but as he reached for it, staring him in the eye, I dropped it in the mud. He turned red with anger, but he didn't lay a hand on me. It was infantile, I suppose, but at the time it expressed my feelings. Let me make a brief aside here to say that the Fairbanks cops were professionals, and I respected them as professionals. I believe they also respected me as a professional, even if a stumblebum of one. They did not beat or otherwise abuse prisoners, unlike so many police forces in the States. They used psychological techniques to try to get people to confess, but adhered strictly to the letter of the law. Dropping the detective's trench coat in the mud was extremely unprofessional on my part. The detective's response to that childish act was, on the other hand, very professional. Mom put up the homestead to bail me out. Once free, I had a friendly talk with the offending bartender. He agreed to leave town and did so immediately. His failure to appear at the preliminary hearing meant that the charges against me had to be dropped. I was free, but the arrest had generated a lot of local front-page news and the heat was clearly on. Max was still working at Veen and was now living at and attending the University of Alaska. He had burned down his trailer for the insurance money that winter. I told him that I was broke and that I had to leave town and suggested that he, Margot, and I move to Anchorage. He immediately quit his job and school and withdrew his last $1,500 from the bank. We were on our way south in no time. This was the most generous act I had ever known Max to make, and it served to further cement the bond of friendship that connected us. We rented an apartment in Anchorage and Max and I both went to work for Northern Consolidated Airlines. We didn't do too much stealing, so I don't remember why it was we were arrested that June. It may have been for some jewelry we sold to a bondsman, who then turned us in. However, the jewelry had not been reported stolen, so the charges were ultimately dropped. The police who searched our house did find some portable transceivers, radios, we had taken from an RCA warehouse during a previous burglary, but the missing radios hadn't been noticed, because we left the empty boxes we had taken them from on the shelf under a stack of full boxes, and we had picked the locks to get in, so there was no evidence of our entry. Unfortunately, though, we still lost our jobs before we could get out on bail. Since our last $500 went to a bondsman, we only had enough money left to return to Fairbanks and get a cheap room. Margot went back to work as a go-go dancer. She probably could have supported us for a while, but I wanted something a little more financially secure. If I was going to rob someplace, I needed to do it before the Fairbanks police found out that I was back in town. Once they knew I was back, it was clear that they would put so much heat on me that it would be difficult to do anything illegal. A dope-using associate with a good reputation offered me money, a couple $1,000, in exchange for certain contents from a pharmacy. I talked a reluctant Max into doing the job with me. It was still June, so the night never got dark, making it to all intents and purposes a daylight burglary. I didn't consider it at the time, but I was violating two cardinal rules for a thief. 1. Never steal because you have to, i.e., when you are desperate for money. 2. Don't steal anything you can't spend. You can violate these rules, but in the end the law of repetition will ultimately get you. On the night in question, Max and I entered the Fairbanks Medical Clinic through a side door. We were working alone, so we didn't have a lookout. It took us a long time to break into the safe in one of the doctor's offices and peel open the vault in the basement. Max wanted to leave as soon as we had the money, but I made him stay as we collected 2 pillowcases full of drugs and valuables. We were going to leave by the back door, so Max went to get some loot we had left near the front. He suddenly bolted past me, saying "Police! Police at the front door!" I fell in behind him, running for the back door. As Max ran out the door, I saw a pig aiming a .357 Magnum at him. I jumped back inside, but the other cops were coming at me from the front of the building, leaving me with no option but to surrender. The police finally had the two of us dead to rights, and our parole holds meant we couldn't get bail. The police booked us into the old Fairbanks jail, located on the second floor of the structurally sound Federal Post Office building. The jail was small, holding as many as 25 to 30 prisoners, mostly native men doing short sentences for public drunkenness of some sort. There were no individual cells. The jail was more like a dormitory, making it easy for Max and me to search out security weaknesses. The jail's medical room was where prisoners saw the doctor. This small office was located next to the showers, so Max and I were able to gain access to it during the daily shower period. The door was locked, but there was an opening about 3 feet above it that you could climb through to get into the little room. There was nothing in the room except an old beat-up desk, a couple of ragged chairs, and a window that, when uncovered, looked down 2 stories onto 3rd Avenue, Fairbanks's second busiest street. This window was covered with a thick wire mesh screen that was held in place by 2 master padlocks. Beyond the screen was a sheet of plywood that was nailed to the window frame and painted green, and on the other side of the plywood was a set of iron bars. It took a few months, but in time, Max and I picked the master locks with crudely fashioned lockpicks, and removed the plywood covering in a way that let us remove and replace it without it looking like it had been tampered with. On a specific day at a specific time, we had a friend on the outside send us up new master locks and hacksaw blades in a bag we had lowered to him with a small homemade rope. We then cut the bars nearly all the way through, so they could be pushed out of the way by hand when the time came. We left the plywood looking undamaged and as if the nails were still holding it in place over the window. Finally, we installed our own locks on the mesh screen that had been designed to prevent access to the entire structure. It took a while, but we managed to put together a reasonable escape plan. The idea was to have another prisoner bend the bars back into place, put the plywood back, and shut and lock the mesh screen after we left. With things locked up behind us, the police would never know how we had escaped. We each had a set of keys to the locks on the screen, which looked to the guards like the same locks that were always on there. We carefully hid these keys in other areas of the jail. While being locked up is never fun, knowing that we could leave whenever we wanted definitely helped. As it turned out, we waited too long. Before the escape plan could be set in motion, I was unexpectedly transferred to the Anchorage jail, en route to Washington for my federal parole violation. Instead of trying me on the Fairbanks pharmacy burglary, the state, as I learned from the U.S. Marshals, had turned me over to the feds, who were sending me to McNeil Island Penitentiary, located on a small island near the sleepy little town of Steilacoom, Washington, to serve out the remainder of my federal term for the U.S. fish and wildlife burglary. They said the state would probably lodge a detainer against me, and that I would be tried, if at all, after my federal time was done. Max subsequently gave his set of keys to some guy who used our escape plan, but then went straight to a nearby bar and was recaptured shortly after his absence was detected. He had also failed to have someone clean up and lock everything after he had left, so the jailers quickly saw how he had gotten out. I was in the Anchorage jail for several months. Oliver Lemon was there too. The two of us tried to find a way to escape, but it was too secure for our limited means. This wasn't Fairbanks, and we didn't have anyone on the street to smuggle tools into us. Our captors never even detected our meager efforts. I spent my time playing cards and wondering what life would be like at McNeil Island, which I knew of as the place that troublemakers had been sent to when I was at Lompoc. It was considered to be a pretty tough place to do time. Then, one Friday in October, without any warning, I was suddenly transferred and not to McNeil Island, but back to the Fairbanks jail. I was placed in the hole over the weekend, and was not permitted to phone my lawyer or to otherwise contact the outside world. On Monday morning, I was taken to court to stand trial for the pharmacy burglary. I told the judge that I was not ready, because I had only received 3 days' notice, and that I was held incommunicado during that period. I pointed out that even if I was guilty, the Constitution guaranteed me the right to a fair trial. The judge denied my plea and forced me to stand trial on charges I had thought would not be pursued until after I had served my time for the federal parole violation. It was over in no time at all. The jury found me guilty, and the judge gave me 10 years. The thing I found the hardest to accept was that my partner in this crime, Max, only received 3 years, even though he faced more charges and had a more serious criminal record than me. Moreover, he was from out of state and was older than me, two factors judges in that area generally considered when sentencing people. Max had pleaded guilty while I was in Anchorage, and I might have done the same had I had the opportunity. Max did not cooperate with the police or finger me or anything like that, he simply pleaded guilty and got 3 years. So, my first gripe was that I was not given a fair trial or a reasonable opportunity to defend myself. Another source of resentment was my feeling that I was sentenced to 7 years more than Max for the crime of exercising my constitutional right to a jury trial. In any case, Max was sent to the new state prison farm at Palmer, Alaska, and I was transferred to McNeil Island. It was December of 1966, and I had just turned 25 years old. I had not wet the bed since the tender age of 18. Today I am 73 years old, and I've not wet the bed for 55 years. Not a huge accomplishment for most, but for me significant. My number at McNeil Island was 32,036. As always when entering a new prison, I was scared, but this time I was also angry. It may be a difficult concept for straight people, squares, to understand, but even if an offender is guilty of a crime, he or she still expects fair treatment from the criminal justice system. Yes, I was guilty, but I nonetheless had the right to a fair trial, and I should not have been punished with 7 more years than Max for the same crime, just because I had exercised my rights. I was angry about both the way I had been railroaded and the length of my sentence. I had been screwed over by the court, and I was going to do something about it. I quickly gravitated to part-time work on the back dock emptying and cleaning the kitchen's garbage cans. The worse the job, the less time you had to spend doing it, so although my friends sometimes complained that I smelled like garbage, I was left with the time I needed to study law in the prison's writ room, the inmate law library. The supply of legal books was inadequate, but I nonetheless found them useful. I started paying a fellow prisoner, the top jailhouse lawyer in the joint, to help me with my case. Before long, however, I noticed that he wasn't actually doing very much for me, other than taking the money I received from Margot and Mom, not all that much. What's more, he often seemed to be high on heroin. It wasn't just me, from what I could tell, he treated all the other prisoners in the same slimy, lawyer-like manner. The difference between me and his other clients was that I was in the writ room every moment that I wasn't working or sleeping. I stopped paying the guy when it became clear he was simply exploiting me. He may well have been happy to have me off his back, as I was constantly bugging him to do more. I wanted to file a writ on my federal case, the fish and wildlife burglary, prepare a motion for release on bail in my state case, the pharmacy burglary, and then write an appeal brief for the Alaska Supreme Court. Over time, I learned a lot about the law. I read every criminal case in every weekly advance sheet, Supreme Court, Federal Second, Federal Supplement, and Pacific Reporter. When I was not in the law library working with the law, I was in my cell studying it. I noticed that the same type of cases appeared over and over again. I read them all and soon developed an understanding of the law applicable to various aspects of trial procedure. I also learned what every lawyer and judge knows: guilt and innocence are irrelevant, and justice and truth have little to do with the law. If your facts line up with the legal precedents, you win; if they don't, you lose. It's a game that favors the rich, but also a game in which a poor person with an adequate grasp of the rules may occasionally win. Those rules are not easy to learn. In the old days before the advent of the printing press, knowledge of the Bible was kept away from common people. Indeed, it was a crime for anyone but a sanctioned priest to read it to them, and even then it was read in Latin. The law has the same exclusionary tradition. It too has its mumbo-jumbo of Latin words that only the initiated can bandy back and forth, all of which was probably developed for the same reasons to preserve the power and privilege of judges and lawyers. Once I was sufficiently proficient with the law, meaning I had a better understanding than most of my peers, I started helping other prisoners with their cases, especially prisoners from Alaska. Still stinging from the way the guy I had hired ripped prisoners off, I decided that if I charged anyone for my services, it would be an amount they could easily afford. Even in those cases, I generally took payment in the form of purchasing a law book for the writ room. I tried to distinguish myself from the vulture mentality of the prisoner who fed off the legal needs of his brothers. Later on, I would drift away from this principle, but at this point I was new and had very little status in the prisoner hierarchy. I did a good job on my first writ. I had taken the time to figure out what the applicable law was and how it related to the particular facts of my federal case. In response to the writ, a federal judge in Phoenix had me transported to the U.S. Detention Center at Florence, Arizona. A hearing was held, at which I successfully argued that my guilty plea for the U.S. fish and wildlife burglary had been induced by fear and promises, and that I had not, in fact, committed the crime I was charged with. I even had a photocopy of my time slip for the night in question, proving that I had been working at Veen Airlines when the crime occurred. Remember, I clocked into work, and then split for the bar scene well before my shift ended. The timesheet showed me at work all night long. The judge was pissed, but he didn't have a lot of leeway given the facts and the applicable law. He vacated the sentence and let me enter a plea of not guilty. I was to be returned to Alaska to stand trial on the federal burglary charges. At about the same time, I was able to force the state Supreme Court of Alaska to set bail on my appeal of the pharmacy conviction, or at least to have them direct the Superior Court to entertain the matter, something the trial court had until then refused to do. I was transported to Fairbanks by the feds and placed in the city's new jail, the Northern Regional Correctional Institution. It was August 1967. I had been gone for nearly a year and had been continuously behind bars for about a year and a half. The federal judge set my bail at $1 on the federal burglary, probably because I had already served so much time in connection with that charge, and no doubt because he was amused to see a prisoner argue the bail law so well. I later presented the same legal argument to a state judge, and with a little help from the state Supreme Court, bail was set at $5,000 on the state pharmacy conviction appeal. Once again, Mom put up the homestead as collateral, and I was back on the streets. I quickly caught up on the family news. Ann had married, given birth to a daughter named Raina, and was living in Long Beach, California. My younger sister Pam was living in an apartment behind Ann's house and was working as a car hop at a Long Beach drive-in. Mom was living in an old, run-down place that anywhere other than Fairbanks would not have passed for an apartment triplex. She was buying the place by taking over the payments. It had been an army barracks, and someone had moved it to where it now stood and converted it into multiple living units. Mom's ex-lover Ross lived with an Alaskan native woman named Ida in one of the apartments, and the other one was being rented to a young military couple. I moved in with Mom and fixed up a room for myself in the garage. She seemed to want to help me get a new start. I recall her having once told me that if I continued down the road I was following, I would end up robbing a bank. I scoffed at the notion, but I still let her take me to a couple of Jehovah's Witnesses meetings where they taught that crime was caused by the devil. I preferred the China bar. Margot, as I soon discovered, was still a go-go dancer and was still living with my friends Ray and Little One, who had gotten married while I was in jail. Shortly after I was released, they suggested that Margot and I get married. I laughed the suggestion off, saying that marriage was a trap for the stupid and the insecure. I could tell that Margot was a bit disappointed, but she didn't say anything. I suppose that's an example of the superficial level of our communication at the time, not to mention my insensitivity. Ray had left the airplane maintenance business and was now working as a bartender for both the China Bar and the Western Inn. Because of our respective living situations, Margot and I didn't immediately get together, but we saw each other often and spent as much time together as we could. It was good to be free, and I wanted to stay out. I was just beginning to understand the negative effects of imprisonment and the process by which I had come to identify as a criminal. I was still alienated, confused, and maybe a bit angry, but I was not yet politically conscious and did not understand the forces that shaped my social reality. The Vietnam War was grinding its ugly way into full swing during this period. To the degree that it was mentioned at all in Fairbanks, there was a series of shifting perceptions. At first, it was merely U.S. military advisors assisting the legitimate Vietnamese government. Later on, there was talk of a conflict, but not a war. On the rare occasion when someone spoke about it, they would as likely as not say something to the effect of "we ought to bomb them gooks out of existence and pave the whole country with blacktop, make a parking lot out of it." That sounded reasonable to me. Had anyone asked my opinion of the war back then, I would have probably parroted something to that effect. On the other hand, had older people said that we had no business in Vietnam, I probably would have just as quickly agreed with them. I wouldn't have felt any great conviction in either case. Of course, nobody I knew would have said anything that unpatriotic. After about a month, I had the room in the garage at Mom's place well enough fixed up that Margot could move in with me. Her influence would make it easier for me to stay out of trouble. Mom did not especially approve, but I suspect she preferred Margot being there to me going out all the time to be with her. At that stage of my life, my thinking, if you can call it that, was that if I decided to stay out of trouble, I could do it, and my mind was made up, there would be no more trouble with the law. I felt like working with problem kids, although the prospects of my getting a job in that area were truly remote. Opportunities for a guy in my situation were limited. One summer afternoon, I was having a beer with Margot at the China bar. I had been unsuccessfully looking for work, and had stopped by the bar to pick her up. I don't remember how, but I got to talking to another bar patron, a man around 50 years old, about my pending appeal and my newfound determination to stay out of trouble with the law. The man said he was active in Alaska's Democratic Party and mentioned the name of a friend of his, whom I recognized as a very powerful behind-the-scenes person in state politics. He said that if I was willing to demonstrate my ability to stay clean, he could have my 10-year sentence modified to time served. I was to pay him several $1,000s for the favor. I of course agreed, but told him I was broke and couldn't find work. He told me to apply for a job with the Community Action Agency's Parks Project, CAP, where he had some influence. I did so and was given work on a crew cleaning the existing parks and building new ones. Fairbanks's Chena River had flooded in August of the previous year, making for a lot of cleanup work. One of my jobs was to clean up the Chamber of Commerce building, which was located on the banks of the river. While I was doing so, I discovered their old Mossler T-handle safe that had been damaged by the flood. I overhauled it for them, currying favor with my bosses in the process. I had learned a little something about safes while in prison, and the old Mossler T-handles were the easiest to open. Anyway, we made park benches, cut trees, and I helped wire the electricity for a daycare center, learning something about home electrical wiring in the bargain. After that, I did a lot of wiring for the CAP, which was substantially easier than the outdoor manual labor of digging ditches or felling trees. Mom was still spending her summers on the homestead and her winters in Fairbanks. For several years, she had been working during the winters, first as a presser at the Ladd Air Force Base dry cleaning plant. The base would later be renamed Fort Wainwright, located just outside of Fairbanks, and then as a cook in the cafeteria at the University of Alaska. While Mom didn't make much money, she did manage to put aside a few $100s now and then. Most of this went into clearing land and otherwise improving the homestead. More and more people had moved out to the area, so the cabin now had electricity, and even a phone line. Mom must have sensed my determination to stay out of prison. She may have even felt some responsibility for my past collisions with the law. Whatever the reason, in early October she placed the down payment on a 1966 Marlin, built by American Motors, and gave me the car. All I had to do was cover the monthly payments. She also gave me the deed, a legal document I drafted, to 20 acres of the homestead and offered to let me take over the payments on the town apartments. I readily accepted all these offers. It was around this time that we received a letter from Anne in Long Beach. She said her husband was physically abusing her and would not let her leave. She asked if we would come down and get her and the baby Raina and bring them up to Alaska. It was a good excuse for a trip to the sunny south. I got a leave of absence from work and permission from the court to make the journey. Mom, the infant Joni, and Margot joined me. We pooled all of our savings, jumped in the Marlin, and took off down the Alcan Highway. The trip to Long Beach was pleasantly uneventful, although on one occasion Mom veered off the road and into a snowbank, but a snowplow soon pulled us out, and we were soon on our way again. We made a brief stop at Grams's place in Tacoma, and then continued south to California. I didn't find driving in stateside traffic all that difficult, even in the congested Los Angeles area. We found Anne's place in San Diego without any difficulty. She lived in a sort of hip house that was tastefully decorated with the in-art objects and the right collection of books for her social milieu. Her set had not yet encountered Marcuse's reformist ideas, but they were headed in that direction. I would not get there for a very long time. I was, as always, impressed with Anne's good taste, artistic sensibilities, and intellectual prowess. Pam lived in an apartment behind Anne's house. She had been busted for shoplifting a couple of times, but otherwise seemed to be doing well. I would soon find out that both she and Anne were into dexedrine and diet pills. Anne had probably turned Pam onto them. Out of Mom's sight, and at the insistence of my sisters, I took some diet pills and found that I liked the energy they gave me. Anyway, as it happened, Anne's domestic crisis was not nearly as dire as her letter had suggested. We didn't mind, though. The trip had been an adventure for us all. Margot and I left the rest of the family and went to spend a couple of days with Dad and Lila at the Palmer Street house in Compton. What a scene that was! Little David, Dad, and Lila's son, was 18 and had a motorcycle. Dad had a brand new car, a pickup truck with a large camper on the back, and a 16-foot boat. The great American dream had come true for him: two-car garage, manicured lawn, etc. Yet he seemed somehow disenchanted with life. I was not sophisticated or emotionally developed enough to communicate with either him or Lila on any real level, nor did I try, but given our respective worldviews at the time, the distance between all of us was probably not as great as it seemed. In those days, and in our circles, it was normal for conversations to revolve around respectable superficialities. I suspect Dad and Lila disapproved of Margot, but they didn't say anything. After a couple of days, we left, promising to return before heading back up to Alaska. In spite of my best intentions, I never saw them again. Dad died of colon cancer in 1981, and by now, 2015, Lila has probably also passed. Margot and I went back to Anne's, where we loaded everyone into the car and headed for Mexico to do the tourist trip in Tijuana, or TJ as it was called. We kids also had a hidden agenda, slipping away from Mom long enough for Anne to show us how to buy diet pills in a TJ pharmacy. They could be bought without a prescription in any drugstore in town and smuggled across the border to the US, and that's what we did, albeit with a very small amount of drugs, like 150 pill bottle each. After filling our guts with Mexican food and 75-cent a bottle beer, an outrageous price at the time, we headed back to Anne's. TJ was, of course, a tourist trap and a rip-off, but we had already known that. After a couple of weeks of fun in the sun, we headed back north. Pam remained in Long Beach and continued working as a car hop at a local drive-in. When we got to Tacoma, Mom decided to stay with Grams and fly back up to Alaska later in the spring. It was Margot, me, Anne, and her infant daughter Raina on the trip back to Fairbanks. Our journey up the Alcan Highway was just as pleasant as our journey down had been, Never mind the fact that all of the adults in the car were taking diet pills to stay awake. Once back in Fairbanks, Anne and Raina moved into the now empty apartment in the triplex, and Margot and I stayed in the one Mom had been living in before the trip. Anne didn't approve of Margot, because she considered Alaskan natives to be low class. Many white Alaskans acted like they believed the natives were less than fully human. Perhaps that's a bit extreme, but whites tended not to socialize with the indigenous people or treat them as equals. Once we were settled in, and never missed an opportunity to point out Margot's shortcomings. I went back to working for the CAP, where I had been promoted from doing electrical wiring jobs to the position of Assistant Youth Programs Director. CAP had a car with a telephone in it, my boss did, and some money to work with. We wanted to open a youth center, and one of my jobs was to find a good building. There were some zoning problems, so we decided to conduct a survey of the neighborhood in question. We were active with poor youth, getting them sports equipment and playing basketball with the kids at one of the schools in the evenings. We also helped with the Big Brother program and worked with kids in foster homes. I was trying to change my old, negative way of life by staying out of the bars, which was another thing causing conflict with Margot. She would go out and do the bar scene, often not coming home until the early hours of the following morning or even days later. It was probably her response to being left alone all day to deal with Anne's hostility while I was at work. Whatever the reasons, as spring approached, Margot moved in with her parents. Little One and Ray had split up over the winter, so Margot and Little One ended up spending a lot of time together. As for myself, despite my feelings for Margot, I too was seriously infected with the Alaskan disease of anti-indigenous racism, and a part of me wanted the respectability that came from associating with white women. I was not really sure just what love was back then. 2. By this time, spring had sprung. I was now living on the homestead, and Margot was there off and on, mostly off. At work, I was conducting the survey about the proposed youth center with a woman from the city's planning office. I dated her a couple of times and in the process fell in with a new circle of people, the youthful and white hypoacy, hip WAZ, who hung out at Tommy's Elbow Room and another intellectually oriented bar, the name of which escapes me. The woman from the planning office and I would occasionally sleep together, but the relationship wasn't terribly important to either of us. Max had been released from the Palmer prison camp and was working for Interior Airlines. Lemon was also free, although I didn't have much contact with him. I saw Max more often, as he had started dating my sister Anne, meaning they were sleeping together. During the course of the summer, I met a college student named Vicky. Anne encouraged my relationship with her. Vicky and I slept together a few times at the homestead, then started spending nights at her basement apartment in Fairbanks. She was one of the Tommy's Elbow Room crowd, good-looking, white, a college student, but very high-strung and flighty. Almost immediately, her big brother Gordon started hanging around. He was as big as a fullback and worked as the bouncer at the China bar. I was buying his cigarettes, and he was drinking my beer. Worse yet, his presence made it difficult for me to be alone with his sister. She and I would be in bed together trying to go to sleep, wink, wink, and he would be sitting by the side of the bed, drinking my beer and wanting to talk all night. Eventually, I would tell him to go into the other room and get some sleep. One morning, I left for work and didn't return to Vicky's place for several days. I may have been staying with the woman from the planning commission, or Margot may have come out to the homestead with me. I had decided that Vicky's brother was more than I could tolerate, particularly when coupled with Vicky's poor personal hygiene. While very pretty, she did not bathe very often. In addition, the sex wasn't that great, and her mood swings were difficult to deal with. Besides, Margot had been raising hell about my sexual relationship with the white bitch, and despite the problems we were having, I still loved Margot. One evening, Vicky and her brother found me in one of the hip bars with the woman from the planning office. A little later in the evening, Vicky managed to catch me alone and asked me to come back to her place, promising me that her brother would not be there. I declined, so she said, "Come home and let's talk about it." Many drinks later, I reluctantly agreed. I said I would take my car to her apartment, as I planned to leave once I had collected my things and we were done talking. They had a friend to drop off on their way home, so I was the first one to get to the apartment. I loaded my things, legal papers, typewriter, and toiletry articles, into the car, then went back inside to wait for them. I intended to spend the rest of the night with the woman from the planning commission. As I waited, I considered the possibility that there might be trouble, but dismissed that as paranoia. I should have trusted my instincts. Vicky walked in with her brother Gordon right behind her. She immediately ordered him to get that two-timing son of a bitch. Before I was halfway off the couch, he had knocked me to the floor. He attacked me like a trained dog, beating the shit out of me, pummeling me with what seemed like an unending series of blows. I was trying to get up, when he pulled a gun and said, "You're not going to mess over my sister." He beat me back down, hitting me in the face with the barrel of the gun. One of the blows broke my nose, and my face was a bloody pulp. I was unable to get up or to otherwise defend myself. At this point, Vicky rushed to my defense, telling her brother to stop. She was crying and said that she was sorry, she had not meant for it to go so far. He stopped beating me, handed the pistol to Vicky, and told her to take me to the hospital, which she did. Vicky knew about my criminal past, but her brother didn't. On the way to the hospital, she pleaded with me to forget the whole thing, saying that we could return to the way things had been, and begged me to not take my revenge on her brother. I refused to go along with that. I was admitted to the hospital with a possible concussion, a broken nose, bruises, and cuts that required stitches. Later that day, Vicky herself was admitted to the hospital suffering from a nervous breakdown. At around 1 in the afternoon, Lemon and some other friends came to visit me. I told them to go and get me some clean clothes and help me to get out of the hospital. They returned with the clothes, and with their help I checked myself out. As soon as I left the hospital, I went to the nearest sporting goods store, located downtown on 2nd Avenue. I walked up to the counter, looked the clerk straight in the eye. I was wearing sunglasses, so he may not have recognized me, reached behind the glass counter, took a pearl-handled, nickel-plated .38 revolver, and walked out. I did not care if I was caught, I was going to run that Gordon out of town. I bought ammunition elsewhere and loaded the gun and went directly to Vicky's basement apartment. It was not my intention to kill him, I was simply going to put a little fear into his life, well, maybe more than a little. I wanted him gone. Gordon now realized that I was a crazy and was no doubt having second thoughts about the wisdom of his conduct. At Vicky's apartment, I knocked, and then banged, on the door. Eventually, when no one answered, I left. Later, I found out that he had been there, but had hidden. After I drove away, he called the cops, telling them that I had burglarized his house. He would subsequently make a sworn statement to that effect. Vicky was unwilling to substantiate this lie, but the police, who were anxious to get me back behind bars, put out a warrant for my arrest anyway. I was arrested by about a dozen cops, who pointed as many guns at me. My bail was set at $50,000. Lemon was with me and was arrested on some pending state charge. I tried to use the deed to the 20 acres of homestead Mom had given me to bail him out, but the court said the deed I had drafted was flawed and, therefore, I, in fact, had no land at all. Given that I had drafted the deed myself, it's possible it was defective, although I never believed it was. At my preliminary hearing, it became clear that I had been living at the apartment with Vicky, and that the place was not Gordon's in any way. The burglary charge was immediately dismissed. After that, he changed his story and said I stole his blue jacket, so I was charged with larceny. The woman from the planning commission testified that the blue jacket I was wearing that night was hers, and that she had loaned it to me. She even produced a receipt to show where she had bought it, as well as a bill from the cleaners to have the blood removed from it after I'd returned it to her. The larceny charge was also dismissed. At that point, Gordon claimed that I had attacked him with the gun that I had had in my possession. The state charged me as an ex-con in possession of a firearm. The whole thing was a farce. The judge even warned Gordon about his perjury, although he still let the possession charge stand. In spite of all the claims that had been dismissed at the preliminary hearing, the district attorney would later indict me on the basis of Gordon's testimony for burglary, larceny, and being an ex-convict in possession of a gun. I was presumed guilty and fired from my job long before the trial began. I also lost the car and the triplex, because being in jail I couldn't keep up with the payments. To make matters worse, Mom had returned, and was not pleased. She expressed the general sentiment, "You just can't stay out of trouble, you must like prison." All that smoke, she figured, must indicate a fire. I was tried on all 3 counts of the indictment. In a move I had never seen or even heard of before or since, the trial jury not only acquitted me, but they tried to assume the function of a grand jury and indict Gordon for perjury. I was released after having spent much of the summer in jail. Even though I was out, things would never be the same. The state had knowingly used obvious perjury in an attempt to put me away for a crime that had never been committed, and the whole affair put an end to any chance I had of buying a sentence reduction at the pending appeal. It now seemed that 9 months of hard work and good conduct counted for nothing. The whole experience took something out of me and left me a little bitter. In retrospect, I can see that I was partly to blame, in that I thought not breaking the law was enough. The fact is that my social life was still far too wild. After I got out of jail, Margot and I moved into a cheap little place located behind the 26th Street Market and across the street from the Western Inn. It was one of a cluster of old log cabins inhabited by some Alaskan natives and poor whites. It was still summer, but late in the season. I spent my time drinking wine, smoking dope, something I had learned how to do during my stay at McNeil Island, and swimming at a nearby gravel pit. When I visualize life during that period, I'm lying in the sun next to the gravel pit, a little drunk, with a wine bottle in my hand and Margot at my side. I was carefree, living with and loving Margot. I tended to listen to her more now, and she looked out for me. Lemon and Red, my old partner Junior's little brother, would come by with plans to steal this or that, but Margot and I would tell em that was not happening. Max would come by too, and we would all have a good time sitting around shooting the shit. Ray was now working at an office supply store and doing well. He too would drop by from time to time and hang out with us. It was a nice enough life. I seldom went out, because I no longer had enough interest in hanging out in the bars to spend the money it cost to do that all the time. Margot usually brought in enough from dancing at the Western Inn and the China bar to pay the rent, and I would go out on short forest firefighting forays. Those were happy days. We had nothing, but there was nothing we really wanted. The band from the Western Inn would come over after closing, and we would all get stoned. Margot and Little One would get frozen raw fish, dip it in seal oil, and eat it. They called it quack. I would make her brush her teeth before kissing her after she'd eaten that stuff. Margot was happier too. I think we understood each other better. Looking back, I suppose that during that period I was somewhat of a hippie, only with shorter hair. One day in August, Lemon and Red showed up at our door. They said they had a swell deal, set up and wanted some help. I declined, so they did it on their own, but failed to get any money. Then the police started hounding me again. Nothing too bad, just rumors that I was responsible every time something of significant value was stolen in a business burglary. Lemon and Red were hanging around with some so-called big-time crooks from the States, who they were supposed to sell some weapons to. Lemon and Red had torched a car for these guys and had done some small burglaries on their own. They knocked off a drive-in restaurant and gave Margot and me some of the frozen food from the place. Once again, they asked me to help them with a job, this time to steal the weapons, and once again, I refused. I did, however, suggest how they might go about breaking into a particular sporting goods store for a supply of guns, and they liked my plan. I declined their offer to meet their newfound crook friends or to get involved with anything illegal, though. The two of them returned an afternoon or two later and said they were unable to get into the sporting goods store. Worse yet, if they didn't come through with the goods, things were going to get violent with the hoods from the States. They were clearly desperate and pleaded with me to help them get the guns. Margot saw me weakening and was adamant that I not go along with the scheme. She said I would wind up in the penitentiary again. It wasn't just that I wanted to help my friends, there was probably some ego involvement as well. I, the great burglar, would show these novices how to do the job right. Moreover, I was hankering for a shot at the government. Tonight, I said, I'll show you how to get some guns. Margot was upset, but she did not physically fight me as she once had, back when we had the super pad with Ray and Little One. She could see what my decision was going to be and reluctantly accepted the new and unfortunate circumstances. That night Ray dropped the three of us off at a location near the National Guard Armory. Ray did not know where we were going or what we were after. Lemon, Red, and I got into the building through a window and found the arms vault. We left and stole a government truck and a set of cutting torches, and then returned and drove the truck into the now open garage door of the armory. I cut a square hole in the bottom of the vault door that was big enough for a person to crawl through. With that done, we went into the vault and got 5 M60 machine guns, a grenade launcher, numerous .45 caliber pistols, and a large number of M14 rifles, all of which we loaded into the truck. We also took many cases of ammunition, sear rations, smoke bombs, and walkie-talkies, as well as the safe. We drove the loot to a remote spot in the woods and stashed it. Red took the truck to 16 Mile and drove it into the Nanana River. Knowing that this undertaking was going to create a lot of heat, I took everyone's shoes and clothes and burned them. As we separated, I sternly warned them not to go near the stash, as the heat would be on big time. The next day, the papers went crazy. The FBI was theorizing that the missing guns were intended for the Black Panthers. I now wish that had been so, and teams of agents were flown up from the States, taking the investigation up a notch. It began to occur to me that I might have once again gone too far, without adequately considering the consequences. I knew that everything would turn on the three of us being very cool and staying quiet. The first thing Lemon and Red did was to take their newfound buddies to the stash, get the safe, and transport it to some property at 16 Mile that my mother was living on to open it. Once they burned it open, they left the empty shell for the police to find. An old-time convict once told me safes sink and should. It's not very poetic, but it's true. They should have dumped what was left of the safe in the river. They also gave their new friends, one's name was Shorty, some M14 rifles and .45 pistols. It took no time for the word to hit the street that we had done the job. All the feds needed now was some proof. As soon as I learned what Lemon and Red had done, they told me after just a little prodding. I promptly moved the stash and admonished them, explaining that their error was not a small one, and that they could not be trusted with the new location of the stash. Next, one of the stateside crooks got busted, and the cops found some of the stolen weapons in his car. Faced with some serious legal drama with the feds, he promptly ratted on Lemon and Red, and in short order, they too were in the slammer. I was soon under heavy FBI surveillance. They had a car parked across the road from our cabin 24 hours a day, and wherever we went, we were followed. For some reason, Margot wasn't working at the time. We were flat broke and had no means of making money. I soon saw the error of my ways and went to work with Max at Interior Airlines. About this time, my attorney from a previous case came to me with a deal. He said the feds did not want to prosecute anyone, they simply didn't want the guns to fall into the wrong hands. He said they would call off the surveillance, release Lemon and Red, and guarantee not to prosecute any of us, if we returned the guns. I talked it over with Lemon and Red, who had been visited in jail by the attorney. In the end, we all agreed to return the stolen property in exchange for a promise that that would be the end of it. I gave the guns and the rest of the stuff to the lawyer, who in turn handed them over to the FBI. At first, it all seemed to have worked out fine. Lemon and Red were released, and the stateside thugs weren't a problem anymore. I went back to living the relaxed life with Margot, and promised myself to never do anything stupid like that ever again. I did not want to return to prison. One day, about a month after the weapons return and at a point when things had pretty much returned to normal, I was putting oil into the engine of an F-27 turboprop, when I heard a voice from behind me say, "Bring your hand out of there slowly, you're under arrest." It was the FBI. They had already picked up Lemon and Red, who were waiting for me when I arrived at the jail. There was no evidence against me, and the evidence against Lemon and Red consisted of the statements of their big-time crook friends who had gotten themselves busted with some of the stolen weapons. Yeah, the feds violated their agreement and arrested us. I again tried to use the deed I had drafted for my portion of the homestead to secure bail, and again it was rejected as defective on its face, and, therefore, null and void this time. It was rejected by United States District Judge Plummer, rather than by the state courts. So, both state and federal judges had now ruled that the deed was defective, meaning I had no property at all and thus could not make bail. Fall passed into winter at the Northern Regional Correctional Institution. It was 40 below zero outside. Out of boredom, we prisoners had removed 4 concrete blocks from behind the dormitory bulletin board, gaining access to the pipe chase behind the unit where the plumbing was. From there, we made our way into the sub-basement and were slowly working our way toward the women's wing of the jail. This was a group operation, involving almost everyone in the tank, about 20 men. Everyone was anxious for news of our progress after each night's adventure. A meeting between the men's and women's wings was the goal, but there were a lot of bars that had to be cut, and for that tools needed to be smuggled in. Our only goal was to visit the women prisoners, who cheered us on as we neared their dorm. Inasmuch as the feds had absolutely no evidence against me for the armory burglary, I had no intention of trying to escape from jail. My release was only a matter of time. We were a little over halfway through the vent leading to the women's wing, when a prisoner named James Gallagher, Buzz, as we called him, decided he wanted to escape instead. He was only serving a year for escape, no less, so we tried to talk him out of it, but he was determined. The rest of us agreed, but that meant we wouldn't be getting to the women who were waiting for us at the other end of the vent. We were, however, able to pass them notes. There was plenty of tools and winter gear in the sub-basement. Buzz brought up a sledgehammer and 1 set of winter clothing. The bricks were replaced in the wall, and the bulletin board was reattached in its proper place. As I said, since I was convinced that the federal armory charge would be dismissed for lack of evidence, and that I would be released before too long, I had no intention of joining him in this escape. There was no evidence against me and only the sketchy testimony of the supposed mob guys against Lemon and Red, if they showed up for trial. Besides, I was working on raising the necessary bail money. As Buzz started beating on the outer wall of the dormitory with the sledgehammer, prisoners did hand-clapping push-ups on the metal benches, in an effort to make a lot of noise. Each time the huge hammer would fall, hands would slam down on the bench, making a reverberating sound. The guards came to see what was shaking the building, saw it was prisoners doing push-ups, and left after an obligatory admonition about the noise. When they were gone, Buzz went back to work on the wall, while the other prisoners went back to doing the jumping push-ups on the benches. He had smashed open a hole that was nearly large enough for him to crawl through, when one of the night shift guards went out to warm up his car and saw a light coming from where there should not have been a light. That was that. We were all placed in isolation for several days and subjected to a variety of humiliations. The FBI, who needed to build a case against me, was able to get 2 native boys to testify that it was me who had been beating on the wall, rather than Buzz. We were both tall and blonde, but otherwise we really didn't look all that much alike. I was charged with attempted escape, and in the spring I went to trial. Buzz testified that it was he and not me who had been attempting to escape. At trial, the youngsters, who were from a remote village and were serving short terms for shooting moose out of season, said that they might have made a mistake when they identified me. In the end, however, the day was not to be mine. It was a trial before a judge, not a jury trial, something I had agreed to because I was so confident I would be acquitted. The extreme hostility directed at me and my court-appointed defense attorney, who had never tried a criminal case before, soon made it clear that I had made an error. The judge found me guilty and sentenced me to 5 years, the maximum permitted under the law, which was to run consecutively with my 10-year state sentence, for a total of 15 years. It was an open secret that I was innocent of the escape attempt. Even the jail chaplain told the judge that was the case. However, the guards would say, "Yes, but you were guilty of the armory, weren't you?" Which I suppose reflected the general attitude of law enforcement officials. I was unable to make my peace with the implications of that reasoning. I had been convicted for a crime that I had not committed. Then the other boot dropped. The state's Supreme Court affirmed my guilt in the pharmacy burglary. In effect, what they said was that because of the overwhelming evidence of my guilt, I did not have a right to a fair trial, such luxuries no doubt being reserved for the clearly innocent. In what seemed like no time at all, I was again transferred to the United States Penitentiary at McNeil Island in Washington State. Now what was I to do? 6 second times a charm. A slave is he who cannot speak his thoughts. Euripides. Back at McNeil Island, I was once again number 32,036 and again assigned to work on the kitchen's back dock, where I emptied the mess hall's garbage cans into trucks. After they were empty, I would clean the cans with a high-pressure water hose, and then spray off the loading dock. The work was still dirty and hard, and my friends still complained that I smelled like the inside of a garbage can. But I liked having a part-time job because it gave me free time to spend in the writ room working on my case. Studying and applying the law was once more my main activity. The state Supreme Court had shot me down, and now I was ready to take my case to the U.S. Supreme Court. I naively believed that the highest court in the land would never allow this travesty of justice to continue. LOL. As soon as I was able, I petitioned the United States Supreme Court for a writ of certiorari, ruling the lower court had made a legal error, to review the state pharmacy conviction. I also initiated a collateral attack on my initial burglary conviction in Anchorage, the one that resulted in my first imprisonment. In addition, I was trying to appeal my recent federal conviction for attempted escape. The federal judge was giving me a lot of problems, saying I was not eligible to appeal in forma pauperis, as a poor person, because I supposedly owned land. Judge Plummer, who had previously held that I owned no land that could be used as collateral to obtain bail, because he claimed the deed I had tried to use was fatally defective, now ruled that I did in fact own the land and, therefore, I could pay for my own appeal. My relationship with Mom had deteriorated as a result of all of the new charges and my imprisonment. There was no way that I could have gotten a corrected deed from her. I fought this issue at every possible level of the federal court system, and I lost at every level. I never did get an appellate review of the bogus federal attempted escape conviction. Thus, an innocent man's conviction was allowed to stand solely for lack of money and a technicality of the law. After my high-flying days, I was finally getting a taste of what bourgeois justice was all about. I just sort of slid into a good situation in the writ room. The vulture who had been preying on the legal needs of other prisoners had been transferred to another institution since I had last been there. I took over his desk, which was the largest and most prestigious one in the law library. At about that time, a Chicano prisoner named Gil Lino asked me to work on his case. He said he did not have any money to pay me with, but that he was a professional typist on the street and would pay me in labor. I examined his papers and found that he had a good legal argument. That's how he became my assistant, really my partner. Other prisoners were asking me to help them with their legal work as well. I helped a good number of them, particularly Alaskan prisoners who had no money. Over time, I was able to win the release of a few people. Whenever that happened, the news would spread like wildfire, and other prisoners would flock in to ask for my advice or services. With each legal victory, my status as a jailhouse lawyer would increase, as would the price I charged people to do legal work for them, though never more than $30. It did not happen all at once, but after a year or so, I noticed that I was only representing the richest prisoners, some of whom had no case at all, but who paid me because there was status in having Messrs. Mead and Lino doing legal work for you. When a guy didn't have a legal argument, I would do my best to fabricate one for him. Once I got a prisoner out by claiming that he was legally incompetent to enter a guilty plea at the time of his trial, because, as a joke, a cellmate at the county jail, who did not know he had a court hearing that day, had dosed his coffee with LSD and thus effectively rendered him incompetent. In an affidavit, his girlfriend who attended the hearing said he was clearly not himself, and one of his cellmates at the jail, a guy who was never getting out, admitted to putting the drug in his coffee that morning. If for any reason you weren't competent to enter a plea, then the plea must be vacated and the conviction set aside. It was simply a matter of finding, or fabricating, the facts that fit the applicable law. I'm getting ahead of myself here. During my first year at the island, I helped the poorer prisoners whose cases had merit. I would advise the others that they had no grounds or suggest they hire a street attorney. Those who could afford to pay, I charged in subscriptions to the Federal Reporter advance sheets and other law books. I continued to read all of the criminal cases decided by the United States Supreme Court, the Supreme Courts of all the Pacific states, and those issued by all of the federal courts of appeals every week. Eventually, I got enough of a grasp on how the U.S. Supreme Court worked to often be able to correctly anticipate where the court was going to fall on an issue. Although I could only guess at what the final outcome of a given case was going to be, my success rate was substantially better than 50%. Knowing what issues the court would be addressing allowed me to look for prisoners with similar issues and file on their behalf on the particular point in question. Before long, I had won 2 cases at the United States Supreme Court on certiorari. Few street lawyers ever win one in a lifetime of legal practice. The law was my life, my purpose for existing. I was a jailhouse lawyer. As soon as I found a way, I quit the back dock job and went to work in the writ room as the janitor. Gil and I were constant companions. He was short in stature, but compensated for this by lifting weights. He was built like a Greek god and tough enough to have earned the respect of the other prisoners, yet he was not at all pushy. He was very gentle and passive unless someone made the unfortunate mistake of wiping their feet on his chest after they'd walked on him. In other words, he'd take a lot of abuse before finally drawing the line. It was surprising how quickly he could type with his stubby little fingers 120 words per minute. Gil was in for using heroin. He was a victim who couldn't cope, one of the no hope without dope crowd. The two of us felt a great deal of affection for each other, although it would have been very unmanly for either of us to ever say so out loud. I kept him away from heroin by keeping him busy and by being his friend. Once I told him that if he ever used the stuff, he and I were through. He did fall off the wagon once, but it was a single incident and did not create any problems between us. I probably would have been his friend no matter what he did. He was the kind of person who could never do anything terribly wrong. There were 2 main cell blocks at McNeil, CB3 and CB4, along with 2 smaller blocks, CB1 for honor prisoners and CB2 for protective custody and special adjustment cases. I lived in CB4, which consisted of 10-man cells. CB3 had 8-man cells, and most prisoners considered it a better place to live. In order to move to CB3, I needed more time to move to the honor block, CB1, well, that was out of the question for me. I had no intention of being in prison that long. One day, When I had been at the island for about 5 months, Gil came by my cell and told me someone had laid a tab of acid on him. He wanted to know if I wanted to split it. I'd heard some terrible stories about LSD and told him I was reluctant. I thought I might blow it and jump off the tier or do something equally self-destructive. I talked it over with my cell partners, 2 of whom agreed to stay with me during the trip to make sure that I didn't get into any trouble. With that assurance, I nervously agreed, taking my half of the tab shortly before the weekend movie was to start. Gil, who lived in a different cell, was going to do the same. Now, this was back in the days when acid was really acid, purple haze, orange barrels, yellow sunshine, etc., not the body rush stuff that passes for acid these days. The first thing I noticed was a feeling coming from an area between my anus and my genitals, and it felt sort of good. Then, I suddenly noticed my nose. As I only see out of one eye, part of my field of vision is always taken up by this big snout of mine, but I had never noticed this before. It was just there. This was the first time I really saw it. I turned my head to the left in an effort to get a better view of this big thing that was blocking part of my vision. It moved with my head, and that's when I figured out what it was. My awareness of things around me continued to expand. Before long, the count cleared and we were released from our cells. I went to the movie with Gil and, other than a little fear of the unknown, had a very satisfying time. After the movie and lockup, my cellmates' calm and understanding made the rest of the experience a good one. I decided that I liked acid, although it was clearly a very powerful and potentially dangerous drug. After about 6 months on the island, a pudgy guy named John Sherman was assigned to our cell. He seemed like a nice person, both intelligent and compassionate. He was not tough or into any of the macho trips you found in the joint, he just wanted to do his thing. I immediately liked him. A few weeks after John moved in with us, word came from the outside, how I do not know, that he was a rat, and that to avoid charges in connection with a credit card fraud ring, he had helped the police capture some of the other folks involved. Upon receiving this news, the other prisoners in the cell voted to throw John's stuff off the tier, a traditional gesture of rejection. I remained silent. When John returned that evening and was told why his property and bedding had been tossed overboard, it was clear that he was hurt. He denied the allegations, but to no avail. He was moved to another cell. I believed the charges against him were true and did not speak to him for several months. If he tried to talk to me, I would ignore him and walk away. It was painful for both of us. Yet, the fact is, rats cannot be tolerated. Shortly after the Sherman incident, the movers and shakers in my cell wanted this tough guy and his punk to move in. I had no big problem with homosexual couples, but I did not like the tough guy's mercenary attitude. He was one of those guys who rip off other prisoners as a matter of principle, who think that everyone owes him everything they have. I objected to his moving in, but the movers and shakers had the support of everyone else, and I eventually agreed to give it a try. 2 other prisoners soon moved out, making room for even more toughs. After a few weeks and an unpleasant acid trip in that cell, I moved out too. I had made a friend while working in the kitchen, a fellow rear dock worker named Ed Doherty, who was doing time for smuggling marijuana. Ed helped me to move into his cell, number 3C2, an 8-man cell in CB3. The 2 of us had hit it off early, because he too was into studying the law and trying to overturn his conviction. A tall, lanky man about my age, Ed was an iconoclast. Nothing was safe from his particular brand of cynicism. His whole life before prison was a lot like my last days with Margot behind the 26th Street Market, drinking wine, living in hovels, and eating dog food. Well, I never ate dog food. He wore his hair long, a near crime in those days, and shaved only when the guards ordered him to do so enough times that doing otherwise would have bordered on insubordination. He seldom bothered to button the front of his pants, and he always looked as if he had just stepped out of a cement mixer. At the time, I was wearing starched and pressed clothing, what we neat freaks called bonaroos. I was bonarood because I was doing legal work for a laundry worker, not because I would pay someone for such a service. I was always on the edge of being broke, $10 in my commissary account being fat city for me. I respected Doherty and over the years adopted some of his positive personality traits. Where I was always conscious of my status in the eyes of my fellow cons, Doherty was indifferent to such things. He was just himself. His claim to fame was his long job history as a set worker in Hollywood. He was one of the people behind the set walls on the original Starship Enterprise. He pulled the sliding doors open and closed on the Star Trek television series whenever Captain Kirk and his sidekicks wanted in or out. Every time I see a rerun of the original Star Trek, I think of my good friend Doherty behind the set pulling that door open, and wonder how he's doing these days. He called the guards dirty perverts. That was his favorite expression. Doherty's fall partner, Willie Hansma, was another good friend. Willie's unusual lips made him look like a monkey. He pretty much stayed aloof from things, but was an all-around good guy. Willie's favorite expression was kill the priests. He didn't like any kind of preacher, whether they were preaching Jesus or Marx, but especially if they were preaching Jesus. If someone went too far pushing some dogma or other, Willie could, and often did, silence the whole cell block by shouting over the preacher at the top of his lungs. Then there was Roger Weber. We thought of Roger as the recreation and social director, as we took our cruise on the good ship USS McNeil. Roger was deep into Ayn Rand and the whole free enterprise thing. He could not see her philosophy of objectivism as the thin justification for naked greed that it was. While chess was his forte, he could play any game remarkably well. I did not think much of his ideology, having long ago rejected Rand's objectivism, but I always enjoyed trying to beat him at chess, something I was seldom able to do. Roger's conviction was one of the ones I ultimately had overturned at the U.S. Supreme Court. It was a guilty plea in a grass tax case. I beat it on the grounds that he did not make a knowing and intelligent waiver of his complete Fifth Amendment defense to the charge. I also won one for Doherty at the U.S. Supreme Court, on the right of federal criminal appellants to appointed counsel on certiorari from the U.S. Court of Appeals. There was also Shorty. He was older, about 55, and he was the man who kept the cell clean. Shorty was not only a compulsive cleaner, he was also an obsessive complainer. He had complaints about everyone and everything, especially about Doherty, who he rightly saw as being personally dirty and generally messy. I sometimes thought Shorty cleaned the cell just so he would have something to complain about afterwards. During my occasional acid trips, I would sometimes read law books. Shorty was the only person of the bunch who could tell when I was stoned, and after each trip he could complain about drug heads in the cell. This made me somewhat self-conscious, although Ed, Willie, Roger, and me were a tight set and generally paid him little mind. Oh, one more thing about Shorty, we all liked him. He was a solid convict. Doc Tritt, a doctor from Salt Lake City, was also older, perhaps older than Shorty. He was doing 10 years for prescribing diet pills too freely. Doc was hard of hearing, and while he had a hearing aid, the prison administration would seldom get him batteries for it. He was friendly with everyone, but was usually out of tune with what was happening in the cell. If he had to, he tended to side with the older people when pushed into taking a position on some subject. It was convenient to have a doctor in the cell, even if we did have to cajole him to get a medical consultation. We respected this and didn't ask Doc for medical advice very often. Then there was John Wagner, the great businessman who built a financial empire by pyramiding worthless paper. He had to keep growing faster and faster or the whole works would collapse, sort of like US imperialism. He couldn't make it, so the feds had him doing 10 years for some kind of stock fraud. John too was older, about the same age as Shorty and Doc, yet far more energetic. He was a capitalist through and through, let the buyer beware, was his motto. John spent most of his time trying to figure out new shady deals he could pull off once released. When he had one together, he would share it with the rest of the cell, and we would promptly and thoroughly pick it apart. John was an immaculate dresser, wearing pressed and starched prison clothing tailored to fit him. John simply couldn't comprehend Doherty, whom he saw as his chief antagonist. Last, and in this case least, there was Sam Bowers, the imperial wizard of the White Knights of the Ku Klux Klan, who was doing 10 years for the 1964 killing of the 3 civil rights workers, Andrew Goodman, Michael Schwerner, and James Chaney, found buried in a dam down south at the height of the civil rights movement. The state courts wouldn't convict him, so the feds got him for violating the constitutional rights of the 3 civil rights workers by killing them or conspiring to have them killed or ordering the killings. Sam was a devout Christian and an avid anti-communist. He was well-read and thought he knew a lot about the evils of communism. As a cellmate, Sam was okay, but it was difficult for me to separate the individual from the ideology, a point that would be forcefully driven home by subsequent events. The bunk beds we slept on were placed against the 3 inner walls and the bars that made up the front of the cell. Except for a table, the middle of the room, cell, was left free, so people could move around. One particular evening, Bowers was reading the Bible out loud across the room to Wagner, and all too frequent practice meant to needle me, Hansma, and Doherty. It wasn't long before Doherty had had enough. He jumped up on the top of the table, pulled down his pants, grabbed his penis with his left hand, and defiantly thrust his right fist in the air, his middle finger pointed skyward in an obscene gesture. He yelled out with all the power he could muster, "Fuck God." There was very little across the room Bible reading after the Great Doherty incident. The tone had been set, the cell was divided along political and religious lines. This division was not a bitter one and did not at that point directly affect our living situation, but it did indicate some unbridgeable differences or boundaries that we all recognized needed to be taken into account. The anti-Vietnam War movement was very active on the street. While I didn't feel personally involved, I increasingly identified with the war resistors. During our cell discussions, for example, I would generally side with the more left-leaning political position, at least verbally, while Sam championed the noble motives behind our completely just presence in Southeast Asia. Roger Weber and, in a meeker way, John Wagner were always disagreeing with Sam's political, religious, or racial views. But on one point we were all agreed: the government was fucked and in need of radical change. Bowers pictured the government as a fine car being recklessly driven down the freeway, with a bunch of stupid monkeys behind the wheel. His solution was to put it in reverse and head back to an idyllic past to make things as they had once been when capitalism was in an early stage and was still a progressive force. I argued that the past had not really been all that great, pointing to things like slavery, child labor, the company towns with company stores, and the 16-hour workday. I proposed that we must move into the future and shape the kind of world that we wanted to live in. On my third acid trip, I took a whole tab of what was called white lightning. Gil and I agreed to drop, as we called it back then, at a specified time in our respective cells, and then to meet in the yard when they racked us out for the afternoon activities. I still had a mild fear of going berserk and running up and down the main corridor screaming and flailing my arms, but generally felt experienced enough to maintain the upper hand over the drug. It was simply a matter of control, or so I believed. There were 2 schools of thought when it came to doing acid. One was represented by Ken Kesey and his merry pranksters, the party and hoop it up line that saw LSD as a way to have fun, like alcohol or marijuana. The other position was more or less represented by Timothy Leary, the reflective, get inside yourself line of thinking. Most of the prisoners who took acid, and in those days a lot of them did, were focused outward and merely wanted to feel good and experience the thrills and the hallucinogenic effects of the drug. Because I was genuinely concerned about my repeated incarcerations, I wanted to use acid to explore myself. To me, acid was a tool that would help me to know and understand myself better. I wanted to figure out why I was doing life on the installment plan. Accordingly, I tried to spend part of each trip shut off from everyone but myself. On this particular occasion, I was lying on my bunk with my good eye closed and my face buried in the pillow, to block out all light. I was getting modestly stoned, listening to the nice music on the institutional earphones and pondering the meaning of it all. A mental picture of my essence took shape in my mind's eye. There I was, calmly sitting within a futuristic-looking clear plastic bubble with a control panel in front of me, complete with levers, knobs, and dials. I was sitting back in a swivel chair, peacefully reading a light science fiction novel. The control module or bubble was protected by a clear dome made of thick plastic or glass, and beyond that there was a powerful force field that prevented any would-be external disturbances from reaching the inner me. This was the command center of the mead universe. I noticed the waves of acid that were washing up against my protective shield, and they were getting stronger. I calmly increased the amount of power going to the force field and went back to reading my book. Even today, in my dreams, I am sometimes reading things, without being able to make out the meaning of the words. This sequence repeated itself several times. Every time the waves grew larger and fiercer, I responded by increasing the power to the shields protecting me. At one point, it became necessary for me to set the book down, and I experienced some slight anxiety. If I lost control of the command center, I would lose control of myself, which was my worst fear. Who knew what might happen if I spun out of control? I started devoting more and more attention to the panorama surrounding me. I was checking power meters, adjusting knobs, flicking switches, reading gauges, and pulling levers slowly at first, but as the force of the waves increased, I reacted more frantically. Still, the huge waves of acid kept crashing against the shields with ever-increasing force, violently pushing them to the very limits of their resistance. With all power in full use and the controls at maximum protection, I began a frenzied search for an alternate power source, but there was none. Moreover, the shield indicators were in the red line area of the gauge, indicating an imminent failure. The waves continued to smash down on top of the bubble in an incessant assault. There was nothing I could do. I was panicking when the whole works gave way. The last thing I was aware of was a giant wave crashing through and carrying the essence of me away with its force. I don't know how much time passed, but I eventually regained consciousness, awareness, and tried to orient myself. I discovered that I was in that spot located someplace in my lower abdomen, just below my belly button. I noticed that I felt unusually good, very free. I could see the music I was listening to, in fact, I was a part of it, and I pulsated in harmony with the whole universe. How stupid of me to fight this, I thought, to resist going with the natural flow. The meaning of the oft-touted phrases, being centered and going with the flow, suddenly became clear to me. I had found my center. I explored this inner world, going deeper in, or further out, depending upon one's perspective. Like an ant picked up from its tiny hill and whisked upwards at an ever-accelerating speed until it was looking down on a world it could not comprehend, my consciousness left the limits of my body and planet Earth fell away from me as I continued to blast through the blackness of space, faster and faster all the time. The solar system quickly faded away behind me, and the sun became indistinguishable from countless other stars. As I exited the galaxy, I saw that it was just one of many. The further away I got, the less distance there was between matter. The blackness changed, and I saw there was a shape to what I had just left behind. Then, I saw that there were other similar shapes, and that these shapes were interconnected parts of a larger whole. I soon saw that this whole was only one of many similar wholes that made a form of matter. It was light blue. As I sped away from it all I could see was a blue mass. As I got further and further away, I detected its shape, a huge blue ball. As I continued to shoot away from the ball, I saw that it was one of two, and that they were connected by large golden tubes. There were also smaller rods running between the globes. I studied the object for a while, feeling like that uncomprehending ant. I decided to return my consciousness to where it had come from. Back at base, I put up a mental periscope and checked to see what was happening in the cell. All was well. I listened to the music and contemplated my strange trip until it was time to go to the yard and meet Gil. During this period, I was taking a college-level psychology course offered by the prison's education department. When I first arrived at McNeil Island, I was told, and not for the first time, that there was something wrong with me and that education could help. I figured studying psychology might provide me with the key to self-understanding and help me put an end to this destructive cycle of recidivism. I very much wanted to be normal. I also wanted to do things that would make me look good in the eyes of the prison administration. Near the end of the course, I dropped out, feeling that acid was a more relevant tool in my search for self. I also now cared less about favorably impressing my captors. I still read all of the books coming out with a more radical approach to psychology, things like Eric Berne's Games People Play and Abraham Maslow's self-actualization theory. During that first year that I was at the island, a native man from Alaska was in effect murdered by the prison's medical department. This was in the late 60s, so I no longer remember his name. Everyone felt bad about the death, but also powerless to do anything about it. I was working in the writ room a day or two later, and several of the dead man's cellmates came in to ask for help. They said they were less concerned with how exposing the truth might affect their parole chances than with letting the man's family and community know about the circumstances surrounding their loved one's death. The story was not an unusual one. It is repeated at every prison where employees look upon prisoners as subhuman scum. The ailing prisoner repeatedly reported to sick call complaining of stomach pains. The hospital staff gave him aspirin. When his complaints continued, they labeled him a malinger. The pain was so bad that the guard on the tier would sometimes take him to the hospital in the middle of the night. He would be given more aspirin and returned to his cell. They never investigated the cause of his pain. Eventually, he was admitted to the hospital for observation, but only because of the pressure brought by his cellmates. In the hospital, he was treated with painkillers and otherwise ignored. He had a stomach tumor, and it finally burst. It was the internal bleeding that killed him. I typed up affidavits from all of his cellmates and mailed copies to the Bureau of Prisons in Washington, D.C., and to the Alaskan senator and representative. I also quit my law library job and took one in the prison hospital as the chief medical assistant's clerk, in order to gather more information. We contacted the dead man's family with the idea of launching a lawsuit, but they were poor and isolated and not in a position to push the matter. While this was going on, the anti-war movement called for a day of actions to end the war. The national moratorium to occur on October 15, 1969. John Sherman and another prisoner were busted by guards for wearing black armbands that day and for agitating for others to do likewise. This was an unheard of act of defiance at the time. The incident caused me to reevaluate my position on John. After he was released from segregation, I started talking to him again, and before long we were partners in the writ room. It was me, Gil, and John doing the law. George Singh Louis was also with us in the writ room. George was half black and half Chinese and weighed around 300 pounds, we called him Fat Louis. We were also joined by Ed Doherty and numerous others who felt that the system had dealt them an unfair blow. We just naturally began working together and supporting each other. As if on cue, the government sent several key individuals to the island. The first was Chuck Armsbury, one of the founders of the Portland, Oregon, White Panthers, who had been busted for a federal firearms violation. The White Panthers patterned themselves after the Black Panthers and had a similar ideology. Chuck was a Marxist revolutionary and, unlike anyone I had previously met, he was not motivated by self-interest. He and I would sometimes talk about the legal ramifications of his appeal, but not about politics. On one level, I thought he was a bit on the stupid side. I felt anything worth doing should be done for money. Why waste valuable time and energy on a cause, of all things? On another level, I respected his principles and his dedication to working people. The second individual of note to come to McNeil Island around this time was Roger Lippman, one of the Seattle 8 conspirators. Roger was affiliated with a growing number of people who supported the politics of a group at that time known as Weatherman, the more radical, action-oriented, and anti-imperialist faction that had recently risen to prominence when it won control of a major student anti-war group. Weatherman is a subject I will return to in a later chapter. Roger was serving several months in prison for contempt of court, as a result of he and his co-defendants' antics during their federal trial for riot. These included courtroom outbursts and things like wearing a Nazi flag to the proceedings. The riot was the result of a mass demonstration against the Vietnam War, organized by Roger and his friends. Despite the fact that on the day of the demonstration Roger had left town for San Francisco, he was nonetheless indicted for his role as an organizer. I spent some time hanging out with Roger during his brief stay at McNeil Island. I helped him adjust to prison life, and he taught me a little something about progressive politics. Finally, Donovan Workman, a self-proclaimed Marxist-Leninist, who had been convicted of attacking U.S. Marshals with a chain during an anti-war demonstration, arrived at the island. Donovan was the prisoner who was busted with my friend John Sherman for the Black Armband affair. While I was not particularly close to either Chuck or Donovan, it was my first contact with the dreaded communists the schools and media had so carefully trained me to fear and hate. I was somewhat surprised to find that they were nice people, probably better and more caring than most. I figured that the hospital job would only last for as long as it took prison officials to find out that I was the one pushing for an inquiry into the death by medical neglect of the Alaskan Native prisoner, and that didn't take long. The Bureau of Prisons notified the hospital of my treacherous exposure of conditions there, and I was called on the carpet. Cons working in the hospital were not supposed to betray their masters by drawing attention to their incompetence. It was an unwritten rule. I quit before I was fired and went back to work in the writ room as a janitor. That satisfied the powers that be, who were convinced that I couldn't get into more trouble there. This was the first mark against me in the eyes of the prison administration. About this time, Chuck Armsbury and his friends filed a suit in the local federal court. They called it the genocide complaint. They charged the prison system with committing genocide against prisoners, detailed the destructive nature of prisons for both inmates and their families, and presented alternatives that would be possible under socialism. They also listed short-term remedies that could be initiated in the meantime, one of which was the establishment of a prisoner support house in Steilacoom, the little town across the bay, where the ferry to and from McNeil Island docked. I examined Chuck's copy of the genocide complaint and quickly discounted it as void of any legal merit. "There is not a chance of winning that suit in court," I said. I was coming at it from a strictly legal perspective based on past precedent and was totally oblivious to the document's mass organizing potential. The writ room gang more or less laughed at Chuck's suit, although our tune changed quickly enough when folks on the outside started mobilizing behind it. While Chuck was using the genocide complaint as a tool for organizing support for prisoners on the street, in the writ room, my friends and I went to work on a real suit against the prison administration. We would show Chuck how to file a prisoner's rights suit that could be won. One of our chronic problems in the writ room was the paucity of law books. I had managed to dupe a publishing company into donating a dozen or so by using institutional stationery and making my request look as if it came from some government agency, and we also obtained some much-needed books in return for doing legal work for our fellow prisoners. Still, our research facilities remained grossly lacking. I rounded up 28 prisoners who were working on their cases and who were having problems because of inadequate research materials. We prepared affidavits for all of them and had a caseworker notarize them in the writ room during lunch hour. This raised the eyebrows of the administration, but nobody said anything. Before long, we filed our suit, Mead v. Parker, with the local federal court. We argued that prison officials had an affirmative obligation to provide indigent prisoners with minimal legal research materials. Not that legal challenges for real or as tools for political organizing were the only way that we prisoners were struggling to improve our lot. There was something in the air, a mood or change in consciousness. Late one afternoon, I was returning to my cell for lockup after a day of work in the writ room. On my way, I saw a member of the Men's Advisory Council, MAC, on the tier going from cell to cell passing out literature. When I was racked in, I saw that everyone in the cell was eagerly reading the two mimeographed MAC documents. The first called for a peaceful work strike by prisoners. The second listed the demands and outlined how the strike was to be conducted. The demands were for some basic human rights and better rehabilitation services, vocational and educational. It was a Saturday, and from what I recall the strike was scheduled to start on the Monday, February 22nd. The next day, the recreation yard was abuzz with conflict. McNeil Island had not had a prisoners' strike in its 98-year history. This was an unprecedented act of independence on the part of the island's prisoners. The institution-wide conflict was between those who were focused on currying favor with the administration and winning parole, and those who saw peaceful protest as the only means of bringing about long overdue changes. This struggle played out on a small scale in our cell, as I suppose it did in other cells as well. In our cell, Bowers presented the old direct action can only hurt us line of reasoning. He even argued that prison authorities would be justified in unleashing violence against us should we go on a peaceful work strike. He said he was not going to strike, no matter what. Doherty was at the left-wing end of the spectrum. He thought the strike was not only essential, but should be escalated at the first opportunity. He was ready to use violence against anyone in the cell that went to work on Monday. I was with Doherty, our only difference being over the question of forcibly preventing Sam from going to work. John Wagner, like Sam, disagreed with the strike, but was willing to follow the majority. A vote of sorts showed that Shorty was with us. He was a convict and knew which side he was on. Willie agreed in principle. Roger went along for the excitement. Poor old Doc didn't seem to have any real inkling as to what was going on, but said he would do whatever was expected of him by the prisoners, whom he had to live with. On Sunday, someone who probably lacked the authority to do so appointed me representative for C-tier. I took this responsibility seriously and talked to all the cells on my tier and agitated in favor of the strike. The real test came on Monday morning. Some prisoners had their coats on and were ready to go to work if everyone else did. Others never even bothered to get out of bed. A very few went to work. Sam was one of them. In fact, Sam was the only person on C-tier to go to work. Doherty was pissed and claimed Sam was a pig, and I was angry that he, my cellmate, had undermined the 100% solidarity of the tier of my tier. In any case, only about 15 people out of 1,000 went to work. Those few were told to return to their cells when no one else on their job crews showed up. Sam came back to the cell and was greeted with icy silence. From that moment on, Doherty, Hansma, and I openly regarded Sam Bowers as an enemy of the people. At the first opportunity, we would all be moving out of the cell, but for now we were focused on the strike. It was us against them, with only a few fools so confused they didn't know which side they were on. I suddenly felt a new sense of pride at being a prisoner and experienced delightfully warm feelings toward my peers in struggle. When work call was announced over the loudspeakers on Tuesday, not a single person reported for work. Even Sam was cowed by the indignation in the cell and elsewhere. Prisoner defiance grew. As was to be expected, the government overreacted to this peaceful demonstration. Government thinking was that any act of disobedience on the part of us subhumans was a serious act of treason. The strike might have ended soon enough had the guards not polarized the prison population by showing up on the second day in full riot gear, armed with pickaxe handles, and projecting a murderous attitude toward us. Convicts started shouting and throwing things out of their cells onto the flats below, where the guards had congregated. The atmosphere grew more festive as the first week unfolded. We had to eat box lunches in our cells, went without showers, and otherwise suffered minor inconveniences, but because the hardship was a shared one, no one seemed to mind. After the first week, the determination on both sides increased. The administration locked up prisoner negotiators, lied to the population, and used threats in an attempt to coerce as many prisoners as possible into submission. Their strategy was aimed at dividing us through the use of the carrot and the stick, offering extra privileges to those who capitulated and special punishments for those who did not. On the other hand, hundreds of people, including actress Jane Fonda and folk singer Pete Seeger, demonstrated on the Steilacoom dock in support of the striking prisoners. News of this increased our determination to resist. Piles of paper and refuse were tossed down onto the flats from the cells 5 tiers high. Things escalated, and suddenly some prisoners were throwing burning trash, while others threw more paper to feed the fires. As the fires grew, so did the amount of fuel added to them. The smoke became so bad that prisoners on the upper tiers, where the smoke collected, had to tie broom handles together into poles that could be used to break the windows of the cell house. Through the smoke, we sang songs and beat out crude rhythms on the walls and floors of our cages. We were at war, and it was a glorious and righteous war. Around day 8 of the strike, the goon squad came around to the various cells and started pulling out anyone they thought was a troublemaker. They had emptied out INJ, the 4th and 5th tiers, of CB4 to house the alleged agitators. They snatched up John Sherman and George Sing Louis, but not me. I was too small a fish. Given that they judged guilt by association, had I been in a less conservative cell, they probably would have taken me too. As it was, no one from our cell was taken. In addition to making noise and feeding fires, we came up with an original idea. One of the guys in the cell had some red paint. We put it in small medicine bottles and chucked it up against the white wall across from our cell. The bottles broke and the paint splattered and then streamed down the wall. This complemented the smoke stains on the walls and made it feel even more like a war zone. Other cells were tossing other liquid stuff onto the white walls, as well. On the morning of day 10, Warden Parker issued a statement offering some modest concessions. It was enough to provide the prisoner representatives, the MAC, with at least a fig leaf of victory, bringing things to an end. We were all happy to come off the strike, and before long things had more or less settled back into the normal routine. However, not everything returned to normal. INJ tiers in CB4 were still packed with locked-down prisoners, our friends, and the walls and floors of the blocks still had the fire and paint scars as evidence of the most intense moments of the struggle. I would like to be able to say that those of us who escaped confinement on INJ tiers immediately went to work to free our comrades who were still locked down. That was not the case, however. It was necessary for them to remind us. As we walked down the flats to the auditorium for the weekend movie, for example, the prisoners on J tier, which was 4 tiers above the flats, poured buckets of water down on the population surging by. Actually, to be fair to myself and people like Ed Doherty, we did constantly agitate for the freedom of the men on INJ. The problem was that we lacked the power or standing necessary to bring about any change in the administration's policies of retaliation. Much of the old Writ Room crowd was up there, veterans of what we called the Great Carbon Copy Wars, and we did our best to take care of them. We smuggled them cigarettes and candy, took them law books and paper supplies, and did whatever else we could. When the guards finally decided to send the men on INJ tiers back to mainline a month to 6 weeks after the strike, we made our move to get one of the now near empty cells. John Sherman had been moved to J tier, and most of the men he had been locked up with had now been moved back to their old cells. Willie Hansma, Ed Doherty, me, and a couple of other radicals moved in with John and the troublemakers who had decided to stay there. There were 10 of us in that cell, and we declared the space a liberated zone. I painted an abstract mural across one wall, using paint collected from various workshops over a long period of time. The guards ordered us to paint over it. We told them they'd have to do it themselves. It never did get repainted, at least not while I was there. That cell was a good place to be, full of brains and talent and alive with radical ideas. One of our cellmates played the flamenco guitar like a classical master, and, much to our delight, often entertained us at night. I remember that it was during my early J-tier days that I had occasion to realize just how deep my anger really was. I fully understood that even though innocent of one of my crimes, it was my behavior that had landed me in this place. My gripe was that the punishment was too long and cruel, it was not proportionate to what I had done. One evening, I was lying on my bunk feeling angry and saying to myself, if I could only get my hands around the neck of the person responsible for doing this to me and every other human being in here. But whose neck was that? Not the warden's, he was only doing what the courts had told him to do. Not the courts, they were merely applying the appropriate statutes. I thought and thought some more, until finally I came to the conclusion that there was no one left to hold responsible for this crime against my person but the American people. I would later meet a man known as the Bellevue Sniper, an ex-convict named Carl Harp, who had reached a similar conclusion, but who was unable to grow beyond it. He took to shooting people at random as they drove down the Seattle freeway. No one could understand his crime at the time, but I did. I didn't agree with his actions, but I understood how he got into the mindset that put him on that hill overlooking the freeway. Like that frustrated sniper, I was alienated and angry. My understanding of the law had gotten about as far as I needed it to go, further than most lawyers in my narrow area of expertise, post-conviction relief remedies. At the same time, my interest in politics had markedly increased. It did not happen all at once, but over a period of time I stopped identifying as a criminal and began identifying as a radical of some sort. All my adult life, particularly after my experiences at Lompoc, where I had to serve too much time to pay for the limited financial loss suffered by my victim, I had decided that someone was going to pay for my pain, and that I would collect that payment in the form of criminal activity. I wanted to be a good criminal. Now, without really realizing it, I found that I wanted to be a good radical. I didn't know what kind of radical I was, but I finally knew which side of the class barricades I was on. That was progress. Now it was simply a matter of developing my political skills and level of understanding, in the same way I had done with the law by applied study. At first, I was reading anarchist newspapers and pamphlets, but it didn't take me long to recognize the weaknesses of anarchism as a political force. Anarchists, I discovered, could never be more than liberals, even when they're armed liberals, as their philosophy itself is just a form of liberalism. I slowly moved beyond anarchism and began to study Marxism. I agreed with anarchism's end objective, i.e., a stateless society. That is also the communist goal, but communism recognizes the need for an interim transition period, and I agreed with that. Another objection I had to anarchism was that anyone could be one, all you had to do was say you were one. With anarchism, class allegiance was not a central issue. My friend Roger Weber, for example, was a militant defender of capitalism and its ruling class, yet he identified as an anarchist. Indeed, there has been a whole pro-capitalist trend within anarchism. This failure to recognize class distinctions and the primacy of class were part of what effectively made anarchism a form of liberalism. Trotskyist literature was the most readily available, so it was through Trotskyism that I first became familiar with the principles of Marxism. At first, I tended to take much of what I read on faith. As I tentatively tested it in practice against my experience and against reality, I was able to verify the conclusions presented in those works. I slowly moved away from a vague identification as a radical and began to see myself as a Marxist. Although my other cellmates tended to be less scientific in their approach to politics, John was going through the same process as me. Together, we got a hold of the Communist Manifesto and other works by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, particularly their economic writings. Then, we moved on to Lenin, a process that completed the circle of knowledge. Marx pointed the way, Lenin made it happen. I soon dispensed with Trotsky, having come to understand the meaning of the phrase left in form but right in essence as it applied to his overall theoretical framework. This is not the place to discuss the question of political line, the Stalin vs. Trotsky debate lost its meaning after the defeat of Hitler in World War II. Suffice it to say that I became a Marxist-Leninist with some residual respect for some of Trotsky's positions. He correctly argued for a united front against fascism in the early 1930s, when Hitler was a rising power. Stalin rejected this position, saying to align with liberals would be aligning with social fascists. Stalin was subsequently forced by events to adopt the United Front strategy by joining with the US and Great Britain in the fight against fascism. However, because I also saw so many examples of Trotsky's errors, I tended to align myself with the then prevalent Stalinist trends. Next, we discovered Mao Zedong, with a capital T back in those days, not the Mao Zedong of today. Most of the books we obtained were mailed to us by bookstores, but some had to be smuggled into the prison, and these were always in short supply. Any books by or about Mao fell into this latter category. We became not only Marxist-Leninists, but adherents of Mao Zedong thought as well. We saw China as the embodiment of international revolution, while perceiving the Soviet Union as an example of revisionist backsliding. It's important to note that this process did not take place all at once. There was no sudden religious conversion to Marxism. This wasn't like finding Jesus, but rather a lengthy and painstaking study that was coupled with what we believed was a sound political practice. It was a process that took several years, and even today I'm still seeking to understand the complexities of Marxist theory. Marxism, the science relating to human social development, is just like any other science. It must be studied to be understood, and that study is hard work. It is the science of dialectical and historical materialism. Any student of progressive politics must read, nay, must study, the philosophy of dialectical and historical materialism. If you fail in this regard, you will be nothing but a liberal. I am not sure what phase of political development I was in when the chief of classification, a man named Mr. Tennyson, called me into his office. I may have been thinking of myself as merely a radical or as an anarchist at that point. In any case, I was presented with my first political choice, a choice each of us must make at least once in our lives. Tennyson told me that I was a smart boy and could get out soon if I used my head. He then put it to me bluntly, I could drop the class action law library lawsuit against the administration and go to the farm, from where it was implied that I would quickly be released, or I could continue to press the case and be sent to Leavenworth. The law library suit was filed by 28 prisoners, but I was the lead plaintiff. The NAACP Legal Defense Fund and the Center for Constitutional Rights were supporting us. We were going to win. Tennyson told me to think it over. I immediately went to the law library and told my peers what had happened. George St. Louis sprang into action, cranking out letters of protest to the lawyers, more or less taking the decision out of my hands, although I suppose that by telling the writ room crowd of the threat and offer, I had in effect already made my decision. I did get shipped to Leavenworth as threatened, for the terrible crime of exercising my constitutional right to file a civil rights lawsuit, but not without a 10-month holdover in the King County Jail in Seattle. I was part of a group transfer of 21 radical prisoners accused of trying to organize another prisoner work strike at the island. In early 1971, we were sent to prisons around the country. Most of us were innocent, but I wasn't. At the King County Jail, it took me 8 months, but I eventually got the position of jail librarian, which I used to circulate progressive books and to organize prisoners in every tank to strike. I even put together a newsletter, the King County Jail Times, the first issue of which the jail superintendent threw in the trash, telling inmate representatives, I refuse to print this filth. There were about 80 trustees who did all the work in the jail. We trustees struck. The administration and guards laughed and went to the tanks below for more willing workers. They stopped laughing when it became clear that not one of the 600 men in the jail was willing to scab. It only took 2 days for them to verbally give in, saying we could continue to publish the Jail Times, as well as agreeing to meet most of our other demands, the exact details of which I have forgotten, but probably things like more out-of-cell time, better food, some means of personal improvement, etc. Everyone was ebullient we had won. But it soon became clear that we had won only promises that would never be fulfilled. Although we moved to strike again, before we could get it together, the jail had the U.S. Marshals come and take me out of there. Pretty soon, I resumed my trip to Leavenworth. When I finally arrived at Leavenworth, I was subjected to a digital rectal probe by administrative agents. This was a common practice in those days, and still is in some places. But back then, no one saw anything particularly wrong with the anal probes. Prisoners simply accepted what amounted to digital rape, sodomy, by the state. I raised a lone protest, but my token resistance melted away when the goon squad arrived to administer the necessary application of force. I was nonetheless infracted for resisting a lawful search. The members of the disciplinary committee convened to address the issue were incredulous about my referring to the routine digital sodomization of prisoners as anal rape. They of course found me guilty and punished me with a stint in the hole. There were two schools of thought in radical prisoner circles at Leavenworth, at the time. I more or less represented one of them, the Let's Organize a Prisoners' Union school of thought. On the other hand, there was also the Let's Build the Church of the New Song bunch. The church bunch won out, because prisoners felt it would be easier to build something with the protection offered to religious groups. I knew that in the long run only a union would be able to protect prisoner interests, and that the last thing we needed was another fucking church. I'd only been at Leavenworth a few months when the goon squad found a copy of Chairman Mao's Little Red Book in my locker in the cell. I was infracted for possession of inflammatory reading material and placed on permanent administrative segregation status, solitary. My incoming and outgoing legal mail was opened and read, and my rights were routinely violated. I fought back as best I could, including writing to attorneys and liberal organizations on the outside, but none of it did much good. Well before I had been transferred from McNeil, the Steilacoom Prisoner Support House had been successfully established, and now I began corresponding with some of the militants who ran the place. By this point, John Sherman had been released, and the two of us, along with John's wife and two young daughters, planned to get together as soon as I got out. We had made plans to regroup at the support house, and then find our place in the revolutionary movement. I kept myself busy with these plans and the related correspondence, along with the thousands of games of Reno Solitaire that I played until my upper arms and back were racked with pain and I could play no more. Finally, after 9 months of administrative segregation, in the late summer of 1972, I won a hearing to determine whether I would be allowed to proceed in forma pauperis in my federal escape case. The hearing was in Fairbanks, Alaska. I was going home, but I had changed a lot since I was last there. The federal court hearing was brief and turned on the question of whether I in fact owned the homestead land given to me by Mom with the faulty deed land which Mom had subsequently sold to someone else. While I was at court, the judge also agreed to hear a habeas corpus petition I had had pending before him for a long time. He granted the writ on the condition that I plead guilty in exchange for time served. I entered a plea of nolo contendere, no contest, and was released on 5 years of federal probation. It irked me to no end to have to plead guilty to a crime I had not committed, but, in the end, I was more interested in getting to Seattle and the political possibilities that awaited me there. The revolution was at hand, and I wanted to be a part of it. As usual, the first thing I did when released was to look up Margot. She and I had not been corresponding, we never did write much. I found it too painful. It didn't take me long to find her living much as she had as long as I had known her drinking and doing the bar scene. I picked her up and took her to a motel, where we made unremarkable love, and then I explained my future plans to her. She wanted things to go back to the way they had been. I told her I was a revolutionary. She said she would be one too. I told her I was going to Seattle to find my place in the revolution. She said she would come with me. If I had said that I was now a Catholic, she would have joined the church. I told her that the fact was that she was still into the bar scene, while I had moved on. There was simply too much separating us. She didn't understand what I was talking about, and, frankly, I think there were things that were questionable about the way I behaved. I suppose I wanted a whole new life, a fresh start in every way. I left Margot in the motel room. The situation was painful for both of us. She was bewildered, and I can't say that I really understood what was happening either. That was nearly 50 years ago. It only took me a week or so to wrap up my affairs in Fairbanks. In fact, I only stayed that long to do some legal research for Ross Kimball, who had recently lost the last in a series of appeals in the state's highest court. He had paid nearly a lifetime of wages to lawyers in a wasted effort to get his land back from the banks that had cheated him. I now had the requisite class consciousness to understand that it was the banks that paid the campaign monies to the legislators who wrote the laws for the bankers. I spent many hours in the courthouse each day, carefully reading Ross's legal pleas in the court records and conducting the related legal research, looking for some loophole he could crawl through. There wasn't one, at least not one that I could see. Ross was at his wit's end. I was his last hope, and I had to tell him there was nothing I could do. That was as hard for me as leaving Margot behind. At the time, I thought Ross wanted me to deal with his case because he was desperate or because he had heard that I had become proficient with the law while in prison. No doubt both of those things were factors. However, I now also believe that when Ross met me after my release, he could see I was a changed person, and I think he saw some of that had come from him, a stubborn determination to pursue justice no matter how hopeless the cause or how great the odds against its success. He now wanted me to take that newfound quality and join him in his lifelong struggle for justice against the banks. Ross said that if I stayed in Fairbanks, he would pay me, that he was tired of lawyers, and that he knew I could do it. He would say this, then he would launch into a diatribe about how the land was really his, and once the courts recognized this, all would be well. I had read the law and I had read his facts, and under bourgeois law, he couldn't win on the basis of his facts. I told him that neither justice nor right had anything to do with the law, and that the only real solution was to abolish the system of private property the bankers grow fat on. I explained that the bankers are the ones who pay the legislators to draft the laws that favor them. I told him that I planned to help all of the victims of capitalism, but not through the courts. I told him the so-called justice system was a part of the problem and not the solution. Ross, of course, couldn't understand where I was coming from. It must have sounded like so much mindless political babbling to him. After a lifetime of defeat at the hands of the lawyers and the judicial system, Ross still wanted to return to the courts. All my life I had looked up to Ross and respected him. He had fought against overwhelming odds. Now, he seemed pathetic, the fighter who couldn't adapt to changing realities, who remained trapped on a treadmill of perpetual failure. I still loved Ross and respected his tenacity, but I also felt sorry for him and felt bad about feeling that way about someone who had once stood so tall in my eyes. As it turned out, I would see Ross one more time after I left Fairbanks. I had been in the Seattle area for about 6 months when he called me one day. He said he was staying at a boarding house in nearby Ballard, a suburb, and wanted to see me. I gladly gave him my address, and he came over for what I hoped would be a nice visit. When he arrived, he looked haggard. It was good to see him again, but it quickly became clear that he still wanted me to work on his case. Once again, I politely refused, promising instead to see if I could find a University of Washington law student willing to take on the challenge. That didn't really satisfy him, but he accepted the offer. Over the next few days, I visited Ross twice at the boarding house, the second time to tell him I had been unable to find an interested law student. Both times I saw him, he pleaded with me to do something for him, maybe not the whole case, but at least a motion to the U.S. Supreme Court. I, of course, refused. Ross left Seattle and returned to Fairbanks a day or two later, looking the worse for wear. He died not too long thereafter. The family told me he died of heart failure, but I knew he had died of a broken heart. He was 56 years old. I blamed the banks for the death of this man who had been so important to me. I'm getting ahead of myself here. After saying my last-minute goodbyes to my family and the few remaining friends I had in Fairbanks, I boarded a plane to Seattle. I was looking forward to meeting the people at the Steilacoom Prisoner Support House, to being reunited with my partner John, and to helping to build the socialist revolution we all believed was near at hand. It was 1972, and I believed the revolution would take place in 5 years or less. John thought 10 years. As Bob Dylan put in a popular song of that period, you don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. It was blowing for us. Our only question was, how are we going to actually make the revolution happen? Part 2. 7. Making the revolution. The world is a dangerous place, not because of those who do evil, but because of those who look on and do nothing. Albert Einstein. The people at the Steilacoom Prisoners Support House knew I would be coming to stay with them, joining John and his family, who were already there. They did not, however, know exactly when I would be arriving. The legal research I had done for Ross had delayed my departure from Fairbanks. It was near dusk the day that I arrived, with all of my earthly possessions in an old army duffel bag. I set the bag down, knocked on the front door and introduced myself to the radical-looking woman who answered. My arrival wasn't greeted with any great fuss. They were repairing a broken washing machine, and I was immediately put to work helping them. Later that evening, I was given a tiny room with a bunk. I was finding the speed with which everything was happening somewhat bewildering. Then, that night, just after I had fallen asleep, a prisoner's wife came into my little closet of a room, and without saying a word crawled into my bed. I didn't know who she was and was completely taken by surprise, but I readily went along with what we both wanted. The next day, thinking over what had happened, and having learned that my nocturnal visitor was in a relationship with a prisoner, I decided it had been a mistake, the kind that I wouldn't make again. Many of the McNeil Island prisoners were afraid that their wives and girlfriends might get seduced while staying at the house. As a result, men were not usually accepted as volunteers. John and I were rare exceptions, and he was married. There were no subsequent instances of sexual misconduct on my part. I soon settled into a sexual relationship with one of the female volunteers who staffed the place. She was a community organizer named Barbara, and she was not having a relationship with a prisoner. She sort of glommed onto me, and from then on I was hers. The Steilacoom Prisoners Support House, affectionately known as the inside/outhouse to those of us who had been involved in founding it a year or so earlier, was located in a nice residential neighborhood about a block and a half away from the dock where the boats going to and from McNeil Island anchored. It was a large 2.5-story house, divided into about 20 small rooms. Its nice white picket fence and newish aluminum siding concealed a largely run-down interior. In fact, it was because it needed such extensive repairs that supporters of Chuck Armsbury's genocide complaint had been able to make the relatively small down payment on the place, raised through donations collected from the Seattle area radical community. There was an empty gully on one side of the support house, and beyond that some sparse woods. What appeared to be a very respectable and upwardly mobile family lived on the other side. I am sure these status-conscious neighbors had no idea that a bunch of crazed radicals were buying the house next door, or they would certainly have objected. In the end, when the house opened, it was too late for the alarmed little community of Steilacoom, which was primarily made up of military retirees, to mount any effective resistance. About 70% of McNeil Island's prison population was from California, and many of the remaining prisoners came from states even further away. The wives and mothers of these men were often on welfare or fixed incomes, and even if they worked full-time jobs, their wages were generally at the low end of the scale. The support house provided family members with transportation to and from airports and bus and train terminals. The family members, who were usually women and children, along with an occasional brother or father, would be brought to the house and assigned a room. Clean bedding and meals were provided, as was transportation to and from the dock during visiting hours each day. The house managed to survive on the proceeds of benefit events organized in Seattle and the small donations made by the people who used the facility. Getting money to run the place was an ongoing problem. It took every cent we could bring in. One of the volunteers quickly instructed me on the fine art of applying for food stamps. While I had gone to the supermarket with the women several times in the past and watched them use food stamps, I had never done so myself. When I began receiving them, like everyone else, I put them in the community pot to be used to feed our constant flow of house guests. I remember the first time I went to the store by myself. They sent me off to get a few items, and I still remember how embarrassed I felt when I handed the cashier my food stamps. Here I am, I thought to myself, publicly admitting to being a poor person. My lingering bourgeois affectations did not run deep or last long. Pretty soon, I was doing the group's shopping without giving the food stamps a second thought. Yet, even after all these years, I still remember the shame I felt the first time I used them. It's probably conditioned into all of us that poverty is an individual problem, not a social one. After a couple of months at the support house, I was beginning to understand how things worked and what my place was. When the prisoners' families and loved ones returned from the island after their visits, we would pick them up from the dock and drive them to the house for a nice supper. At one point, John began reading to our guests from Mao's little red book before we ate. I guess it was sort of like Christians reading from the Bible before a meal anyway. It was a mistake that tended to alienate the families. Such mistakes, and the fact that John, his wife, and their 2 children consumed a lot of food and were not financially contributing to the operation of the house, meant that after 2 or 3 months they were asked to leave, which they did, renting a modest home in Spanaway, a suburb of Tacoma. I wasn't financially contributing either, but I was only one person, and at that point I was sleeping with Barbara, who, with her friend Robin, ran the place. While everything seemed okay in that regard for the moment, I could see the writing on the wall. I was unemployed and could not financially contribute to the operation of the house. Moreover, I was a male and prisoners resented the presence of men at the place where their wives and sweethearts were staying. Yes, it was sexist, but it reflected their level of consciousness. Sometimes I would drive up to Seattle in one of the house's battered old jalopies, and when I did so, I would often stop to see Roger Lipman, who had long since served his 3 weeks in federal prison and now lived on Capitol Hill. Roger had a huge 2-story house all to himself and was looking for a housemate. During one of my visits, he asked me to move in with him. Back then I still had a lot of respect for Roger, and it seemed like a good idea, given the situation at the Steilacoom house. By this point, Barbara had tired of me, and I had struck up a sexual relationship with Robin. I had been corresponding with Robin while I was in Leavenworth, and it was with her that I had made the arrangement to go to the house in the first place. Robin was not very assertive, and when I had first arrived, the prisoner's wife had had her way with me, and no sooner had that happened than Barbara pulled me into her bed. When Robin and I finally did hook up, we took a vacation from the house to go to San Francisco and visit friends of hers. I found myself broke, in a strange city, and totally dependent on her. It was not a good situation. I fled back to Seattle and moved in with Roger. Roger was a highly respected member of Seattle's progressive political community, and quite a community it was, too. There were several food cooperatives which included a bakery, a granary, a produce section, and the transportation division, which trucked products to and from the city. There was a lot more, too. I moved in, and Roger and I became fast friends. He made his living working on cars, mostly Volkswagens. As an aircraft mechanic, I was familiar with air-cooled engines, so we began working together, although it was more like me being his helper. Sometimes the work would be done in the street in front of the house, and sometimes, especially if it was raining, there was the rickety old one-car garage in the back. I certainly enjoyed the respect I received from the community. Indeed, We got our food at 1% above wholesale, because we were such upstanding citizens, read, good radicals. I still visited the Steilacoom prisoners' support house when I could, and when possible, I brought them food and other items I'd picked up in Seattle. My heart was always with them. In time, our business grew beyond what we could do on the curb and in our one-car garage. Roger found us a professionally stocked garage, with all the trimmings, just off Aurora Avenue. We called ourselves Black Duck Motors, after the name on an antique oil can Roger's brother Peter had. Black Duck Motors went on to become an institution. It went through a lot of changes over the years, including housing a women's mechanics collective. At some point, while all of this was unfolding, I began to feel the need to do something more political. The co-op community was nice and all, but their politics went something like, we are going to replace evil capitalism with our cooperatives, making the world a better place. Well, it was a little more sophisticated than that, but not much. Black Duck was the most politically advanced element in the community, so folks looked to us for direction, but if that direction did not include what amounted to hippie capitalism as the road to revolution, they weren't willing to listen. It was clearly a dead-end street. I wanted more, so I went down to Spanaway to see John. I had an idea for a prisoners' union and wanted him to help me make it happen. He resisted, with all sorts of arguments about why he should stay where he was, unemployed, smoking dope, and generally being a dropout. I think his involuntary exile from the support house may have still been gnawing at him. I visited several more times, and in due course, with the support of his wife, Joanne, who wanted him to do something other than smoking dope and goofing off, he agreed to move with his family to Seattle and get a place with me. It took a while to locate the right house, but we eventually found it on the east side of Capitol Hill. It was a rundown two-story house owned by a black dentist. The plumbing was in bad shape, along with most everything else. I remember working under the house in a crawl space full of spiders and who knows what else, repairing leaky pipes and dealing with the related problems. Eventually, I was able to kludge it together so that it all worked, at least after a fashion. John and Joanne took the master bedroom upstairs, and I took one on the ground floor. Their two children, a girl about 4 and another in the neighborhood of 6, also had their bedroom on the second floor. All was well. I was with John, and we were going to start a prisoners' union. The only problem was that I didn't have a sexual partner. I was not getting laid. Oh yeah, I know, I should have been above all that, but after years of sexual deprivation, I just wasn't. I did have sex occasionally with a liberal librarian who supported prisoners. She had a good figure, was nice looking, and she had lots of money. Some relative of hers had died and left her like $1 million. She was free with the money, too. She bought me a reel-to-reel tape deck and a couple of other small goodies, without my ever asking for them. Sounds great, huh? Well, I was into the revolution and she wasn't. For that and other reasons the relationship was brief. She subsequently took up with another ex-con, a former drug addict who was not political. She bought him all sorts of musical instruments, he fancied himself a rock star, and even bought him a bar where he could play his music for the public. In due course, it came to pass that heroin was his true love. He pumped much of her fortune into his arm. I was still alone, but I was doing the people's work, so I was reasonably okay with that. I was a mechanic at Black Duck by day and a prisoners' union organizer by night. Since work hours were sort of fuzzy, I had a lot of time for political activity. For example, as a result of my past work as a jailhouse lawyer, I was a card-carrying member of the National Lawyers Guild, NLG, and an active member of its Seattle chapter. I don't know if it was a setup or not, but I suspect so. One night, John and Joanne said we were all going to have dinner with some old friends of theirs. I was along as a third wheel, or a fifth wheel, since their friends were a couple too. When we arrived at the home of their friends, community activists whom I had met before, there was a woman named Jill Dockstetter there. Now there were 3 couples. Jill and I hit it off right away. She was lean and tall, with long black hair and an infectious smile. I soon learned that she was a former member of the Revolutionary Union, the forerunner to the Revolutionary Communist Party, and that she was 3 months pregnant by an ex-boyfriend. As far as I was concerned, that wasn't a problem. I was around 30 years old, and she was only 19. Before you start shouting Lech, let me tell you something you may not know. Prisoners who've done a lot of time almost always hook up with partners much younger than themselves when they get out. One of my crime partners, Bo, a dyke, whom you will be meeting later on, hooked up with a woman nearly 20 years younger than her. This is not some sexist effort to recapture our lost youth or to grab some arm candy. No. We've been down all these years, social time stopped for us while we were on the inside. At that time, a 19-year-old woman was the same social and emotional age as me. Jill and I had a similar degree of sexual experience and social skill. We left the others shortly after dinner and headed to my place. It was one of those warm Seattle summer nights, perfect for a nice long evening walk, holding hands and talking. The conversation and that long slow walk home created a connection between us. At the house, we talked some more, took a nice long bath in the huge, old, clawfoot bathtub, and then we went to bed together. It was immediately clear that we met each other's respective needs, and the next day Jill moved in. She and I were partners for the rest of my time in Seattle. I was in the delivery room for the birth of her daughter, Odessa, whom I helped to raise as my own during this period. Odessa was about 18 months old when everything changed. But once again, I'm getting a little ahead of myself. The work of the Washington Prisoners' Labor Union, WPLU, was going well. There were 4 major prisons in Washington at that time: Washington State Penitentiary at Walla Walla, the Reception Unit at Shelton, the Women's Prison at Purdy, and the prison at Monroe. We were getting into the prison at Monroe, where we were working with a solid core group of convicts. We made stickers with the words Washington Prisoners' Labor Union around a chain, which in turn circled a clenched fist. We smuggled these into prisoners when we visited, so they could stick them on the walls or elsewhere in the prison. We also had WPLU membership cards printed. We had done our work well. 97% of the prisoners at Monroe were card-carrying union members. One Saturday, we were all sitting around the house. If I remember correctly, John and I were playing a board game called Stalingrad, a simulation of the World War II battle of that name. Anyway, the doorbell rang, and when we answered, this short guy with curly hair was standing there. He said his name was Bruce Seidel. Bruce was a former graduate student in the economics department at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, who was active around prison issues on campus. He had quit when the faculty refused to accept his thesis on how to correct capitalism. He told us he had heard about the work we were doing with the WPLU from the National Lawyers Guild, and that he wanted to join up with us. I invited him in, and in the subsequent discussion, we discovered another soulmate. Bruce was one of us, whatever we were. We soon learned that Bruce was a respected member of Seattle's political community, and over time our respect for him only grew. My sister Ann used to say there are 2 types of people in the world, givers and takers. She defined herself as a taker. Bruce, on the other hand, was a giver. He gave of himself. He gave all of himself to the struggle. Bruce was already publishing a prisoner-oriented tabloid newspaper called The Sun Fighter. We'd seen copies of it and knew people thought it was good. The Sun Fighter became the official organ of the WPLU. Bruce had been going into Monroe as a volunteer, but had been busted smuggling some marijuana into the joint, so they had banned him. John and I continued to go in regularly. We would never have smuggled drugs. For us these visits were totally political. Oh, we smoked dope and on occasion did some acid or mushrooms, but these were things we did in our home. We weren't public about it. If asked, and under the proper circumstances, We might have smuggled in explosives or weapons, but under no circumstance would we have jeopardized the work we were doing on the inside by bringing in drugs, which at least I saw as a form of escapism. Around that time, the documentary about the Attica uprising, simply called Attica, was released. Using my NLG connections, we obtained a copy of the film, and over a period of time brought various Attica brothers to Seattle for showings. We'd screen the film at places like the University of Washington, generally raising something in the neighborhood of $1,500 for the Attica Brothers Legal Defense Fund in the process. I would help put these events on for the NLG, but while these comrades were in town I would also bring them into Monroe under the banner of the WPLU to show the documentary to the prisoners. For instance, we brought Big Black and John Hill, Splitting the Sky, in like this. After the showing, the comrades would answer the convicts' questions about the Attica uprising. Of course the prison administration and the guards hated us, well, the union we represented, but they lacked any pretext for banning us. All of this was going on before the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that prisoners did not have a right to organize into unions. So during this period, in late 1973, one of our priorities was to establish ourselves as the prisoners' bargaining representative, and to be recognized as such. As part of this endeavor, John and I met with Reformatory Superintendent Roger Maxwell and some of his deputies for an hour and a half sometime in October. The superintendent was not pleased. After the meeting he announced to the press that he would not even consider recognizing the WPLU. John was big on talking with the pigs. He wanted to organize the guards as well. They're workers too. They need to know that their interests are the same as those of the prisoners, who are simply unemployed workers. I'd argue back that, we're not going to get anywhere with that. They're reactionary instruments of the state's apparatus of repression. They don't care what their own interests are. Nonetheless, I went along with John's scheme. We called the office of the Guards Union and asked to address them at their next meeting as the prisoners' outside representatives. We persisted, and a union bureaucrat finally and somewhat grudgingly granted us a time slot. We arrived on the appointed day at the appointed time. John did the talking. "We're with the Washington Prisoners' Labor Union," he began. "We're both ex-convicts who went to prison because we were unemployed workers. Prisoners are just working people, simply ones who have been denied work. You and prisoners share the same enemy, the administration. It is not in your interest to be antagonistic to prisoners organizing a union. Prisoners are just working people, and, like any working people, should be allowed to organize themselves in a union." Needless to say, the speech was not received warmly by the assembled guards. As we left, I said to John, "At least this put a face on the prisoners' union for them. Now they know that we're people that they can speak to." While it is not difficult to imagine why the guards and the prison administration might have disliked us, there was one small incident that may well have further soured their opinions of us. Shortly before the above-mentioned meetings, on August 12 to 17, 1973, the American Correctional Association, ACA, held its annual correctional convention in Seattle, a shindig that brought together prison-crats from all across the nation. That year's theme was the psychological effects of long-term incarceration, and their keynote speakers were 3 former Vietnam POWs. The WPLU was quite strong in Seattle. We had members on the outside and supporters all over town. One of our comrades worked at the Seattle Center where the ACA was holding its convention. As it happens, not everyone who signs up for these events actually turns up, so there are lots of attendee ID badges left over. Our friend gave us about 50 of these badges belonging to these no-shows. I wound up with the badge assigned to Captain Jenkins from the Arkansas Correctional System. Like I said, there were about 50 of us. We tried to dress up so as to look respectable, and we probably thought we'd pulled it off, but how do you pass off a 30-year-old with bell-bottom pants and blonde hair flowing down past his shoulders as an Arkansas correctional captain? Apparently, it didn't make much difference, because we all got in without a hitch and proceeded to the auditorium for the keynote address. Assorted dignitaries of the ACA were on the stage, with the 3 former POWs, dressed in their full military regalia, sitting next to them. We listened in silence as the preliminary speechifiers prattled on about this and that, and then came the time to introduce the Vietnam POWs. As the first one got up to speak, I jumped to my feet and yelled, "Why don't you have prisoners from the American prison system here to talk about the psychological effects of long-term incarceration?" 10 or 15 of my cohorts chimed in with a strong "Yeah, how come?" While the speaker was trying to regain his composure, I took a few tentative steps toward the stage. 10 people followed me, and as they did so, the other 40 chimed in with "We want to hear from prisoners in U.S. prisons." They too began to move toward the stage. By this point, the action had a momentum all its own. As I approached the podium, the prison crat backed off in fear. I took the microphone, with about 20 of my comrades standing behind me. The rest of them were on their feet in the audience, shouting their support. The ex-POW sat quietly and did not say a word. I am not a very good public speaker, but I nonetheless launched into a diatribe about the brutality and destructiveness of the American prison system, the class and economic basis of crime, and how a revolution is the only solution. As soon as I started talking, a third of the audience got up and left. During the course of my speech, another third followed suit. The last third, the liberals, or masochists, stayed to hear what I had to say and to listen to those of us who spoke after me. We had crashed and smashed the annual ACA convention. Oh, but were we full of ourselves? "They won't be coming back to this town," we proudly crowed to each other. To this very day, I don't celebrate birthdays or throw parties. Occasionally, on my birthday, someone will ask, "Are you going to have a party?" I tell them, "No, I only celebrate victories." These days, there are far too few of those, but that night, we had a glorious victory celebration. During this period, the fact that I was doing support work for the Attica Brothers Legal Defense Fund gained me a certain degree of leadership within the NLG. I also played a leadership role with the Washington State Prisoners Labor Union, was Roger's partner at Black Duck Motors, and was part of the Seattle co-op community. I continued to do what I could to support the Steilacoom Prisoner Support House. I had a few irons of my own in the fire, as well. For one, I serviced American Indian Movement, AIM, cars. In addition to maintenance, I'd go out and steal license plates for AIM vehicles, and on occasion help them to acquire guns and explosives. Roger, another man named Dale, and to a much lesser degree I also helped produce false identification papers. We were especially proud of our California driver's licenses. Did I mention that I was still on federal parole, probation, at the time? When the takeover at the Menominee Reservation in northern Wisconsin came down, we sent one fully armed and equipped, white, combat soldier to the front. We should have been sending more, but that's what we could do at the time, so that's what we did. The siege ended just as our comrade and a carload of AIM activists arrived, so they turned around and came back to Seattle. Our commitment to providing armed troops, well, a single trooper, in any case, to support Native American struggles, along with our other contributions, earned us the respect of Seattle's AIM chapter. Struggles have a way of either advancing or receding. They don't remain stationary unless what's going on isn't really a struggle at all, but is some kind of non-profit liberalesque thing. This is true of prisoners' unions, too. I made several trips to San Francisco to meet with the leadership of the California Prisoners' Labor Union, and they had come up to the Northwest to visit us. They had grown out of the Folsom strike in 1970, but we were the more radical of the two. They wanted to lobby state legislators and elected officials for union recognition. We, on the other hand, based ourselves on the organized strength of the prisoners and their loved ones on the outside. On visiting days, we would be out in front of the Monroe prison handing out union flyers to the friends and families of prisoners. We weren't into begging bourgeois politicians to recognize us as the legitimate bargaining agent for prisoners. It was important to us to be independent, to rely on our own members, and to not go chasing after grant money. Grant money is the kiss of death. Before long, those who receive it are doing the bidding of the funders, rather than serving their actual constituency. I've seen this scenario unfold time and time again over the years. If you're a radical, a word that means having roots, then you want to deal with the root cause of the problem. The rich are not going to give you money to do that, and if they do, it is just to buy you off or destroy you. Remember, self-reliance in all things. The WPLU was heading for a showdown at Monroe. We had met with both the administration and the Guards Union, but no progress had been made. As a result, Monroe prisoners went on a work strike behind a series of demands, the central one being the recognition of the WPLU as their legitimate bargaining agent. While the prisoners were on strike, the outside WPLU organizers were demonstrating in front of the prison. We used bullhorns, and the striking prisoners could hear our chants over the walls. If memory serves me correctly, the strike was bitterly fought, lasting about a week, but the administration finally prevailed. What they did was call in Monroe's Resident Government Council, RGC, the prisoner-elected group that advises the administration on issues of concern to the prisoners. When it looked like they weren't going to be able to break the strike by conventional means, the administration offered the RGC the role of bargaining agent for the prisoners. They also offered to meet many of the other demands. The RGC called an end to the strike. The prisoners' union was smashed by the old divide and conquer tactic. 97% of the prisoners were union members, however that membership was a mile wide but only an inch deep. To add insult to injury, the administration never fulfilled any of its promises to the RGC, and even locked up the RGC leadership shortly after the strike was successfully suppressed. We had given the union our all, but that wasn't enough. In doing some Monday morning quarterbacking after the dust settled, we decided that outside people should not be organizing prisoners, that the prisoners needed to do their own organizing. With that said, here I am today, some 40 years later, vainly trying to organize prisoners from the outside. When the prisoners' union folded, John joined the Revolutionary Union, an organization that would soon become the Revolutionary Communist Party, or RCP, which is a group of homophobic Maoists led by a guy named Bob Avakian. Although I had volunteered at the RU's Fanchon bookstore in Seattle, later known as Revolution Books, I couldn't relate to the cultishness or the dogmatism. Furthermore, they were Maoists, and by this point I had recognized what I saw as a strategic flaw in Mao Zedong thought, the Three Worlds Theory, which liquidated class. Since members of the RU/RCP cult were not supposed to associate with dregs like me, and for other reasons, John and his family moved out and rented a place in South Seattle. I would visit John at his new place now and then, but over time we saw less and less of each other. As for us, Jill and I moved into a new rental house with Roger. When I first moved in with Roger at our 13th Street house on Capitol Hill, he told me that the further east you move, towards Lake Washington, the more bourgeois you get. He used the example of so many members of the old left who were now living close to the lake. His reasoning was, the nearer the lake, the more liberal you are, probably because housing prices near the lake are quite high. Anyway, Capitol Hill was one of Seattle's more edgy neighborhoods. The new rental house was halfway between Capitol Hill and Lake Washington. At around that time, I started doing more NLG work, much of it drumming up support for the Attica Brothers Legal Defense Fund. Life soon settled into a nice routine of auto mechanic work, political work, housework, and, of course, play. With the arrival of fall, I received a letter from my mother saying that she was not feeling well. Some years earlier, while I was doing my time, she had sold off the homestead and moved to an area just outside of Addy, a small town in eastern Washington. Actually, it's really just a slow spot on the 2-lane highway up to Colville, about 60 miles north of Spokane. Jill and I had visited Mom there many times. In addition to 7 horses that we enjoyed riding, Mom had 2 goats and about 50 chickens. All of this and a 3-room shack were located on about 20 acres of land she had bought with money from the sale of the homestead. Now Mom was writing because she wanted me to move to Addie, to take care of her place and feed the horses over the winter. When Mom calls, we kids come, so I packed up Jill, the baby Odessa, and our meager belongings, bid Roger and my other comrades farewell, and headed off into the sunrise in my old beat-up Volkswagen Bug. What's not to like about spending a winter in the country with a woman you love, snow on the ground, a wood-burning stove, and all those animals to care for? And of course, horses to ride. The two of us had a good winter, and so did Odessa, I suppose, although she was still very young. From time to time, friends would come from Seattle to visit for a weekend, which always made things that much richer. We'd also go into town, Addie, to spend time with Mom. The winter passed quickly, and soon spring was in the air, or at least everything was thawing during the day. We didn't have a television or see the newspapers while we were at my mother's, although we did have a radio for entertainment and news. This wasn't an unusual situation for us. There had been an old black and white television with a rabbit ear antenna at Rogers, but the only time I remember it being turned on was for the Watergate hearings during the Nixon administration. Anyway, I didn't get much news while we were in Addie, but some events are almost impossible to avoid no matter how isolated you may be. One such event took place in early February of 1974. A San Francisco group calling itself the Symbionese Liberation Army, SLA, kidnapped Patty Hearst, the daughter of some ruling class media mogul. The group issued a communique demanding that tons of food be distributed to the poor in selected areas in California, including the slums of Los Angeles. They also demanded that the Hearst newspaper chain publish the full text of their communique. Someone in Seattle had gotten word to me about this, so I drove to Addie and bought a copy of the Spokane paper, which was owned by Hearst Sr. Back at home, I read the lengthy document, stopping from time to time to cry over the way the SLA expressed its love for ordinary working people, as well as its clear understanding of the cruelty and viciousness of the U.S. ruling class. To say I was moved by this document would be an understatement. Others would only see leftist rhetoric spouted by fanatics, clearly detached from any sense of reality. I saw some of that too, for example, the pretentiousness of declaring themselves an army with official military titles and all that. Beyond those superficial flaws, however, I recognized the reality of what needed to be done. My model had arrived. Yes, they went too far too fast, but in my opinion, they were on the right track. Perhaps not surprisingly, Jill was not as moved as I was by the document. In fact, when I told her that I needed her to stay and take care of the farm while I went to San Francisco by way of Seattle in an effort to hook up with the SLA, she was not a happy camper. Yet in the end, she relented. The reader should note that what follows with respect to this trip and subsequent events is how I remember these things today. The timeline of events here may not be in the right order, although I think you'll get the point. If anything, the fuzziness of this is just testimony to how much was happening back then. That said, I'll continue with my story. I left Jill with the car and a good supply of food and money, not that we ever had a lot of money. After a tearful goodbye, I hit the road with my backpack on and my thumb sticking out. Before long, I was at Roger's place. Some Seattle folks had printed up posters that fit perfectly in the advertising slots located above the seats on most trains and buses. They resembled the standard transit ads, with one key exception. In light blue on a white background was the SLA's 7-headed cobra logo. In the foreground, in dark blue, were the words "Give them shelter," in a bold font. I stuffed my backpack full of these posters and got onto the I-5 freeway on-ramp, thumb out, heading south. When I arrived in San Francisco, I stayed with my old friend from McNeil Island, George St. Louis, who was living in a poor black neighborhood with his mother. Not only had I written and called ahead of time so they would be expecting me, but I had also agreed to represent George at a parole violation hearing he was having in federal court a few days later. When I had told him I was coming down, he had asked me to do this, and I had agreed that I would if the judge would go for it. George was a great talker, and somehow he got permission from the court to have me to represent him. So, I stayed with George, working with him on his pending case and preparing for his hearing. In my spare time, I was out on buses and trolleys and in public places, putting up my "Give Them Shelter" posters. Right was on my side, and I gave no thought to the law or others around me objecting to the good work I was doing. One night, I was getting ready to go out and put up some posters, and George's mom said something to the effect of, "This is a very bad neighborhood, a white man like you should not be walking these streets after dark." I laughed and confidently told her, "I'm doing the people's work, no one will bother me." Walking through the neighborhood, I briefly thought of what she had said. What if I was accosted by a group of hooligans? I'll tell them I am a revolutionary, I thought, as I dismissed the notion. In the end, I never had a problem on those streets. My efforts to find the slaw proved fruitless. Either the people I contacted were afraid I was a cop of some sort, or, more likely, they really didn't know where the group was. My posters had run out, and I was about ready to head back up to Addie, when I did manage to locate another radical group, the New World Liberation Front. I don't entirely recall, but my big break must have come from talking to members of San Francisco's left community. I was given a meeting place, where I met a man who asked me a lot of questions about who I knew on the left, what I had been reading, why I was in the area, etc. I could tell he was not a pig, he was just trying to figure out who we knew in common. As it happened, we both knew quite a few of the same people. Maybe he made some calls to Seattle, I really don't know, but I was given another meeting. Before that meeting could take place, though, I had to go to George's court hearing. I put my long hair in a ponytail, donned a clean pair of tight-fitting bell-bottoms and a flowery shirt, and headed down to the federal courthouse with George. Since I was a member of the National Lawyers Guild, some radical Bay Area attorneys showed up. When George's case was called, he and I went to the defense table. The federal judge asked me some questions to test my legal knowledge, which at that time was still quite keen. He then told me that I had no right to be practicing law in his court, but if George insisted, and if we both agreed to be bound by the ruling, he would allow it. George was my friend, and the fact of the matter is that he was detached from reality when it came to me. He thought that I was some kind of legal genius. I won so many cases at McNeil Island that he started believing that I was better than I actually was. This, however, was not a matter of legal research or writing briefs. This was arguing before a federal judge in a situation where the facts and the law were not in George's favor. I did a good job of presenting George's position, but it was not enough to carry the day. The court ruled against him, finding that he had violated his probation. His parole was reinstated under conditions that did not oblige him to return to prison, so at least that worked out. After the hearing, I said my goodbyes to George and his mom, who thought I was on my way back to Seattle. In reality, I was heading to my second meeting with the NWLF. The NWLF carried out something in the neighborhood of 20 bombings, and none of the members of the group were ever caught. To this day, the state does not know anything about these people, and for that reason my discussion of them will be scant on specific details. In fact, all I am going to say is that their setup was good. Their houses were prepped for a standoff with the police, they were able to produce their own propaganda, and they were disciplined. In fact, the only drawback was that they were Maoists. They took me in, and I stayed with them for a week or so. They asked me if I wanted to join them. Although I was tempted, I wanted to return to Seattle and the community I knew best. I asked them to share their skills with me, and they did. I was an eager student, and before long I could build a decent pipe bomb. Armed with this new knowledge and some new allies in the Bay Area, I got back on the I-5, stuck out my thumb, and headed back north. While I had failed in my mission to find the slaw, the trip was, nonetheless, quite the success. I was pleased. After a brief stay with Roger when I reached Seattle, I headed back to Jill in Addie, hitching rides as usual. It was spring, and Mom was ready to move back onto her land. I packed up our family and headed to Seattle. We lived in a rented room at Roger's, but after a couple of months, we moved into our own place on Capitol Hill. Sometime that same year, a book called Prairie Fire: The Politics of Revolutionary Anti-Imperialism was published. It was the political statement of Weatherman, later known as the Weather Underground, and there was a call for above-ground activists to meet and study the book. Since Roger was as close to that element as anyone, he took on the leadership role of putting together the Seattle chapter of the Prairie Fire Organizing Committee, PFOC. While we did not have officers or titles, I would say Roger was the boss and I was his second in command, not that either of us commanded anything. When the first edition of the book sold out, Roger and I went to Eugene, Oregon, and worked in a radical print shop helping to produce the second edition. While in Eugene, I took advantage of the printing presses to make some phony birth certificates. I took those to various Washington State Department of Licensing locations and told them I had just gotten out of prison, showed them my false release papers and a bogus birth certificate. That still worked in those days. I also had other easy ways of obtaining identification papers, for example, library cards, letters addressed to me, and similar stuff. After all, one can never have too many false IDs. What were the politics of Prairie Fire? Reduced to its most common denominator, it was this: while people of color are fighting and dying around the world in the struggle against U.S. imperialism, it is a form of American exceptionalism for us here in the belly of the beast to confine our resistance to only those forms legitimized and approved by the ruling class, to confine our resistance to only peaceful forms of protest. It was revolutionary in that it called on people to examine their practice in a new light and to act in solidarity with those physically fighting U.S. imperialism around the world. I won't belabor the politics of Prairie Fire, as you can easily locate a copy online and read it yourself. But I will say that I think those politics are as relevant today as they were then. Official figures show that the U.S. killed over 4 million people in the Korean War. Former Defense Secretary Robert McNamara wrote that the U.S. slaughtered 3,200,000 people during the Vietnam War. The Vietnamese call it the American War. More recently, we've murdered something like 1.3 million Iraqi citizens, not to mention the thousands of U.S. troops killed and tens of thousands maimed. Who knows how many civilians have been slaughtered by U.S. guns and bombs in Afghanistan. Alongside all of that, there are the ongoing proxy wars being waged by the U.S. in places like Somalia, Yemen, etc. As I write this, the people of Iraq and Afghanistan are fighting and dying in a struggle to eject foreign invaders from their lands. What of our protests here in the belly of the beast? Are we standing side by side with these anti-imperialist fighters, risking it all in the struggle for justice? Of course not. We are begging the state for a permit for the privilege of being able to march in circles carrying our signs protesting these wars of aggression. We totally confine the form of our demonstrations or protests to those sanctioned and approved by the class enemy's repressive apparatus. The left in the United States is disgusting. I'll have a bit more to say on that subject in later chapters. What I've said so far should give you some idea of what the politics of the PFOC were: their anti-imperialism and the rejection of the racist notion of American exceptionalism. To implement the PFOC line in Seattle, a study group of 20 to 30 people would meet weekly, usually at the house Roger and I shared, using Prairie Fire as our source material. As we took turns reading paragraph after paragraph, page after page, it became increasingly obvious to people that there was something lacking in Seattle's left community and underground that could begin developing the ability to strike out at the state and survive the subsequent heat. There were no sudden flashes of clarity, but slowly and steadily some people came to understand that something more was required of those of us on the left. Alas, there were few models or examples to draw from. Besides being active in the Prairie Fire study group, following my San Francisco trip, I also resumed my activities with the Seattle chapter of the NLG and my ongoing work in support of the Attica brothers. In midsummer, a call came from the headquarters of the Attica Brothers Legal Defense Fund, ABLD, in Buffalo, New York. They were going to have a national demonstration in support of the brothers and were asking for volunteers to help with the organizing. Just as the radicals around the co-op scene had only had the wherewithal to send one warrior to Menominee, the NLG only had the resources to send one person to Buffalo. That person was me, and my flight was only one way. I have often wondered if my community was trying to tell me something by giving me a one-way ticket to New York. I doubt it. We were always broke back in those days, and any extra money we did have went to the struggle. In any event, I packed my backpack, said goodbye to Jill and Odessa, and headed to new lands and new adventures. I would be spending a month or so in Buffalo working with the Attica Brothers Legal Defense Fund. After an uneventful flight, I found my way to the headquarters of ABLD. They knew I was arriving and had work ready for me, as well as a place for me to stay. There were a lot of people busy in a large, open office area. I was given some mundane task and eagerly set to work. This was probably early in August 1974, the big national demonstration was to be held the following month. For weeks, things went smoothly for me. Working for the ABLD, I got to know some of the high-powered lawyers by name and felt like a part of the group. In the evening, I would go to the house where I lived with a bunch of other volunteers. They were permanent volunteers, whereas I would only be there until the demonstration. The Attica brothers were being held in the Buffalo County Jail, awaiting trial on charges related to the 1971 prison uprising. While doing my daily work for the ABLD, I tried to keep an ear to the ground to find out what the Attica prisoners/defendants were saying. It soon became clear to me that what the brothers wanted and what the leadership of the Defense Fund was doing were two different things. The brothers wanted us to organize the community and build a grassroots movement to free them. The ABLD, on the other hand, sought to win their freedom by influencing state officials and local government representatives. About halfway through my time in Buffalo, the new Attica posters came in from the print shop. They had a prisoner sticking a raised fist through the bars with the words "Attica is all of us" emblazoned across both the top and the bottom. If I recall correctly, the bars were the stripes of an upside-down American flag. That night volunteers were divided into groups and sent out to put up these posters in neighborhoods all over town. Over the objections of the rest of my crew, I used a thin paste of canned milk and wheat flour to put posters up on the state courthouse, the sheriff's office, and the county jail where the Attica prisoners were being held. My reasoning was that the prisoners would feel good seeing the posters as they entered the jail and the courthouse. But that was not the reasoning of the ABLD. The shit hit the fan when the cops complained to the leadership, and my crew quickly ratted me out. I was called on the carpet before the powers that be. From their point of view, we had an amicable relationship with the sheriff's office and the courts, and what I had done jeopardized that relationship, making it harder for them to do the work for the brothers. I was suitably contrite and promised it would not happen again. That was strike one. Strike two came when all of us volunteers were sent out to canvass for city councilman such and such, I forget his name, in specific areas of Buffalo. He was a progressive candidate, and the argument went that if he won the election, it would be good for the brothers. I didn't buy it. Moreover, I did not travel all the way across the nation to lobby people to vote for a politician running for some bourgeois office. I refused. My housemates called me a Stalinist and nearly tossed me out into the street. It would be putting the best light on it to say that my cache of goodwill was at an all-time low by this point. One bright spot in this trip was meeting Morton Sobel. When Ethel and Julius Rosenberg were sentenced to death for what J. Edgar Hoover called the crime of the century, allegedly giving A-bomb secrets to Russia, Morton Sobel was sentenced to 30 years. After his conviction, he was banished to Alcatraz, located on an island in the San Francisco Bay. Alcatraz housed the nation's most hardened federal criminals. Sobel had been released from prison 5 years earlier, and I learned he was living nearby. When I had some free time, I made arrangements to meet with him in the lobby of the hotel where he was living. We talked politics for about an hour. I was all pumped up on the need for armed struggle, whereas Sobel felt that that approach would be a dead end. I was disappointed that a man who had earned so much respect by his sacrifice would not immediately see the need for a more intense level of struggle, and it was easy enough for me to tar him with the same brush as the rest of his generation. We dismissed them as the old left. We were the new left. While I was quite honored to have met Sobel, I was disappointed that he was so much a part of the old left. Of course, at that juncture I was using support for armed struggle as the yardstick by which to measure the validity of the politics of anyone claiming to be progressive or revolutionary. As the day of the Big Attica Brothers demonstration drew closer, my relationship with the ABLD and my housemates was becoming more and more strained. The prisoners liked me because I supported their positions, but that approval did not matter to the lawyers or my housemates. Early one day, I was working in the office, when the ABLD power brokers arrived escorting 2 black people, a man and a woman. I figured whoever they were, they must be important, because the ABLD leadership was treating them the way Secret Service agents treat the president. I asked someone nearby what was going on and who these people were. I was told that the man was Jesse Jackson, and that he was going to speak at the demonstration. I believe the woman was Angela Davis, although I'm not certain. The September 13th, Attica Day, national demonstration was a huge success. People came from all over the country to show their support for the prisoners. While I am not sure what impact it had on the outcome of the trials, it was nice to see so many people gathered together around this issue. I had my stuff stored in the office and ready to go. As soon as the demonstration was over and the crowd had thinned out, I slid my backpack on, walked to the nearest freeway on-ramp for the highway heading west, and started thumbing my way back to Seattle. I was